your dick hard while Jeremy's in the back screaming, you fucking retard. Come on, guys, let's get this fucking show done. Tyler's got a black and white movie to watch for fun. Moodz just trying to work with what he's got, cause JP just sits looking at Carly like, bro, this chick's hot. You must be out your mind, bro, if you don't listen to us. Just jump aboard with Jeremy and take the short bus. You wanna diss our show? Bro, we got news for you. For every joke you throw, we dish out 22. That's not a shot at you, that's a shot of Moodz. 22 shots that'll make you black and blue. We're the 22 shot crew, ready to destroy your ears. Reviewing movies all day while we drinking beer. 22 shot crew, and we're here to stay, making horror history every fucking day. Moodz is a legend for fuck's sake. They say his dick is the size of Camp Crystal Lake, and we're all wondering how much of it Jeremy can take. You wanna hear my opinion, says JP as he rants, but we all love this motherfucking Maxi can. Tyler spitting out info, every little spec, every single movie, there's nothing he can wreck. He's a god amongst men, yo, that's his flex. He loves horror, and that's a fact check. We the best and the rest, that's no contest. Do you feel that knife in your back digging out through your chest? You got your top 10 list, bro, we do that shit every year. You gotta take down notes, bro, we do that while drinking beer. You got a problem with us? Well, Moodz has got something to say. I'm from Canada. So before you get mad and hit that thumbs down, remember we will lyrically leave you like a clown that's down. So don't frown, we record everything that may occur. So buckle up, fuckers. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You think you got enough to prove we're kings of underground horror things? We'll flip you the middle finger while we take our swings. There's no drug in the world that can cure those things. Our show keeps getting better, we're ahead by far. You can listen to us while you dumping bodies in the backseat of your car. So fuck you if you don't know who we are. It's the only horror show that will forever last. So if you think we're sick, then whip out your dick and listen to 22 shots. A Moodz and Horror Podcast.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 322 of the Triple Shots of Moodz and Horror Podcast is coming at you live and direct with the homie JP, also known as the Mexicans. And of course, we got Mr. No Fact Check Saucedo, also known as Tyler, in the house. And back by popular demand, we got Tony, also known as the Shiner, repping the Sin Bin Podcast. And of course, I be your host, the Toxic Offender, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, dudes?
Hi.
You know what I just realized? It's 22 shots, but it's really the Sin Bin.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yep. That is
top
crazy.
10 of top 10 of 1964, brought to you by the Sin Bin.
Yes, that's right. Top 10 of 1964 is finally here.
Because everyone else is a pussy and won't do any really old years.
Yeah, it's funny. Me and Mikey were talking about that before the show, and he's like, "How many people are on this one?" I said, "Oh, just the four of us." And he's like, "Only four?" He's like, "Don't you usually have six?" And I'm like, "Yeah, nobody likes to do the old ones."
Mike would probably do the old ones.
This year really though was like a middle ground between the two. This was
yeah, for sure, because this felt more like a prep for a modern year than it felt like.
It definitely was. I watched a shit ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, I underestimated the year a little bit because I thought like I was treating it like one of the like the 41 or 36 or whatever. Like I wasn't really taking it as serious, like thinking I needed to watch that many. And then like before I knew it, I was like, dude, there's actually like a lot of movies that everybody's watching. I was like, I need to fucking figure something out. Because I was just going real slow.
Yeah. The quality's definitely better. This is the first year of like the old retro years that every movie on my list is more than just a good movie.
Yeah, it's definitely better quality than any of our other super retro years.
It does feel a lot more modern for sure. I mean, especially when you kind of break down like, you know, the amount of classic actors that are in it too, but like almost to the modern points. You know, a lot of these guys were in the modern era though too, right? And you know, directors, you know, like William Castle.
There's a lot of cool movies where like you hit a lot of old actors like looking for a paycheck at the end of their career, but you also get like on the same coin in the movie like upcoming actors that went on to have long careers.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked, right? Like you got oddities in the year like Betty Davis and Joan Crawford, but then of course you got like Vincent Price and Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, and you got fucking George Kennedy and
George K is all over this year.
Yeah, like it's crazy. Like all these recognizable names and
George Kennedy, Bruce Dern,
of course. Like it's so crazy. And then you got like a lot of directors that people from the modern era know, like Mario Bava, William Castle, Herschel Gordon Lewis, Kobayashi, you got fucking Roger Corman, Freddie Francis, Terrence Fisher. Like, it's just, there's so many classic directors and actors that are repping the year. It's just, it's a great year, in my opinion. Like when I first did my my master list for this, I was like, this is going to be pretty competitive. And then it really got to the point the last 2 weeks where I was like, damn, bro, I'm changing my list almost every single day. That's a good thing to have happen to you, because it's a strong year. And I had a lot of fun with the whole year. I did watch some shitbombs, but I watched a lot of really good films. Me and JP were talking pregame a little bit about just how solid the year was overall. Like, it's just amazing how many films are 6.5 to 7.5 and up and stuff. Like, it's just, you don't get that in a lot of years where there's so much quality shit. And then there's some really, really top shelf stuff too. So, even rewatching, I had no problem this week. I did some rewatches, watched a couple others and stuff. And, I was just really kind of satisfied, but was frustrated at the same time, because I had 4 films that are out of my top 10 that are sitting on the outskirts right now, which, again, going back to it in retrospect, it's a good thing. It's a solid fucking year. And I'm very, very happy about this. The interesting thing about 1964, that kind of blows my mind. You have like the most beautiful color films from the year. And then you have like such an arraignment of like beautiful black and white films. It's at that stage where a lot of directors hadn't really fully went over to like color, and then there's studios like Hammer that were doing everything in color. They were doing everything in color.
It was still really expensive to do color, which shocks me that some movies that are like really like low budget films are in color.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
What the fuck is
it's surprising how many
also had directors that have been working for years that were comfortable making black and white and shooting with black and white. They're like, I'm just gonna keep doing this. I'm not gonna worry about how this color is going to look with this background and all that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's crazy. Like, you get the, like a lot of the classic Japanese films and stuff, they're all in black and white. And you got Hammer on the flip side, and everything's in color. It's looking great. Roger Corman doing fucking color films and stuff. And
Herschel Gordon Lewis
doing.
How the fuck did he get color film?
Well, I don't think it was. I mean, I guess it wasn't that expensive by this point. But
right, I guess when you're you're trying to do gore films and shit like that, I mean, to have it in color would make a lot more sense,
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of his thing. But very, very interesting year. Of course, you got some Godzilla films this year. It's an arraignment, man. You got a bunch of fucking.
You got three kaijus,
3 kaiju films. You got lots of foreign films this year, like repping Japan and of course Italy.
Brazil.
You got Brazil, you got fucking, it's just all over the place.
Italy.
Yes, I said Italy.
Germany, a lot of Crimmy movies.
Oh yeah, I watched some of those.
Yeah, some Crimmy films. Like almost everything is represented here, man. And there's like I said, there's quite a few films you could actually watch. And on that note, how many films did everybody actually watch in prep for this list? Tony, what did you end up watching?
So I watched 81.
Holy shit.
And the average rating is 3.253.
Damn. How many shorts? How many shorts are in there though?
Let's see.
You watched 81, you said?
Yeah.
There must be a bunch of shorts.
That's insane.
I have 3 shorts.
Oh wow. So you watched 78 full length. Okay. Yeah, yep. I mean, I definitely, my goal was to hit like 50. There was a point where I was like, should I watch 64? I ended up with like 59. I felt pretty good about it. I watched pretty much everything you probably needed to watch. There'll be some movie on someone's list I didn't watch, but I thought 59 was pretty good, but 81 down, it's pretty good. There was a few films I couldn't find. So it's kind of passed.
A lot of the Indian like Bollywood movies, couldn't find any like translations on those.
Yeah, some of the I did find a couple films that didn't have subtitles, which kind of frustrated me, and I hate that, man. I never understood why films get uploaded without the subtitles. It's like, what the fuck is going on? I mean, I guess you could be watching in your native language too, but whatever. Tyler, what'd you end up watching?
I was shooting for 64 and 6 for 64, and I got up pretty high pretty quick, but it all just kind of caught up with me. Like, oh shit, we got the show coming. I got to finish. So I ended up with 55, but there's maybe one or two movies I planned to watch that would have been good movies I know that I'd seen before that I know weren't going to make my list. I didn't get to, but I feel like I got everything that I would have needed to get.
And JP, what'd you get to?
Yeah, man. So for me, it was a grind at the end, bro. Like I was telling Moodz, I watched 24 movies this week.
He watched like half his list. He watched half his list.
I watched 37 total.
24 movies. And I watched 17 movies last week because me and Tyler recorded the 100-year challenge. So like the last 2 weeks all my waking moments have been watching movies. But like, I'm not even kidding, bro. I watched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 today, 4 yesterday, 5 yesterday, 5 the day before that, 4 the day before, 5 the day before that. Like, it was just insane. Like, I was going so hard. And I ended up so when I started like the final week of prep, I was at like 25. So I ended up with 51. I did watch 2 short films. One was 7 minutes, or 10 minutes. So that was a pretty short one. And then I watched The Pit and the Pendulum, which was like
I watched that one.
20 some minutes or something like that.
It's like 30 something.
I was going to watch that, and I saw that you watched it. I was like, I should have just watched it because you guys checked it out. But
it was pretty cool.
It was cool.
I'm very proud of the fact that I managed to do 51 when I was so behind, and I feel pretty good about like hitting all the big stuff. Like I did Godzilla and Mothra and fucking King Ghidorah last night. I did fucking oh my god, Quieten like ate up so much of my time. I could have watched 3 movies during that.
I woke up early Sunday morning. I was like, this is my one chance to watch a long movie. I looked at this, was like Quieten.
Yeah, and then like Woman in the Dunes was long too, but I did manage to get to that. Also, that
bunch of 2-hour plus movies.
Man. Yeah, but
that's the thing. Like, when I got to the end and I was rewatching, I'm like, man, all these movies are so fucking long. And I got lucky too, because that movie Dead Ringer was 64 all prep, and then suddenly it got changed to 63. So I was like, okay, good, that knocked the 2-hour movie out.
Okay, I thought I saw that too, and I was tripping when it was 63 all of a sudden.
It was 64 all like the whole prep until like 2 weeks ago.
I couldn't even find it anyways. That movie doesn't have really any good releases, and I couldn't find it. And then it was 63 all of a sudden. I was like, oh, well, that's fucked up.
That saved me 2 hours.
So, I've been wanting to see Dead Ringer forever.
My last couple movies were like I was like, so I how I did it for the most part, this is kind of weird, but I sorted the list by popularity on Letterboxd, and I picked a few like here and there for like the first like 20, and then from like 20 on, I went in order of popularity to least popular. So I have like the first 3 lines of Letterboxd titles by popularity all watched. And then I started getting into some like fucking, like my last 2 were like roughies. Like they were kind of adult films a little bit, but just sort of like soft-core type shit. Like this one movie, I don't know if any of you guys watched it. It was called The Beautiful, the Bloody, and the Bear. Did you watch that, Tony?
No.
Yeah,
dude, this movie is literally like 55 minutes of a narrator and a guy taking pictures and drawing women who are posing naked. Like it's like 55 minutes of that, and then there's like 2 murders.
So that's a good one to watch on double time.
There's like 2 murders at the end of the movie, and like that was like the last movie I watched besides that short film, and I was like, you know what,
this is what you're saving at the end.
This is over, dude. I'm done. Because like the last, like 2 of the last movies I watched were those like roughy movies, and it was just like Olga's Girls. Did you watch that one, Tony?
I passed on that one.
No, I watched the first one, The White Slaves of Chinatown. Then I'm like, fuck Oprah's Girls.
Yeah, and I'm just like, dude.
I didn't have any ambition because I knew I've only ever heard bad things about him, so I was like, fuck it.
But yeah, it was like me watching all the movies and stuff. I came away from this year being like, this year's pretty good. Like even most of the movies are like 6, 7s, but then there's some like really good stuff at the high end. But even like I didn't have that many pure shit bombs, you know what I mean? Like it was pretty decent overall. Like most of the really bad stuff, I didn't see a ton of it, you know. It was just like a couple.
I think more than half my list is at least 7 or up.
Oh, Bobby.
Crazy.
Yeah,
I got some really
I'd say
bad
probably at
ones.
least half it. Maybe a little bit more.
I only watched like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8 movies under 5.
Under
I watched
5?
7 under 5. One of them should be under 5, but I gave it a 10 out of 10 because it's just the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's amazing. Which is
I have 7 under 5.
Santa Claus Conquer the Martians. Do you guys watch that?
Yeah,
Of course, I watched that. What do you mean?
I
love that
actually,
movie.
wow,
No,
I actually only have 8 under 5.
That movie is so fucking weird and bizarre and bad. It's like you cannot not like it.
Yeah,
It's
Wait,
so
are you guys
weird.
counting that as a watch?
yeah,
I did.
Which one?
Well,
Where do I have it ranked? So I
well, in
definitely
that
watched
case,
it.
then I have 82 then.
Which
'Cause I
one?
watched that over Santa Claus Conquers the Martian. I didn't
Oh,
put that
yeah.
on my list.
Yeah, no, I watched it again and I was like, oh.
Did I not put it on this list? Oh, I have 56 then, I think, because I don't see it.
Yeah, I have 82 then.
So the only ones I had under 5. So I had one at 5, which was the Dungeon of Haro. And then, so the ones that were under 5 was Honeymoon of Horror. Did anyone watch that?
Yeah, that's one of my
I also
bottom
had
ones.
that one under 5.
That movie sucked.
That was
Kiss,
like
I
third
skipped
from the
that when I
bottom.
saw your guys' ratings.
Kiss Me Quick.
I didn't watch that one.
That one was bad.
I like that movie.
The Creeping Terror.
Yep, that's one of my bottom.
That's my like bottom film. Like my set, like it's tied. But I gave it a half star. So
It's kind of that one movie has a really funny story behind it. But
there's a
I kinda like that
documentary.
movie.
The Monster at Camp Sunshine. Oh my god.
I
It's so
definitely
bad.
watched that one. I don't think it's that low to the bottom.
That's the nudie cutie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think I liked
Yeah,
it.
that
It's
that
like,
one I
okay,
have
well,
under 5 as well.
At least it had a bunch of naked chicks. I think I gave it a 5.
Did anybody watch Teenage Strangler?
Yeah,
that's
that
my
one
bottom
also
movie.
is
Yeah.
under
Oh,
5.
it's so bad. And then
That's
Death
my
on the
And it's in color, which makes
Yeah.
it even.
I know.
That
It's
is my
so bad.
56 out of 56.
Yeah, it's bad. Death on the Four Poster.
Well, didn't watch that one.
And then Face of the Screaming Werewolf.
That's my 55.
Okay, so those are all the ones under 5. So we were all kind of on the same level with the shit bombs.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all at the bottom of my list.
Just so
so
people
bad.
know.
Yeah, my
know
bottom
too.
5 are 4 ones you just named plus Hyena of London.
That's
This
in my
is-
bottom too.
Just so people know as well, because
Hyena?
like I saw that one. I
There's
didn't
2
watch
movies
it.
with London. So there's the Monster of London City,
That is the
which
Hyena
I
of
actually
London.
thought was really well shot and really well acted and stuff. It's just kind of boring. But
Yeah, it was okay.
it's okay though. Like it's really well made, right, Tony?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of boring, but like it was shocking. I'd never even heard of the film before. I was like, it's interesting.
Tony,
It's an interesting narrative.
Do you know how many hours you have total? Like, did you put all these movies in a list on Letterboxd?
Yeah, where do you see that? Oh, stats.
If you click on stats,
Like a Monster of Camp Sunshine.
I never
It is,
look at like specific.
Yeah, it's 117 hours.
117 hours. That's insane. So I did 73.1 hours. But just like for the listeners, like when we say like no other show does this, like we are the fucking kings of over prep. Cause like Tony worked a full like 3-week work week watching movies for this.
How do you look? How do you find your? You just go to your stats on your list.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
so-
mine was
Oh, wow.
80
Camp
80
Sunshine. That's high for me, honestly.
86 and a half hours because
Yeah.
I
So
Hold on,
yeah,
stats.
you again also did a full 2-week work.
Yeah, 81
You know what
hours.
I mean? Yeah, so that's how much effort we put into this. It's a fucking full-time job to prep for all this shit.
surprisingly it's only 12 countries. That's interesting. 6 different languages.
I got 11 countries, 7 different languages. So I beat
I
you.
got,
I
what I
have-
got?
I have 19 countries and 12 different languages.
Yeah,
I
a
got
bunch of the ones that make up the rest of your list are the ones
I
that
got
you watch
13
probably.
countries, 9 languages.
I like that how you can break down your
I love
playlist
it.
stats. That's
Yeah, I
cool,
love it.
man.
That's
Yeah, this
so
is cool.
neat. Yeah.
Top languages: English, Italian, Japanese, Spanish, German.
Yep. But yeah, what did you guys like? Any themes or anything you noticed through the year? Like
Dude, I
right
just
away
got-
for me, I think that there's still a ton of hangover from Psycho. Like you can see influences of Psycho in so many of these movies.
There's a lot of
100%.
gaslight the movie where someone's trying to be like made to think they're crazy the entire movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 3 really big films with that kind of like let's make someone crazy with a conspiracy, kind of feel to it and shit like that. Yeah, that was
My
definitely a
big
very
thing-
popular narrative angle in that year. Yeah,
A lot of
My
golden
big
age
thing-
stars that need a paycheck too.
Like going last year from 1959 to 1964, like it's only like a 5-year jump. But the one thing that kept like popping in my head is just how much fucking sleazier it got only 5 years later. Like there was nothing in 1959.
I gotta say though, with 59 going to this, I did kind of miss some of those Atomic Age monster movies. I felt like this year was pretty dry on those. Where that had a lot of fun
it's
like
way
You had a couple.
it's way far removed. You know, the kaiju
the
stuff,
closest you really the kaiju stuff is really
You
like
got the kaiju stuff. You got the fucking the horror party beach and fucking the creeping terror and stuff that are kind of like monster shit.
Yeah. So really it's the kaiju stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Which honestly all the kaiju stuff was pretty solid.
Yeah. The kaiju movies are all pretty good.
Yeah,
I have come up so much on like the kaiju movies, like because I did like Godzilla, King Kong, love those two movies.
Yeah.
Any of the stuff after, I've always been really lukewarm on because it's like so ridiculous. But like once you lean into that and like kind of appreciate it, like it's really fun to see fucking Ghidorah flying around just blowing up models.
Well, those, yeah, exactly. And the thing with those movies,
all the miniatures,
they look so nice.
Yeah,
the color is nice and saturated. Like they're shot super well. Those are some of the best. The kaiju movies are some of the best looking movies this year.
It just kind of annoyed me that like the Criterion versions are always the Japanese versions, and I like watching them in English.
I didn't even know there were English dubs. I watched it all.
I watched the dubs for all of them.
I've never seen. Growing up watching all the kaiju, the Godzilla films and stuff, they were always just available with the dubs. So I have to watch them with the dubs because if I have tried to watch them in the native languages and it's not the same to me.
It's not, and that's what I hate. Like, I don't understand why Criterion released that whole entire box set with only the Japanese version.
They are honestly they are
dubs. Oh shit! I didn't realize that.
I don't have the box set, thankfully, but
that's why I haven't bought it.
I passed on it because I don't like the design of it.
Yeah, I like
book. I hate that fucking thing.
It was ugly.
That came out before I was like a big Criterion collector. I remember Dan always bitching about it. And it's like I like Godzilla movies, but I don't like them enough to like drop that dollar amount for the hat.
Oh, this will make Moodz proud. So I could have watched the Mothra versus Godzilla on Criterion Channel in the Japanese version in HD, but I was like, fuck that. I went and pulled out my DVD of Mothra versus Godzilla and watched the fucking dub version, which that DVD has both versions. So like fucking Criterion pisses me off with this.
They are pretty corny about shit like that. We're like, now you're gonna watch our version of the movie.
Yeah, it's like I
the
know
original version's the only version.
It's not even always the original version either. It's like just, some of them, like this is a good example. So there's a movie from Vim Vendors. I got it behind me on the shelf called Until the End of the World, and there's a full cut which is almost 5 hours long, and like it's fine to watch like once for like the experience of it, but it's an impressive school movie, but it really is an overbloated mess of a movie. There's no reason to be as long as it is, other than he just didn't want to cut anything. But there's a much more like true indicated, like 2 hours and 40-minute version that's just like not available on the disc.
Yeah. So I have like all the fucking old DVDs, and I think they've got both versions on them. So those things are actually, I guess, worthy of keeping.
Yeah. Another one too is Picnic at Hanging Rock. It only has the uncut version. Whereas it only has the shorter version, the director's cut. That's like 145 minutes. Where
dude, I hate that, man. Like there's a few different instances. This isn't horror related, but the Friday Blu-ray disc that came out years ago only has the director's cut, and it's super jarring when you watch it because if you grew up watching like the theatrical version, it has these extra scenes. And you're just like, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening here?
Yeah,
I didn't put the theatrical on the Blu-ray. You're like, what the fuck, man? So if I watch it, I watch my DVD.
The second sight 4K release of it just because instead of the Criterion 4K, because it had both versions.
I don't understand not putting like why wouldn't you just have both versions? It's Criterion. Like if you want to be the elite edition,
they do get that's a big complaint I have about. They do get corny like that.
Don't you want to be comprehensive
about that Godzilla box set? Like I remember when it came out, everybody.
I mean, I get it though. Like I prefer to watch most films in the native language, but when I'm watching like kaiju shit, man, it makes it so much more fun. Like, I'm not going to watch Colliding with the dub. I'm not going to watch Woman in the Dunes with the dub.
Almost the entire population in the US watched those Godzilla films with the dub growing up. Like, they weren't available in the
like I said, they were the way you watch them, they were either on TV with the dubs, obviously, and if you rented them, it was the dub versions.
I like watching those Shaw movies with the dubs. Like, those it adds like part of the charm for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same way.
The voice actors are so funny in it too, because it's like, oh, that guy's so not Chinese or Japanese. I mean, it's like an hilarious, man. But I think the energy that the voice actors put into it is pretty fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, any other themes or anything that you guys noticed besides sleaze and psycho?
Those were really the biggest ones. There's definitely more.
There still is a lot of like teenage, like fucking dancing and fucking
some of the movies I started watching right at the beginning just kept ending with like the teenagers dancing at the soda fountain. I was like, what the fuck?
Like stuff like that. There's so a good bit of that shit.
It's like, how?
Got some.
We have the beginning of Giallo too, of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Which that movie feels so out of place, like in terms of like
the rest
time
of the
period.
Year. Yeah.
Like compared to the rest of the year, it makes it even cooler because
it sticks out like insane.
Which movie was that?
Blood and Black Lace.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, especially if you watch like a bunch of black and white films and you watch the 4K of Blood and Black Lace, you're like, holy shit. It's just like fucking pops like nothing, man. It's crazy.
Go, Spud. Go.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that was on 4K. I just have that on Blu-ray still.
Yeah, Arrow put out a big fancy edition a few years back. I just waited for the standard to come out. There's so many editions of it. I'm like, I don't need a fucking big ass thing. But it was actually the first time I'd watched it on 4K was for this watch. Yeah, it looks good. It looks really good. So, but yeah, a lot of movies. I mean, of course, it's back in the day. You get in the 50s too, but in the early 60s, man, especially with foreign films, lots of movies set in castles. Like tons of castle movies this year, like a fucking ton, man. Which I'm not going to sit here and complain about because I love movies set in castles. I love that setting. A lot of these movies they actually filmed in castles and shit too, so it's kind of cool. I always like that. It's not just a set, but
yeah.
Oh yeah, castles are cool.
Yeah, it's just a great aesthetic, man. They always look creepy and cool. I don't know, man. I would just.
It's such easy, amazing production value.
Exactly.
Well, that's why Full Moon shot all their movies in fucking castles too.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, it was part of it too, right? Because when Full Moon was shooting all their shit in Romania, it was really, really fucking cheap to film there. So when they shot all the subspecies films, and actually that castle, I've told the story before, but my wife used to live in Romania. She taught there, and she knows where those castles, like where they shot all that shit and stuff. Right? There's these super famous castles. They do a lot of production, a lot of film industry shit in these things. And she's like, I know where those are. Like that's fucking cool.
What do you guys think is like the most like unique movie of the year?
You know what? One movie I thought was kind of a gem I'd never seen before. It was a first time watch. Was put out by Severin, and it's kind of a low key film called The Blood Drinkers.
Oh, a Filipino movie.
Yeah, that was a cool movie.
Right. And like I'd been sitting on that Blu-ray for a while because it came in that Hemisphere box set from Severin years ago. And I'd watched a couple of the film. I hadn't watched that one. And I was like, oh shit, that's from 64. Awesome.
Honestly,
so I popped it in. I was like, this is actually pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it's really sweet how they tinted the black and white footage.
Yes, the tinted. I love the look of the movie. It was super unique and super cool. And it was kind of a cool idea. And it just kind of hit home for me. Like, it's not like, it's probably not making everyone's, someone's fucking favorite film of the year, but it's really solid. It's definitely worth a rewatch. That was really, really cool, man.
Honestly, the most unique movies, I'd probably say maybe are At Midnight, I'll Take Your Soul, and Santa Claus versus the Martians. Or Conquers the Martians.
Yeah, At Midnight, I'll Take Your Soul. I agree in terms of like narrative and like, especially
there's a lot of edit. there's some editing and just the way like it's kind of like paced and like how you have some bounce back with like the character and almost breaking the fourth wall lightly. I thought it was like doing some experimental things that not really anything else in the year was doing.
I think what the craziest thing about that film though is like Coffin Joe. I mean, it was kind of like when Fulci did Duckling, right? You know, when he was denouncing the church and stuff like that. Like this, you know, in Brazil, it's very religious, man. And what's this movie about? He's doing the same thing, man. He's blasting the church. He's blasting religion. He's blasting beliefs and shit like that. And like, that was pretty fucking unheard of in those days. Like there's a lot of censorship and stuff. It's amazing these films even made it.
Yeah, but the thing is, and we've talked about this when we reviewed it. The thing is though, the character's wrong. He's completely wrong. So it's like, are you really blasting? Because you're showing that the church is right.
Yeah, he's kind of an asshole.
But I mean, that is true.
no, but he is an asshole. It's like there's a really great line in the film where I think someone says like, people hate on him because, you know, like why are you not a believer in it? Or like, I can't remember how it goes. They say something about like you not believing, or like, how can I believe when I never was a believer or something like that? It's like, it's something really interesting. Like he's just never had any. Just never believed in anything. It's a very, I don't even know how to put the terms, man. It's a very
nihilistic.
It is very nihilistic but in terms of just not having any belief is, I guess it is super kind of nihilistic in a sense, but I don't know. There's a lot of interesting things that are happening with that film for sure.
What about like, to me, the most goofiest is probably Santa Claus versus the Martians. Santa Claus conquers.
Maybe you want to.
I think it's a film you need to watch really high.
For sure. Even I watched probably all these high.
Yeah, the horror beach party.
Did you guys think
one of my favorites? One of my favorite high movies was the Wrestling Women versus the Aztec Mummy.
That movie was so much like more enjoyable than I thought.
Dude, that movie was so much fun, man.
Honestly, Straight Jacket's pretty goofy too.
What about
and The Strangler? That's another one I thought was pretty goofy.
What about?
I thought that movie was actually pretty good. I love the lead in it.
It is. I like it.
He shows up in a couple films too.
Oh yeah, Victor Buono. I like him. He died young, but he was a good actor during his time.
What about the scariest movie of the year?
I mean, for me personally,
Woman in the Dunes.
Probably Woman in the Dunes.
Yeah,
that's a scary thought, man.
Really?
Like, if you put yourself into that situation, dude, like it's either you do it or you die.
And me,
yeah, but it's
the
like
only phobia. The only phobia I have is like severe claustrophobia. So like for me, like watching that movie, I was like almost like having a fucking panic attack the whole time.
But that's the thing about horror, JP, is that people have different things that freak them out, right? So it affects you differently. Like
I just
Tony
never was
has
scared
claustrophobia.
in that movie.
I mean, for me,
it's scary, the situation is scary, but it's like I'm talking about like something that like scared you. You know what I mean? Like not just the idea. I think like Oni Baba got some scary stuff in it. Honestly, like to me, I think Quieten might have the scariest scene in the movies.
So you're talking just like spook scenes.
Yeah, I'm just like, what is scary in this year? Like,
I think you could say the first two stories in Quieten might be like
the Woman in the Snow is just like creepy as shit to me.
Yeah.
So like that one is probably the scariest.
Best titties of the year too.
Dude, they got a really good effect in the tea story. With the dude,
Samurai in the teacup.
Oh yeah, that was actually that movie has a couple of great scares in it.
It actually has a couple really good scenes for sure. Yeah, it does, and it's like super short too.
Honestly, so I like my favorite segment. I've always said is the ear one that a lot of people complain is too long. I think that was
that's always been the short that sells Quieten, right? Because you look at every cover of Quieten, it's what it is. I think the painting, the like ink on the guy is really cool looking. That segment bogs the whole movie down though. It's funny because that's the one that's known for Quieten. Like that's the big one.
Yeah, because it's the long one.
But I think
it's just the worst one.
That story is like a very like
it's very it's a very rich.
So is the woman in the Woman in the Snow. That's like a very known story too.
I think that's my favorite.
I think they all kind of are.
Yeah,
they're like
they're all based on traditional Japanese, you know.
Yeah,
fucking
They're from a
folklores and
book.
stuff.
They're
right?
from
Yeah.
a book called Quieted.
Yeah. But I mean, those type of stories have been done before in Japanese cinema and shit like that. So just very.
What about what's the best sequel of the year?
Does Hush Hush Sweet Charlie count?
Is it a sequel?
It's
like-
it's an unofficial sequel to Baby Jane.
Baby Jane.
Okay, I would say no. But
Yeah, so
maybe.
that doesn't count.
If we're talking actual sequels,
What sequels even came out? I can't even think of one.
We
got some Hammer
Godzillas. You got the
you got Evil Frankenstein,
One of the kaiju movies, probably.
Children of the Damned.
Oh, yeah,
Curse of Mummy's
That's
Tomb.
like that's the true sequel one.
Yeah.
Curse of Mummy's Tomb, Evil of Frankenstein, Children of the Damned, which I don't think is a very strong sequel.
Yeah.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, definitely one of the kaiju movies.
I
Maybe
think probably one of the kaijus. I agree.
yeah.
Yeah. Take your pick.
I would probably say Jigora, the three-headed monster, is probably my favorite one.
The Gora is the not. You mean Ghidorah?
Ghidorah. That's probably my favorite
that other
too.
one. That one with the blue cover.
Dogura.
Dogura.
That was fun.
Any remakes? I think the only one I know is Night Must Fall.
Yep, that's like the only one I can think of too.
There's a movie that's like kind of a remake. That like they take a lot of the same story and like just remix it. The Devil's Stairway.
Oh, is
Okay.
it?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was a remake.
I feel like some of these movies have been remade later on.
Like it's not
Maybe
a remake,
low-key.
but it's like they took a story from a popular movie that came out like 10 years before this, and then they like kind of like remixed it and added like atmosphere, changed it around a little bit, but it's like got a lot of the same plot elements.
Okay. A lot of these are adaptations of stuff too. There's a handful that are adaptations of novels and shit, stories.
Oh yeah, I mean that's very common with older films, right? Based on shit on literature, for sure.
I don't think I have any other questions.
Yeah, I guess there's. I mean, I'm just trying to think of questions that don't ruin top tens.
Anything that you guys missed that you wanted to get to that didn't get to?
I mean, I guess I'll tell you after me.
I meant to watch. I knew this movie was going to make my list, but it is a good movie and probably in my top 20. I meant to watch because I own it on disc and I just didn't have time. That was Tomb of Legia.
You never watched it?
I've seen it before, so like I knew like where it was going to relatively where it would land on my list. I just ran out of time. That was one of the movies I was saving like towards the end because I know it's a good movie and I owned it on disc.
I can't think of anything that I didn't get to unless it's something that's not listed as horror. Because like the kaiju movies weren't listed as horror.
There was one that I was gonna watch that wasn't listed as horror that a friend recommended me, and I kind of watched a little bit spacey out, and it was giving me French New Wave vibes, and it was more of like a trauma movie. I think it's a Turkish movie called Current that I just said I'm not watching this. I'm just gonna call it a loss and just pick horror movies.
Yeah. Yeah, Ligeia is like, that's an interesting film, man, because that was the biggest like Poe, the Vincent Price, fucking Roger Corman Poe film that they made today, right? It was like the first one I think they made offsets and shit, and they actually did it on location, went to England and did it and shit like that. So that's why that film has such a different feel to it.
Did anybody watch the Hitchcock movie?
What's the Hitchcock movie? I didn't watch it. Oh, I've seen it.
Which one?
Marnie.
Oh, I didn't rewatch
that ain't
it.
close.
I didn't watch that.
No,
that didn't even occur to me as a horror movie. I really like
no,
that
it's
movie.
not.
No,
Marnie's not a movie at all.
me neither. But I was just like, I know that sometimes we do the Hitchcock ones. Like
my mom's seen a ton of Hitchcock. That's just like one person who's randomly seen. She just watched a lot of them growing up, and we were talking about it one day, and I was like, "What's your favorite Hitchcock movies?" And like, near the top of the list, she had Marnie. And I was like, "Ugh, Marnie."
Yeah, that's not one that really sticks out, does it?
No, it's long. It's kind of boring.
Yeah. It's not. It's definitely probably in the lower tier of Hitchcock for
it's
sure.
Fine, but like I put it like lower mid tier, somewhere like that.
But yeah, I can't think of any movies that I missed. Maybe like if something shows up on one of you guys' list, then maybe I did.
I just felt like it was a really good kind of mix of shit. Like you had your Hammer in there, like I said, with your four. Like it was a good blend of films, like all over the place. So lots of different types of narratives. Like you didn't get like a shitload of fucking atomic wave, new age.
Even like the ones on the outside that kind of had some like positive things online about them, like the Long Indian movie. I watched that one. And that was like not worth my time at all.
Yeah, when you said that, I was like, all right, we're skipping that one.
Yeah. I know you mentioned it before too, so I knew you knew about it. So I was like, nah, don't watch this 2-hour 20 movie with bad sound.
But you kind of move into like, you really do notice, like, you know, besides the big studio films like Hammer and shit like that, like there was definitely some new age kind of independent filmmakers that were coming out, like Ray Dennis Steckler's films and shit that are.
Oh yeah, I watched both his movies like right at the beginning.
Definitely fun films. Like he's a weird dude. He's a weird looking guy. He makes weird films, but there's just some kind of charm to them that I really enjoy about his movies, man.
One of them I liked. One of them I thought was really good.
The Thrill Killers I thought was pretty cool.
I think that was the one. I don't remember.
Yeah,
I like them both.
Yeah, the incredible. How the fuck? What's it called? The incredibly strange creatures who stopped
living and became
mixed up zombies. That is the longest fucking title in the history of titles. It's crazy.
It might be.
It might not even be the longest title this year because don't forget you have The Monster of Camp Sunshine or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Nature.
I was like,
that's right.
But that's actually an added part of the title though too, right? Because I don't think it's actually known as that completely.
I think it is because it's ribbing on Dr. Strangelove and How I Learned to Stop Worrying About the Bomb.
Yeah, I swear it was marketed before as like a shorter title, but yeah, I mean,
Kiss Me Quick had a title like that too.
Yeah, I mean, like if you slap The Monster of Camp Sunshine on a Blu-ray case, it'll probably sell better.
Right. I think that's actually the Agfa one. This is Camp Sunshine, and then it's got all the shit in like lowercase fucking font. Yeah. It's like you don't need to read all that shit, man. So, but actually, going back to like kind of the gems of the year that I thought were kind of interesting too was JP just brought it up too. Night Must Fall. I thought that was a really interesting.
I really like that one.
I've never seen the original one before.
Me neither.
Has anyone seen before?
No.
I think it's from the 30s.
No, I read into it though, and it's pretty interesting because in that one, it's kind of like a whodunit. You don't know if the guy is actually like wacko or not, so it's completely different.
It's based on a book.
Thorpe. I don't know who Richard Thorpe is. It's got Robert Montgomery, Rosalind Russell. No one there you know.
Did you not watch it, Tyler? Night Must Fall?
No. I'm looking at the original one.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, oh, did I not know about this movie?
Yeah, I thought that Albert Finley's performance in the film as like he sells being a fucking nutcase very, very well in that movie, man.
There was another one too. What was the other one? It was like with a fatter guy.
The Strangler.
Yeah, Victor Buono.
With Victor Buono, yeah. Like he died shortly after that too, right?
He died like in his 40s, yeah, because he was good. He was like funny though. He was also in Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte. He was like one of my favorite parts of that movie. He's in it for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And he's like
wicked so sad that was only the beginning.
He's wicked funny in Whatever Happened to Baby Jane too. Like I was when I saw him in the theaters, like when he was like crashing out when he saw all this shit, sees all this shit at the end, all the old people were losing their mind.
Yeah, he had a short but pretty productive career, man. He was in a lot of good films.
Yeah.
Kind of sucks, man. But yeah, like I'd never seen Albert Finney do a fucking performance like that before. Like that scene where he's like chasing around the old lady, or they're like chasing around each other, and then he just like fucking loses his mind. He's like, I want you to chase me, and he's just fucking losing them. It's like, holy shit, bro. Like
going back, honestly, like
crazy
to what JP said, that might be the scariest movie for me. Like there's like a specific scene in that movie that gave me the fucking creeps.
You know, a movie I actually thought was pretty creepy too was The Nightwalker.
Yeah,
that was a creepy ass movie. That was a first time watch for me.
William Castle, man, like
that's some good atmosphere in it. And some good like kind of jump scares.
Yeah, William Castle did a couple films that year. In a sense, kind of low key, very similar but different, but.
Both written by Robert Bloch too.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell that Robert Bloch wrote Though, I mean, once you look up,
stars
like,
both stars a golden.
If anybody's
age
gonna
megastar.
cash in on Psycho, it's gonna be this motherfucker.
I mean, especially Straight Jacket, right?
Dude,
Like you could just, like, I mean, it just
golden age
screams Robert Bloch.
megastar. Like,
Yeah.
Straight Jacket is literally like Psycho 2 before Psycho 2.
Exactly. It kind of is, right? When she looks at that action, like, oh yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah. But yeah, William Castle, you know, he's always been known as being like that very gimmicky director and shit. But man, he's done some pretty solid shit, man.
He does some good work. He's got quality. He's almost like always competitive in these retro year lists. He always has a film pop. I'm pretty sure I had 2 films. I think we all pretty much have this. What was it in '59? House on High.
Tingler.
The Tingler. Yeah, we all had those movies.
Yeah. I wonder if the ending in the original Night Must Fall is similar to the remake. Because as soon as I finished it, I was like, I wonder if it ends like that in the original one. Just very curious, because it's a very interesting ending in this movie. I thought it was just curious, you know. But I'm not really too sure how I feel about it. But
I guess there's only one way to find out.
But yeah. But yeah, you guys have anything else on 1964?
Nope.
No, I think that's it.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I'm trying to lean away from spoiling top 10s, like films that were potentially ones that you were really looking forward to, and you know, ended up not being everything you wanted them to be, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I didn't have any of those.
I maybe had one of these, but I'm not gonna say what it was right away.
I mean, I know that's the thing. I just don't want to ruin any of the lists and stuff like that. But I mean, I'd seen a lot of these movies before, so
it's not like it was a bad movie. It's just like it had like the makings of being an insane movie, and I was just kind of like, it was fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm ready to go, man. I guess we should probably wait till we're all back in effect here. But just got to finish up my list here. Yeah, Mortal Words of JP. It's probably
I actually finished mine right before the show, but
yeah, I finished mine in the pregame.
I did mine at work today.
I'm known to move my shit around.
Yeah, I was moving stuff around to throughout the day.
Yeah, I was moving shit up until last night. I can't decide, dude. I'm still fucked up at the end of my. I don't know, man.
The thing with me is like I always end up with like a movie or two where I'm like, that's too low, but there's just nowhere for it to go, and you just have to like accept like, yeah, this is number 8, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had a list before where you've had a film like in your top like maybe 3 or 4, and then all of a sudden you're like, this one needs to make my list, and then one of those high ones ends up getting bumped? It's either sitting at number 4 or it's like at a number 11. That's happened to me a couple times before. I'm like, I need this one on here, and just the way my list breaks down, I'm like, okay, this is either high on the list or it's right off. It's weird.
I've had movies like seriously drop throughout prep, but I don't think I've ever had anything that high that fell off to make room.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, if you guys don't have anything else on 64 year in review, I guess we could probably just get into the top 10s. You guys want to do that or what?
Yeah.
All right. So I predetermined the order. I don't even remember what it is now. I predetermined the order via random, and the order is going to be Tyler, then JP, then me, then Tony.
Okay.
That's the way it goes. Remember your order. All right. So that's going to conclude the intro, and we'll be back here momentarily with the top 10 round tree.
And now, our feature presentation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
All right. So getting into the top 10 in 1964. Who's leading us off?
Me.
Tyler, let's go.
All right. So we're going to start the 1964 Cinematic World Tour in the country of Japan. It's coming from director Ishiro Honda. My number 10 is Mothra vs. Godzilla.
Nice. No shit.
So this movie's just a ton of fun. What really captivates me most about this movie, I guess, what set it apart from the other Godzilla, because these are all the Godzilla movies are good. That it's gonna just literally come down to like the slightest preferences, whichever one you like more. And what I really liked about this one is they just did such a good job with the miniatures in this and like the battle scenes. It goes on for a long time. This is one of the movies I watched twice because it kind of just stuck with me. Because I also really like the little telekinetic twin guardians of the egg. They were one of the more memorable things about the year for me. I thought like they were like super cute, and it was a fun part. It was like a fun spiritual angle they added to the story when you got to their island and all that stuff. But it does a really good job with miniatures in forced perspective. It really literally like an hour. Godzilla shows up like 30 minutes into this movie, and the battle scene is the battle of Godzilla blowing up shit, like with humans trying to take him down, and Mothra eventually showing up is like literally 45 minutes long. So you get a lot of action in this movie, and it's pretty constant. They do a really good job, I guess, with the miniatures, of course, perspective. You got fucking tanks rolling around, getting mauled, firing at them. You got like these electrical towers blasting Godzilla, and these guys, all these freaking scientists like cheering. It's a lot of fun. It's a blast. If you like Godzilla movies, this is like this is a really good middle ground, I think, between your more like top-notch original Godzilla and when they get silly. This is like a good middle ground between the two. It's got a basic story, but it is pretty cool about there's like this big storm that washes this egg ashore as the Mothra's egg, and these guardians come to protect it, and then Godzilla shows up, and they need the help of these guardians to summon Mothra to protect them from Godzilla from destroying the series. So it's not much different than any other kaiju movie, but yeah, this was the standout one for me. All these look beautiful. They're shot really well. They're very colorful, which is, like we were saying, not every movie's in color this year, and some of the Japanese movies really kind of carry the torch with that. There's another one I'm sure we'll talk about later on that's like, I would say, is by far the nicest looking movie this year. It's very colorful. But this movie's great. If you like Godzilla, I'm sure you've seen this. And this is something you could just watch if you haven't seen a Godzilla movie. It was a lot of fun. So yeah, Mothra vs. Godzilla is going to kick it off for me with a 7.5 out of 10.
Dude, I never thought in a million years I'd be on your top 10 list. What the fuck?
It was awesome.
That's already a shock here to start off this. That's crazy to me, man. I did not see that coming.
I've always hated Mothra. Like, I just think the moth is stupid. I'm a little softer on Mothra now, but I still think Mothra is the worst of the giant monsters. Like,
it could be. I don't have a ton of experience with Godzilla.
I agree with you, JP. The fucking string shooting shit is so dumb.
I know. It's like fucking Ghidorah's cool. Fucking Rodan's cool.
I will say
that moth can go to hell.
This is the least cool of the
Mothra within these films with the other monsters is pretty cool, but like just Mothra films, oh my god.
Yeah, like Mothra is like in the little fairy things are lame. Like, but honestly, like this is probably the better like written Godzilla film of the two. Being Mothra versus Godzilla, but yeah, I've always hated Mothra. Okay, I guess it's my turn, right?
Yep.
All right, so coming in at number 10 is the 1964 film from the United States. It is The Last Man on Earth, starring Vincent Price. Yeah, this movie, something interesting I noticed about this movie. So it's also based on the novel I Am Legend. Of course, it was redone in the Omega Man and then Will Smith's I Am Legend, which I hear is getting a sequel. Did you guys hear about that?
I've also heard that.
Vincent Price is the last man on Earth, apparently. And after a plague has completely wiped out humanity, this plague has turned everybody into the undead vampires. This movie is kind of known for feeling like being like a precursor to the zombie film, because the vampire, like, it's pretty much told as like a zombie film, almost like the beats that you get in zombie films, but it's vampires. And something that I thought was interesting in this movie is it takes place in 1968, which of course is the year that we got George Romero's zombie films. So that it was like really interesting, like coincidence that this is sort of like an inspiration for those zombie films that Romero made, but also it takes place in 1968, which is kind of cool. This movie is like really entertaining, and I think it's like it mainly works because of the story. You have Vincent Price, who's just like beat down and alone, and is looking for companionship in a world where he's just basically spending his nights locked up, spending his days out hunting vampires and stuff, and then he ends up running into a dog and then another person. And it actually kind of is a pretty downer ending as well. You have the plague aspect of it is pretty cool too. I know for a while there, like after COVID or during COVID, everybody was like watching a ton of like plague movies or like virus films and stuff like that. And this is an early one that's pretty cool. So yeah, I really like The Last Man on Earth. I got to see it at a drive-in one time, which was pretty cool. But it's kind of, it's influence, like it's not the best movie of the year for sure, but it actually influenced like a ton of future films, especially the zombie genre. But really, really fun late night, perfect movie to like watch. Like I remember seeing this on like the horror hosts and stuff of the time, when I was a kid. So pretty cool. I give it an 8 out of 10. And the cool thing about...
me too. It's probably public domain, isn't it?
I think it is. The cool thing about this year's list for myself is I never expected to actually start with 8s this year. Usually like that's modern years or like 80s, 70s, like starting at 8s. Like there's years in the 70s I started with 7.5s. So pretty cool that the 60s actually managed to start with 8s. I had exactly 10 8s or above. So it made my list for me. It was pretty cool. So yeah, Last Man on Earth, 8 out of 10.
Nice. I'm out on your number 2.
I had a similar thing too. I actually meant to mention.
Are you fucking serious? You're out on my number 2 already.
I'm fucking horrible at this game,
dude.
Bro.
I was
Honestly,
so close to putting that as one of your 2.
And this is a movie I did consider.
What the fuck, bro?
I did consider. I did consider it.
You downplay yourself, man. You think you're so easy, but you're in fact like the hard. You're so compellingly fucking so hard to pick,
dude. Like I don't understand this shit.
I mean, but when you put it in perspective, like okay, well, I'm picking the most basic movie. Okay, so let's look at this list. Well, the Roger Corman movie is probably like a good thing.
That's exactly my mentality. That was my thought process too. I'm like, The Last Man on Earth is totally a top tier thing for him. Crazy. All right.
Last Man on Earth is good.
That's good. Fucking wild.
Very thought-provoking movie too.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, Vincent Price is great in it, man. I love it.
Yeah, Vincent Price is good shit.
Yeah, his voiceovers and shit. Oh, they're so good, man. All right, so coming in number 10 for myself is one of 3 films that Terrence Fisher directed in 1964. If you're not familiar with Terrence Fisher, he is a Hammer horror legend director. He directed fucking so many films for Hammer Films, including a lot of the Frankenstein sequels. And he worked on fucking, he did The Mummy, he did Dracula. I mean, it just goes on and on. But he directed 3 films in 1964, one being The Horror of It All, The Urk Dies Screaming, and of course, my number 10 is The Gorgon.
The Gorgon.
Yeah, I've always loved this movie, and it works out really great too because it gets to incorporate, 2 of my favorite all-time actors, which is Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing in the same film, which they appeared in numerous films together, but this is the oddball one out that wasn't a Dracula or Frankenstein film or whatever the fuck you may be. But yeah, no, the Gorgon, I've always really liked the mythology behind this because it's based on the Greek mythology of like the 3 sisters and stuff that were, I think they were like born, like they were like sea creatures, wherever they had like snakes as hair and shit like that. But the cool thing about the mythology, so they don't use Medusa's name in this one, but it's based on Medusa. So 2 of the sisters were killed, and this one was I guess she was slain too or whatever, but they all had like this ability. When you looked at them, they could turn you to stone. And I thought that was some of the coolest mythology, because that's kind of like a foolproof villain right there. Don't you agree? Like, how could you fuck with someone that could turn you to stone if you even looked at them? I think it's kind of scary in itself, but yeah, no, the Gorgon is, it's pretty cool, man. Peter Cushing plays a doctor in the film. Christopher Lee plays a professor. Essentially what's happening in a small town, there's like there's been a few murders over a few years and stuff like that. And the town just keeps kind of pushing it off to the side. They keep washing it away, and nothing's really wrong here. But Peter Cushing, as a doctor, knows exactly that something's completely wrong here, because he's the one that's doing the autopsies and doing the shit. And he knows that, like, something's wrong. I mean, you usually don't die and turn into a fucking stone creature kind of thing and stuff like that. But they keep washing away because they don't want to, make the townspeople all crazy and shit like that. Anyways, this one dude ends up taking the fall, not really taking the fall willingly, but, they kind of prosecute this one guy for, these murders and stuff like that. Anyways, his father basically says that, he's going to prove that, that his son didn't do these murders and shit like that. And it kind of goes from there. I think this one has really good atmosphere. Like I said, it really works for me because of the mythology of, the whole Gorgon mythology and stuff like that. And it's kind of scary, because if you were facing something where you knew if you couldn't look at it, it turned you to stone, what do you do? I mean, you can obviously defeat it kind of thing, but the way it kind of goes down in here, it not only acts as like a straight like Greek mythology type film, it actually acts as straight up like almost like a possession film. And that's one thing that we didn't even really talk about off the top of the show, but it is basically a possession film, because there's a character in the film that's, her body has been taken over by basically the spirit of the Medusa type character, which I can't remember her name in the film. It starts with an M. It's not Medusa though, but they call her something else. And but yeah, really good stuff though. Peter Cushing, of course, is really, really good in the film. He's got a lot of really great dialogue in the film. Christopher Lee kind of steals the show for me a little bit. He's not like the cool and calm Christopher Lee that we get as like Dracula and multiple other Hammer films and stuff. And this one, he seems like he's a little bit more high strung. His hair's a little bit more messy and stuff, and he's kind of out there. And I really like his character, man. He just feels a lot different in this movie. So, I mean, but having those two together is just bliss to me. He kind of feel like Christopher Lee at times in this movie feels like he is just kind of out to lunch a little bit, not to be overly Canadian with the sayings, but he just feels like he's a fish out of water, which he is. He's not from the small town. He comes here to kind of help out with some shit and stuff like that. But his performance is fantastic. It's just kind of different to me, but all in all, really good atmosphere in the movie. I like the way this one ends. It's got some pretty decent gore. I wouldn't say the effects are overly that great, but it looks fantastic. Hammer films are known for, shooting in color and, always having like really good sets and, and costumes and stuff, because most of their films are, period pieces and stuff like that. So all this stuff's really good. It's typical type Hammer film. I think it's kind of like in the Hammer catalog. People always talk about the Draculas and the Frankensteins and the mummies, like the bigger films and shit. This is one that it's kind of like an unsung hero to myself. I've always really liked the Gorgon. I think it's fantastic. So I wouldn't say it's underrated. I think it's just kind of overlooked, maybe a little bit more underseen in terms of, the Hammer catalog and stuff. But if you're looking for a film that's directed by a classic director, in my opinion, Terrence Fisher being one of my all-time favorites. I mean, if you're not familiar, like I said, go look at his filmography. It's ridiculous. The guy's directed so many great films. And it's got Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, amazing stuff. So coming to number 10 for myself at 8.5 out of 10.
Nice. I like the Gorgon quite a bit.
Yeah, Gorgon
watched
is cool.
it a handful of times actually. I've seen it at the drive-in. I've watched it on Blu-ray. It's pretty good. It has a good atmosphere. I like the castle and shit like that. It's good old Hammer shit. And old Fisher, he had like 3 films last retro show we did, the 59 one.
Yeah.
Guys cooking.
Yeah, that whole era, man. Fuck that Hammer era, dude. He was just pumping them out, dude. But he
always got to eat.
But it's crazy though when you think about it, because all 3 films that he did, even in '64, were decent films. Like it's not like quantity over quality, man. They're always solid films. So yeah, I think the horror of it all is it's super underseen. Like, does that one even have like a decent release?
I don't think I didn't watch.
I don't think it has a DVD at all.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, Because I'm not 100%. Is it a Hammer film or not? Maybe it's not a Hammer film. Maybe that's why it's a little bit more underseen. It doesn't have the
I don't think so.
distribution or something like that. I don't know who really owns that one, but I just think it's really interesting because, like, if you look at his filmography, the majority of his films, if you're a Hammer fan, you probably know them or have seen them. But this one kind of sits in the middle of his filmography, and you're like, where the fuck is this movie from? Where did it go?
20th Century Fox released it.
Okay, so which is strange too. It's not like it's some weird independent company or whatever, but very odd stuff. But yeah, the Gorgon, number 10.
Nice.
Tony.
All right, my number 10 is from the United States. It is from director Del Tenney, who gave us another movie in 1964 called The Horror of Party Beach. This one is called The Curse of the Living Corpse. And this is a total Tony movie, just mostly because it's probably the most prototypical slasher of any movie from 1964.
Yeah, absolutely.
So basically, like, your premise is the entire movie takes place on like a plantation, which there's a lot of those this year.
Yeah.
And
Did this movie not feel like really throwback from like the other two like super retro years we did? Like it felt like like an older story. Like I feel like I've seen this story before.
oh yeah, it's a total like and then there were none type story, like Agatha Christie type shit.
Yeah.
Where it's like one person dies and then you like you hoard like his entire family into a room to like read off the will and everything. It's just like one of those types. But in this one,
it's totally 10 Little Indians, really.
Yeah, it's like it's literally all the same shit, just a different like coat of paint on it.
Yeah.
Like the difference in this one though is that the patriarch, when he dies, he's not even a fan really of any of his family members. So for any of them to get any of his inheritance, he gives them basically a chore to do. And if they don't do this chore for an entire fucking year, he is going to kill them using their worst fears against them.
It's funny when he's like reading the will, and it's like I just picture this guy writing and like, and Agatha, you're scared of drowning, so you're gonna drown to death. I'm just like, Jesus, dude.
Right, it's actually kind of a fucking awesome premise when you actually think about it, though, because that scares the shit out of me. Like, if someone told me that I was gonna be pushed off like a fucking 20-story building, I'd be like, fuck, I'd be freaked the fuck out. That's scary, dude.
You know, and that's probably the whole point of it all too. And what's really funny about all this is that everybody fails almost instantly. Like the second, like it's the most
like, how are they ever going to do a year? They fail
right
fucking 12 hours.
Yeah, they don't even last half an hour in this shit. But I really like the cast in this movie. It's like just a bunch of like quirky different stereotypes. You have Roy Scheider, who's like the family drunk and like blowhard. You have like the timid person. You have the worker who's really close to the guy. You have the womanizer. Like, it's so many different little stereotypes. But yeah, like one thing that really surprised me about this was the kills themselves. Like, they were actually pretty brutal, pretty creative. Like, using the fears as a tactic to kill people, I thought was really original for the time. And it reminded me of another 80s slasher called Phobia, which is not as good as this movie. And it's honestly kind of boring. And the killer looked pretty cool. Like, he honestly just looked like your classic Giallo killer, just cloaked in black with a top hat and just like that. Yeah, and like, yeah, just it's shot well. The setting is great. Like, it's honestly like really surprising because I thought this movie was almost like a million times better than Horror of Party Beach. Like, that was a fun like teen like little monster movie, but this I thought was just like really fucking solid.
Way better than Horror Party Beach.
Yeah.
And then like maybe my favorite part about this movie is when they finally revealed the killer at the end, and it just the most classic slasher over the top like person losing their mind like explanation, and it just made me so happy. Like, it's a comfort movie, this one. I give it an 8 out of 10.
I actually really like that movie as well, and it was on my list for a really long time. It's again, like you said, a comfort movie. I agree. Like, I love the idea of all these shitheads like in this one. It's 10 little Indian type thing. Really cool. I like that one a lot. It reminded me of like Dr. Fives and other movies like that.
Yeah,
You ever seen-
and it's Roy Scheider's first movie too, which is really solid.
Did you ever see the movie that Del Tenney produced the year before called Violent Midnight?
No.
In 1963? It's really good. It's a good film, actually. He directed I Eat Your Skin, though, right? He did that one?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then he randomly directed another movie in 2003 called Descendants.
Okay.
Yeah.
That has Katherine Heigl and Jeremy London in it.
Dude, so weird.
He must have
Those are his 4 fucking movies.
Okay, he must have been fucking old when he did that. Let me see.
He died 10 years later.
Dude, he was fucking 74 when he directed that.
Holy shit.
And he died in 2013.
Maybe he knew someone and they were like,
we'll have to
"Hey,
get
man."
back to you guys when we do fucking 2003.
Holy shit, dude, that's fucked up. What the fuck?
Yeah, he was a co-director on it, so maybe it was like maybe he's friends with the director or something.
It's probably like his son-in-law. I mean, like,
Yeah,
"Please
probably.
help me make this
Help me
movie."
make this.
That's wild, man. What a weird one. Huh. All right, Tyler, number 9.
All right, getting back up to number 9. We're going to sail over to South Korea. We got at number 9, what's this dude's name? What did I get off this list? Okay, we're back. At number 9, we got Lee Man-hee's The Devil's Stairway.
I fucking knew it. Of course, there's one on the fucking list that I didn't get a chance to see. Fucking knew it.
So when you guys had asked best remake this year, this was actually the movie I was talking about. This movie is basically a remix of Henry Clouseau's Diabolic. They take a lot of the same plot elements where you have a character that commits a murder and then disposes of the body, and now suddenly the body can't be found, and they're starting to get signs of this character that's still alive. That they can't find the body, and now the character is also showing up in different places and making them question their own sanity or if the character's really dead. This movie, it's other than just, it's not, I wouldn't say it's just a straight up weaker version of it. They do remix elements, so they just use kind of the structure, and they do a lot of remixing of it. So it's not just like the strictly weaker version, because it really does do his own thing. They completely repurpose the characters and how they handle it. So in this one, you have the surgeon character who's having an affair with someone else at the hospital, but he's also dating the director's daughter. And then he becomes engaged to the director's daughter, so he needs to get rid of the one he's having an affair with.
The director is like looking to pass on the fucking hospital to him, too.
Yeah, so it's a big deal. So he's like, I got to get rid of my side bitch. So there's an incident. This happens pretty early in the film. It's kind of like the selling point. So it's not really a spoiler, but he kills her and he disposes her, and he still disposes her body in a pond near the hospital. Like I said, the story carries on where you see signs of this character not being alive, or this character not actually being dead, haunting him and making him question everything. And what's more unique about this film, whereas that film is like, I always say it's the closest you can ever get to Psycho without it being spoiled for you. And the thing about that film, the characters in that are so well developed. You spend so much time with them. They're much more likable. Like, this surgeon guy's a piece of shit, where like the characters that are like in a different position in that movie are much more likable, and you spend more time. It's more complex, so it's much better, and from a writing sense. But this movie's got like some good old fashioned, like spooky ghost atmosphere shit going on. The sound quality was pretty bad of what I watched on YouTube. That was the best I could find. But you could see there's some really good uses of lights and shadows in there. It definitely veers into this moody horror atmosphere, and I think it wraps up in a way that is still satisfactory. It does something different. I guess you don't get the same tension in this movie. I think that's what holds it back, because you also would compare this to clearly a movie like inspired by Hitchcock, especially if you haven't seen Diabolic. But it's just, but the tension's not as high, because like your characters like all just kind of like also sucks. But like, and I'm not one to complain about like the character not being likable or anything like that. And it's not like it's like an ending. You can feel that there's like a twist coming, but it's not an ending you just see coming either. But yeah, I thought it was really good. I really enjoyed it. This is one of like I would say 2 big gems of the year I hadn't heard of, and I ended up really liking this. I think a good restoration would do wonders for this movie.
Motherfucker.
Where'd you watch
especially for the sound?
Yeah, the sound was awful. I watched it on YouTube.
Same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So the
It
sound
was
quality
nice because they
bad.
actually had like actual like subtitles. It was awesome.
Yeah, it was one of those fucked up things where I did have on a list to watch, and I even searched it too. But me and JP were talking pre-show about like sometimes if you search a movie in YouTube, it won't come up. And I think that's what happened. I searched it and I couldn't find it anywhere on the internet. But if I'd have Googled it, it would have came up and shown the YouTube link, which is fucking weird that it does it. It blocks your fucking searches in YouTube, right? So with a lot of full-length films, which I should have. I mean, I know that. I just probably didn't do it that one. But yeah, it's kind of a shame.
I watched a couple movies on like some sketchy Russian websites.
I watch those things all the time on that
too.
And I watch a lot on Russian YouTube.
It's funny because it comes up on your screen like this big, and then you have to. But it's like this big.
Some of the Russian websites I went to were actually like pretty solid and not like spammed with ads. And I'm like, whoa.
Yeah,
like some of these are actually getting a little better.
Like their app OK is like their version of YouTube, and it's actually pretty sweet.
Oh,
okay,
really?
That's what I've been watching.
That's where I went to some of
this
them.
year in general is really easy to prep for by just Googling stuff and YouTubing stuff.
Yeah, Googling. There's a lot.
I think I watched Night Must Fall on there last night.
Night Must Fall was on Tubi. There was a lot on Tubi.
I watched
Tubi was like my friend for this.
I would still search though because then I wouldn't have to watch ads.
I never think about older films on Tubi.
So this is pretty interesting. I downloaded this attachment for your browser, and you could fast forward the ads by like 8 times speed.
Oh,
so it literally takes like 10 seconds to go through like all the ads on Tubi.
On
like,
Tubi,
it's pretty cool.
That's cool as fuck.
Yeah, it's definitely cheating, but I don't care.
All those like Russian websites and all this shit that I watch, like I never have any ads or nothing. Like nothing, no spam, nothing. I guess whatever I'm using on my computer like works really good because nothing ever comes up. But
what did you rate that one, Tyler?
Yeah, Devil's Stairway is pretty good. Early Korean film, there's not a ton going on. There was a lot of big Korean cinema in the early 60s. But definite gem. I'm going to give this one a 7.5 too.
Cool. All right, my number 9 is a movie I watched quite a while ago at this point. It is from the United States once again, and it is Jack Curtis's The Flesh Eaters. I had never seen this movie or really heard of it. Had it on Blu-ray from Scream Factory, and this is the only
whoa. You've never heard of it before?
Well, you had it as a gem. I meant before that. I meant before that.
Okay, well, you need to be a little bit more specific. I'm like, wait a minute, we did a whole show on this shit.
Yeah,
that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but
told you it was a gem.
I'm saying when I bought it on Blu-ray, I never heard of it. Like I just bought it. You know what I mean? I had the Blu-ray.
Well, that's pretty fucking cool because at least I came up with a gem and it's making people's top. That's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah. This movie is really neat. Like it's kind of I liked it because it was really kind of unique. It was another one that was a bit of a unique title of the year. Basically, these people have to land on this island, and there's this weirdo fucking Nazi scientist who's doing these experiments. And there's basically these like creatures in the water that just devour flesh and stuff like that. So they're all like trapped. There's like these skeletons that are washing up on the beach and shit like that. I just thought it was a really neat movie. I remember seeing Tony's review where he said like they like scratched up the film to like make the shots of the creatures like work and stuff like that. That is a pretty cool thing. And yeah, it's actually a little bit more like gruesome than a lot of movies that were coming out at this time. But yeah, pretty good. I gave it an 8 out of 10. Definitely a gem, like Moodz said. And yeah, I enjoyed it. Pretty good.
Cool.
So Flesh Eaters.
Good stuff. All right. Coming in at number Number 9 for myself here might be a little bit of shock to some people here, but we are going to go to Japan, directed by Masaki Kobayashi.
Yeah, baby.
And that is Quieten. It's been a while since I've watched this. A lot, like me and JP were talking again pre-game, and I said I hadn't watched this movie in, I think 2015 was, I think, when the Blu-ray came out, and that's when I'd watched it for the first time, the 3-hour cut, which is crazy because I think it was the first time it had ever been released. So, but yeah, so Quieten is pretty much classic Japanese cinema here, based on, or it's an anthology. I mean, if you want to, it's loosely an anthology. It's 4 shorts, basically, is what it is. Based on like classic, kind of Japanese mythology stories and ghost stories and stuff like that. But yeah, so the first story is called, the fuck is the first story called? Black Hair? I think it's Black Hair.
The Hair, I think.
Yeah, so it's basically about this fucking samurai that like up and leaves his wife, and he goes and marries some rich nobleman's fucking daughter, or whatever, just to further himself. He
trades her in for a newer model.
Yeah, he basically, he's sick of
he upgrades.
Yeah, he just kind of
he's like, I've been leasing this one a few years.
Also, that's a pretty common theme in like these Japanese movies of the time too.
I just find it funny it's the male doing that, because usually it's the woman that leaves and she's like, fuck
no,
this.
In America it's the woman.
Yeah, in Japan.
The guy just upleaves.
Japan, they're begging to have any man. Like in these time periods.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So he basically upgrades his wife or whatever, and then it's a bunch of time goes by, and he's not really happy with that whole situation. Anyways, he finds himself back in his home, his small village where he came from. It's about 10 years later, I think, or something like that. And he tries to re-up with his previous wife, kind of thing, and things aren't exactly as what they were once before and stuff like that. I think it's a pretty cool short. I like the idea of this. Again, one thing I will say about all these shorts or all these stories is that, man, the set pieces and the cinematography and all these,
because they're like all like sound stages that just have a lot of like production work too.
It feels like you're watching stage.
That is a sound stage.
Mm-hmm. It's just straight up stage stuff, right? Like it's just so fantastically done. The acting is very stage presence acting and shit.
Yeah.
It's fucking amazing, dude. Like they're visually amazing. The acting's really, really good. So the cool thing about doing, 4 different stories by the same director, it feels like all the same type of thing. So it's very cohesive in that. Different type of stories, but all ghost based and stuff. I really like the story. I think it's pretty cool. This one runs about 40-45 minutes. The second story, which is The Woman in the Snow, it runs about 40-45 minutes. And this is probably my favorite story in here. It's such a fucking creepy ass story.
It's the best one for sure.
It really is so damn creepy. It's basically about this young guy and this older dude. They're traveling through the snow and shit like that. And they get caught in this crazy ass fucking snowstorm and shit. And all of a sudden this woman kind of shows up and she basically breathes some fucking icy ass death on this dude and kills him and shit like that. But she spares the young guy's life. And she says to him, she's like, well, if you tell anybody, I'll come back and basically kill you, kind of thing. Fast forward.
That shit is actually really
honestly
funny, because it's like just years later he's like, oh yeah, I forgot about this thing that happened to me.
How could you forget about somebody breathing?
Honestly, I'm like thinking about this like as you're talking. Like honestly, this one is pretty scary. And like, because even that part you're talking about when he's like just casually mentioning it, like you hear like the music changing. Like,
oh, it's so eerie.
Shut up.
It's like like you're like, oh fuck, he fucked up. Like it's
you're just like, stop. There's still time.
And then it's really creepy, like that her back's turned to you, and then like you're like, it's the woman, like, and it's fucking creepy as shit.
I think the craziest thing about the whole reveal in this film, where well, I won't ruin it for people who haven't seen it, but it reminded me of the Seinfeld episode with the shadow from Jerry's girlfriend, where she looked really good outside of a certain shadow. He recognizes her because of the way the lighting in the shadow is just like, holy shit, like you kind of reminded me of this whole story. And then it kind of goes from there and stuff. But it's a really interesting story about how he kind of hooks up with this, this girl and stuff, and he has all these kids and shit. And it's a really awesome. I think it's really good. Again, it's a short. It's 45 minutes. It's you don't want to say everything about it, but it's really, really good. Really great atmosphere. I love the snowy atmosphere, but it is creepy though. Like when she kind of breathes that icy death on that dude and freezes him and shit. I'm like, holy fuck. Like that's kind of fucking crazy.
The way she just glides across the ice too.
Yeah, dude.
In that scene.
Again, it's like I feel people take liberties and they take ideas from these movies and shit like that. Again, like when you see someone gliding across ice and shit, like the first thing I always think of is Curtains, that classic scene in Curtains, which is probably the best scene in the movie, right? Which probably seen the movie before. I wouldn't doubt it. But
just a couple of fun facts to know about this movie while we're here. At the time, this was the most expensive Japanese movie ever made.
I can see it though, man. I mean, the costumes, the sets, and
the sets, they literally just like rented out giant airplane hangars and said like,
what's really wild is like the fight scene in the next story that's all done like on a soundset and shit. Like that looks really good.
And
I actually appreciate
it actually looks like they're in the fucking water. It's crazy.
I appreciated that way more this time than the first time I seen it.
This is the first movie officially classified as a horror movie to be nominated for an Oscar.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, that's cool. Wow, interesting.
I mean, it's really, really high class though, man. It's really, really well done. So that leads us into the third story, which is Hochi the Earless. It's basically about this blind musician who he basically he sings these like hymns, like I guess he tells this story of like this famous battle that happened and stuff like that, this big epic battle and shit like that. And what happens is so he lives in a monastery, and what happens is these ghosts kind of come back and they start kind of stealing, I guess, the life force out of him, I guess, to kind of keep them alive a little bit and stuff. Mm-hmm. And by him singing like this, these hymns, and it's almost like a hymn to him. It's not religious based, but it's like the story of this big battle that happened and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's like the feudal Japan version of R. Kelly. It's like basically just like singing, but just saying words.
Right. So he like recites these battles, and it kind of gives these people or these ghosts, the ability to be stronger and stuff. And
I gotta say though, the instrument this kid plays is the most annoying fucking instrument you'll ever hear.
I don't know what that is. It's like a combination of like a ukulele and fucking.
I forgot what it's called. But
yeah,
a stick and a string.
Stick and a string. Yeah.
It's like,
but it's really interesting when you break down the actual music, because he's telling a story. It's not like your typical, Americanized music where you're writing bar to bar and like in like verse, and rhyming and stuff. He's telling a story, and it's not in like a rhyme scheme at all. It's like free verse telling story where you're just strumming on this thing. It's like really bizarre.
That his stories can last for days,
man. But that's the thing with this guy, like Hochi, he's like the king of this shit, and like he's like the only guy at this monastery that can do all this type of stuff and shit like that. So anyways, what's happening is, he starts disappearing at nighttime, and he starts performing for, all these ghost battlers or whatever you want to call them. And so they kind of try to figure out what the fuck's going on. And then the monastery figures out that, what's been happening and shit. So if you've ever seen the cover of Quiden before, you'll see a picture of somebody with all this like writing on them and shit. And that's where that picture comes from, is a story. And it kind of leads into the whole earless thing, which I feel is kind of like unintentionally hilarious.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Forgot.
Oopsie daisy.
Yeah. Whoops.
The first time I saw it too, and he just like, oh, I'll take these things. I was just like, holy shit.
Yeah, I'm not going to reveal
kind of funny.
What happens with why he's earless, but it's kind of crazy because they fucked up. Would you
feel like such a dickhead if you were that guy?
Yeah, dude, you feel
like, well, I'm not going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but this one is definitely the longest story in the anthology. It runs probably close to an hour, and it does feel like it's a hour. It feels like it feels longer than the other ones for sure.
Basically, they take 15 minutes off the last story and give it to this one.
Yeah, because the last one's about 25. Yeah, maybe 25 minutes or something like that. But maybe 20 minutes. Which is kind of a shame. But yeah, this one's really good. Set pieces and stuff like that. Like it's really, really well done. I can see why people wouldn't think it's their favorite for sure. But it's like, again, it's interesting because it's the one that sells the film usually. And then the last story is In a Cup of Tea. And this one is basically about a writer who's telling the story about seeing like ghosts in a cup of tea and shit like that. This one's definitely the shortest one. I actually really like this story. I wanted to see more of it. kind of break. I would love to see a full length version of this movie or of this story, especially where it goes and shit like that. And it's interesting because it's told from like the writer's perspective, and then we get the little bit of the story and shit like that. And love the premise of it. Pretty cool shit. It's interesting to have a story told from like a writer's perspective in a period piece like that. I don't know why. It's funny. It's just, you don't see a lot of stories told from a writer's perspective in a period piece, but pretty cool. It's almost too short really to kind of talk about, but there's some really decent kind of scares in this one too. And I think the effects in this one are really cool too. Especially the end shot, I think is fantastic. It's really creepy and shit like that. It looks really awesome. But all in all, man, very, very solid stuff. It's definitely not one I'm going to go back to. I think maybe in another 10 years, I'll check it out again kind of thing. It's just long. It's 3 hours. But all the stories are like very, very cohesive, like in style and look and stuff like that. It doesn't that's the one thing I like about watching anthology films when they're done by the same director. At least they have that visual appeal. It's exactly the same. You guys ever watched an anthology film before where it's done by 5 or 6 different directors and it just feels so out of sorts and feels, it's up and down in style and, fucking narrative, everything. You don't get that here, man. It's very cohesive and it's pretty good stuff. So classic Japanese cinema. Quiden, 9 out of 10 for myself.
Already at the nines.
Right.
Yeah, this is a solid year, man.
Well, he doesn't go in order either. So he could have a 9 and then 8s after.
Yeah, I mean, that could be true. It might not be true, but...
How often does that happen?
With him a lot, but not all. Every time.
I honestly do that sometimes too, because sometimes I'll like a movie more on this watch and be like, well, I like this. I might have a higher attachment or like a movie more before, but I'll adjust the rating just to keep it in mind.
I'm a little bit more open to doing that because I think there are situations where I like a movie more than the rating. But it bugs me when it's out of order.
I can't do it either.
I just adjust it. That's how I'm feeling in the moment. Anyway.
Yeah, I would just change my rating if that's the case.
I mean, to be honest, the last bunch of top 10 shows that we've done, it's been pretty much in order. It was a lot of the earlier ones because I remember having Gun Woman. I think it was my number 3 was a 10, and my number 2 was a 9. Oh. One time it was so weird. It was so fucking weird.
I almost just look at these lists as this is a tournament, and sometimes you finish higher in the tournament than you normally would.
Than your skill is.
Yeah. Maybe next year you'll place higher.
Not the best team always wins.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
All right, so Tony.
Okay, number 9. So we've talked about this before, but not in somebody's review yet. It is from the UK, directed by Carol Rees. I don't know how to pronounce that.
It's probably Carl.
Carl?
Yeah, it's probably Carl.
Most famously known for directing The Gambler with James Caan, who was in Lady in a Cage.
That's cool.
This is Night Must Fall, starring Albert Finney. I really fucking like this movie. It really captures you from the beginning because it starts off with this nice nature footage. It's just panning across this nice scene, and then it pans over and all of a sudden you see Albert Finney literally beating a girl, chopping her to death with a fucking axe. And it's all right, here we go. And it just literally throws you into the movie. He dumps her into a pond or a lake and then throws the axe in it too. And then you find out that his name is Danny, and he's your typical Ted Bundy type of guy. He's a very good looking guy on the outside, but he's very, very disturbed on the inside. He works as a caterer for a company at the beginning, and his girlfriend, who he had before the movie even started, works for this woman named Mrs. Bransom, who is in a wheelchair. And she gets him a job to basically be a caretaker for her. And it's not long before he basically manipulates all the people in the house and starts almost mind controlling and willing his power over people. And it's all women. So you have his girlfriend, who he already has control over from the very beginning. And you have Mrs. Bransom, who's in a wheelchair, and he gives her the motherly type of feel. He acts very boyish around her and stuff like that. and
That's
her
where,
daughter.
like, psycho vibes came through.
Yeah,
for me
man,
on that.
big time.
Oh yeah, the whole mother thing there, and then her daughter is like the hot girl who's attracted to him, like physically, of course. So he's like putting the moves on her. So he's got all these little like love things going on in this movie, while at the same time, down by the way, all the cops and everybody are investigating this death in this pond. And in real time, they're pulling out this body and this axe, and he's watching them do this. And it's almost like slowly the police are like converging on his entire situation while he's like slowly like cracking at the same time, and it just converges at the end. But I thought his performance was amazing, because he would like say stuff to a person, and then they would like turn their head, and you would just like see his like complete demeanor change and shit.
Yep, on a dime.
Like I was watching The Boys the other day. Do you guys watch that show?
I've seen the first season. I kind of checked out of it.
So there's like a character on that named Homelander, who's like basically a Superman type. And he is almost just like that, where he just has this facade, but he's just like the most empty, disturbed thing on the inside. And he gives almost like the same type of performance I was noticing. But earlier in the show, I alluded to a scene in this movie that kind of like gave me the creeps. Like towards the end of the movie, Danny and the old lady are playing a game of hide and go seek. And they're having a good time and everything. And he's all like, oh, yay, 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 yay. And then she's like, okay, I'm done. I don't want to play anymore. And he like throws like a toddler temper tantrum. And he's like, I want to keep playing. And she's like, I don't want to. So he storms off.
Chase me.
Right.
Me.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, like in the intro, man. I was like, that scene is crazy.
Right.
Like,
So then he like he storms off and he leaves her, which whatever. He storms off like a child. But then like time goes by and he doesn't come back. And she's in this room in this giant house alone. And she's like really starting to put the pieces together at that point. But then like after that, this is the scene that I thought was really cool. They like fix the camera to the front of her wheelchair, like basically facing her. And she's basically just wheeling around the entire mansion alone with all the shadows and everything, looking for Danny. And she's not finding him, but you see him like lurking in the shadows, like behind her. And like, it's really effective to me.
So this movie was really interesting to me because, like I said, I started watching them in order of popularity, how they're listed on Letterboxd, which is the default listing when you type in like the year and horror. And so there's 12 per line, and this is in the fourth line. And like the other stuff in the fourth line is fucking like some of the worst stuff, you know? So it was like interesting that this movie was so good, but it was in the fourth line of popularity, which generally, if you look at the line of popularity,
on reviews, then right, and
it is based on reviews, but at the same time, it usually also coincides with quality. Like as you go down the list, it's like there'll be the odd one here and there that should have been higher, or lower, you know.
Well, give an example. Like what's it sandwiched between?
Monster of the Opera, which isn't very good.
No.
And the Monster of Camp Sunshine, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying.
Yeah, see, that's insane right there.
It's because it's obscure
and
for some reason.
Strangler, The Black Torment, Olga's Girls, like it's on a line with Shitbombs. You know what I mean?
What's crazy about this is like the average rating on Letterboxd is a 3.4, which is good, but the overall it's only seen by 840.
Yeah, this movie does.
Wow.
I looked for it because it doesn't not just scream to you that fucking Kino would have released this movie.
It's on a Warner Archive DVD.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's why, because Warner fucking owns it then.
Maybe
that's why it hasn't made its way to a
maybe
good
this
release
could
then.
be like a Vinegar Syndrome or something. Didn't they sign a deal with
VSL, baby? Fucking put that shit out.
This is a total VSL.
Yeah, man. If y'all are listening to this, man, put this shit out. It needs to be seen because it's actually pretty good, man.
Well,
It's
if they
good.
put
It's
out
a good
the
movie.
Gambler, maybe they're like.
I mean, this one
Tyler, you skipped this one, right?
Yeah,
this one made a big impression on me. Like I was done watching and I saw GP. Like I was like, oh, I should.
I think I
didn't want to watch it because I knew it was a remake and I had never seen the original. I don't like doing that, and so I was like, fuck it, man. I saw the ratings. And I was pleasantly surprised, man.
Honestly, I think I tried to watch this one when I was like in my nothing to do at work phase, and I got to watch all the movies I wanted, and I couldn't find it.
It shot so well.
Might have
watched
watched
on the
this one on
Russian website.
X, maybe.
Yeah,
Russian website for me.
I did like most of my prep through January and February at work. As awful as that sounds.
I think I did on Russian as well. This one because I don't have it on DVD.
It looked really good.
I never even heard of it until this prep.
It honestly has a good like transfer. Like someone put out something for it because it was not like low
It's
quality shit at
rentable
all.
on Amazon, $2.99.
Yeah, it's fucking wild.
Yeah, I was mostly watching stuff on YouTube then. That was like my easiest route.
So it could get released, I guess.
But yeah, it looks amazing. It's shot by Freddie Francis, even though he didn't direct it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I give it an 8.5.
Hey,
Love that movie.
What did you give The Curse of the Living Corpse?
8.
8? Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
All right,
back up to me.
Yep.
Just enter this data. Okay. All right. Number 8, we're going to head over to the good old USA. We got list regular William Castle coming in for the first time, breaking the ice on him with his film Straight Jacket.
Oh, yeah.
So Straight Jacket. Yeah. So
Dude,
yeah,
that is fucked, man. I started typing the wrong movie. Just assumed it was the other one. That never happens. That's crazy.
Yeah. So
weird.
Yeah, Straight Jacket follows a trope we kind of talked about earlier, where the plot, and it, basically in the last movie, I also had on my list where you're made to question the lead character's sanity, and you spend a lot of time with them. This one's got Joan Crawford, which was another great trope I loved in this year. Is if you've heard me in my what we watch segments. I really like 30s and 40s movies, so this year is such a treat for me where there's multiple big stars from that era like in these B horror movies, and it just makes me so happy. It makes me like some of these actresses so much more, and Joan Crawford being one of them. She was definitely a champ because she's in Baby Jane like 2 years before this. And it's funny enough that she turned down being Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte, and she did this in the same year. She's like, nah, I'm just going to do this shit. But I don't think she liked Betty Davis very much. So that probably had more to do with it.
Oh, yeah,
did she turn it down for the lead of Charlotte or just to be in the film?
She just didn't want to do it again. She didn't want to deal with them.
Ooh, or maybe she wanted to do the same type of role because they were like rivals.
Right.
I mean, they still kind of did at this time. I don't think the thing is though, if you compare the two movies, she's like they're both like so like aggressive, hard personalities that I don't think it would really work as well in that movie. I think it was better having Olivia de Havilland.
Who do you guys like?
For sure.
Do you like Joan Crawford or Betty Davis better?
I like Betty Davis better.
I love Betty Davis.
Yeah, I think Betty Davis.
Betty Davis. I've seen a lot of movies with Betty Davis in it, and like she's not the most conventionally attractive woman, but there's still movies like she plays like the that love interest, like pretty girl. And
it's the eyes. She has amazing eyes.
That's literally a song. That's literally a song.
She has a lot of range. I've seen
she's got the big fucking eyes, man. Bulgy.
But we're talking about Straight Jacket. Yeah, so Straight Jacket is essentially it's like Psycho 2. It's a more like campy version of it. The opening scene is just pure fun, where it just gets right into with this guy's cheating on his wife. And she walks in and she sees her husband in bed with another woman and grabs an axe and chop. But it happens right in front of their daughter. So like any scene, like any movie that the opening scene is a woman chopping off her husband and his mistress in front of like a little girl. It's okay in my book. So
imagine that, like in a Joan Crawford movie, like 20 years before that.
And it's so excessive. It literally just goes on for like 30 full seconds of her just going chop, chop, chop with an axe.
40 times.
Yeah. It's fucking
40 whacks.
Dude, it's wild how this isn't even the best nursery rhyme about someone getting chopped up.
Oh yeah, isn't it like a Lizzie Borden play?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucy something found an axe, gave her husband 40 whacks. Once she found out what she done,
she
gave his
him
girlfriend 41.
Yeah. Yes.
But
yeah, good shit.
So she chops up these people and gets sent to the insane asylum for 20 years, and she's finally getting released and being put back. She's coming out to live with her brother or her sister. I don't know which one is hers. I think it's her brother. Her brother and his wife. And also joining the support is her daughter that watched her chop up her father, who's now an adult, being 20 years later, and she's on the verge of flirting with getting married with this person, with this young man. So it's this
a rich boy.
The scenes with the parents of the guy and her are like really good.
Yeah,
like so awkward,
and that's the big strength of having these like women that were amazing golden age actors 20, 30 years before this. That these women can fucking act, and Joan Crawford can act. Like there's these scenes where like she's really like playing between this struggling, like she feels confident in herself, but everyone's trying to make her and say she came from the insane asylum, and she's towing this line of trying to just be so hard to like seem normal and make it be believable and be confident in her own sanity. That just works so well and create these awkward situations. It just all these touches to it. Like the woman was such a professional, and she plays this role really well. But yeah, it's essentially the story of this mother coming back from the insane asylum. And you know she may or may not be struggling dealing with acclimating back, seeing these visions of like, or waking up in bed to see like chopped out heads next to her and limbs, and questioning what she's seeing and hearing nursery rhymes about what she's done. And it kind of plays out like it's this fusion between slasher, noir, and goes through your little twists and turns, and just like we talked about the tropes. It plays on the like, is this character really insane? And yeah, it's got a pretty good.
You got to think Tom Holland saw this movie, right?
I mean, probably.
Oh, for sure, and it's from the actual writer of Psycho, so it's like there's no way he didn't like take this as inspiration when he made Psycho 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if you've seen Psycho 2, I think you can kind of figure out what's going on from here. But it's not exactly the same thing, but it follows the same storyline. It makes it a really fun reveal. I watched this last night with my lady, who these movies
your lady, your fiance.
Yeah, it's a weird word to say, so I just say lady because I don't feel like I should say girlfriend. But anyways, yeah, we watched this last night. She liked it too, and it's not exactly a movie like in her like comfort field, but she's been liking the Kino hits lately. We also watched Sunset Boulevard last weekend. She really liked it, so I don't have to call off the wedding, so that's cool. And I can hear her watching Whatever Happened to Baby Jane right now, so I guess she was into Joan Crawford last night.
The 1990 version.
Oh no, unfortunately not. But yeah, Straight Jacket's a boatload of fun. It's got like that William Castle gimmick to it, so like it knows it has the novelty of having Joan Crawford in the movie. It's got some good twists. It's written pretty well, and it flows well. You got a young George Kennedy who's like a real fucking weirdo in this movie.
He's fucking lopping off chickens' heads and shit.
Yeah,
this looking so sleazy and nasty. The look that he gives her when he chops is so fucking hilarious.
I love that scene though too. It's so
car, just like threatening the doctor.
That scene is so funny to me because like you think that he would, maybe he does. I mean, I guess not a lot of people knew about her mom being in the insane asylum for chopping heads off and shit. But
fun fact,
it's just such a funny scene though, man. Here's an axe. So you want to try? No. Come on, man. It's ridiculous. I love it.
Fun fact. This is one of the few episodes that we did of 22 Shots without Moodz, where we reviewed Straight Jacket.
Really?
Oh, wow.
I've never heard the episode.
I don't know. That's
crazy.
That's got to be a weird sounding episode.
There was 2 episodes. There was 2. I was going through some crazy shit.
Was it only 2?
It was 2 episodes.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were like, I think they were back to back. I was like, I can't. I was not anywhere near doing anything. It was fucked up.
Well, Straight Jacket.
I want to say Mike might have been on that show.
I know Derek was on one of the shows.
I can't remember.
I know for a fact Derek was on one of them for sure.
But yeah,
Because I remember him texting me and asking if I was cool and shit. I was like, no, I'm not cool, man. Not like about him. I meant I wasn't cool.
Definitely ain't cool.
But
yeah, Straight Shack is a lot of fun. I wouldn't be surprised if it shows up on some more lists, and I really liked it. Definitely check it out if you haven't seen it. On a stay with my 7.5s.
Damn, dude, your list is surprising the fucking hell out of me right now. I never expected half this shit.
I expected that movie for sure on his list.
Really?
Yeah, it's got classic Hollywood fucking actress in it, bro. Like,
I don't know.
Totally up Tyler's alley.
I guess. I never really thought of it like that, but.
All right. My number 8, I did get honey dicked a little bit here. This is journeying over to Japan for Masaki Kobayashi's Kwaidan from 1964. The anthology, Moodz just talked about it. I liked this movie the first time I seen it. I think I gave it like a 7 or something. But watching it now with a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more culture behind my belt, under my belt, I think that I appreciated some things that I didn't appreciate before about it. I like the atmosphere and the vibes of it. Even back then, I think we reviewed it, or I think it was like a bonus review we did, maybe around the time where Moodz wasn't on the show, because I don't know if he did it with us or not.
Was it Kwaidan?
Kwaidan, yeah.
That's a long bonus review.
Yeah.
I don't remember ever doing
Jeremy,
it on 22.
I feel like it was like me, Jeremy, and Dave or something.
Did you guys do it on a fucking...
It might have appeared on a What We Watched episode where we just like, because sometimes with the Patreon reviews, we would just like, if it was like a featured review type thing, we would just like, a couple of us would do it.
You know, it is true, man, because I still have vaulted like tons of a whole episode of What We Watched. It's never been released. And
that is crazy that we never put that. Do you still have it? We should.
I have all Jeremy's reviews. I've got all but I have to redo it because remember the reason why I never put it out is because half my reviews got fucking deleted.
Yeah. So
I deleted. I recorded all 10 of them, but somehow one of my folders got fucking deleted, and so I have to like redo those. But I have reviews of like me and Dave and like us.
Maybe
and
we put it out this summer. Maybe we could record a couple bonus things for it.
It's actually it'll be a long episode too because the amount of reviews that are on this episode are fucking. It's crazy. There's so many.
Yeah. I had an idea for a second, but never mind. It doesn't work actually.
Oh,
I should just rip out those reviews. I know one of them is the whip in the body. I got to do again. I got to do, you know what? Another one I have to redo. And I swear to God, I'm going to do 2 seconds. I'm going to do 2 reviews or 2 words. Is the fucking Black Christmas remake.
Remake. Yeah. The second
man.
Remake.
I'm not redoing that because I spent like 12 minutes on that thing and I just raved for like 10 minutes. It was
you should redo it. That would be funny. That would be content. All right, so Kwaidan, the first segment is really good. I think it's nice and creepy. It's actually the perfect first segment, I think. I think it works good as the first segment. The second segment is my favorite for sure, The Woman in the Snow. I absolutely love, like, even though you could tell like it's on a stage and stuff like that, it's and the snow's fake and stuff, it still just has so much atmosphere. And this movie like really like crosses into like the fantasy territory, like with some of the visuals, like the eyes and stuff in the background and stuff like that. Just really neat shit overall. The third segment, I do actually really like the opening like water battle thing. It's super neat and like creative to do that like on a stage in a airplane hangar and stuff is just really cool. I feel like that I would have liked that segment to be shorter because it is the longest segment and it feels like the longest segment. I would have actually liked if they took 15 minutes of it and gave it to the last segment, like Tyler said, where they kind of took 15 from the last segment and gave it to that. And I think it would have been like perfect. The last segment I think is really good too, which the last time I watched it, I didn't really care for that one as much. So it was like the first 2 I liked and then the last 2 I didn't like, where this time I liked all of them, but I liked the third one the least, but it is still pretty good. And overall it's a really fucking like well done project. And I could see why this was like a very like, praised, and like you said, it was nominated for an Oscar and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I could see that. Really cool Japanese anthology at a time where there wasn't a ton of anthologies. It's definitely not the first anthology, but it's at a time where there wasn't like a shit ton, especially like in Japan. I can't think of other ones in Japan. But yeah, really good. I gave it an 8 out of 10. And it did make my list. I wasn't sure if this one was going to make my list going into this year, but it did.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect it to make your list, honestly.
Yeah, I definitely come a lot up on it.
I thought it would, but all right, number 8. We're gonna take it all the way back to 1964. Speaking of being honey dick, man, I totally got honey dicked on this one too, and that is my hidden gem, The Flesh Eaters.
Ooh.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I love this movie. It's so much fun. I'm glad that people are fucking digging it out now. It's pretty cool. Since we did it, I think it came out on Blu-ray from Scream Factory and got a little bit more love. So it's cool that it's getting out there and shit like that. So, just to add on to what JP said, man, I mean, it's a fun film. I mean, what's not to like about some fucking, I think he's like an American German. I think the storyline it's kind of confusing in the film because he has like a German accent and he's supposed to be like an American that went over to Germany to like working for the government to like uncover their, all their papers and all their ideas of, not chemical, but I guess biological warfare stuff and stuff like that. But it kind of takes it one step further and stuff. And I like the whole idea of him sitting on this island and trying to figure out these microbes. And, he has a plan, just like any type of capitalist out there, he's trying to create this, like, this warfare weapon. And he doesn't give a fuck who he's going to sell this shit to. I love that idea, right? He's like, whoever's got the highest bid, that's where it's going to. Americans,
I'm for sale, mate.
It's like, it's fucking hilarious, man. I just love it. It's like a Nazi Germany or Nazi fucking mad scientist doing this shit and stuff. And I think that's pretty cool, man. But it's very much of the times. And I mean, really, in reality, I mean, are we not still looking for that type of shit? They're looking for that perfect fucking, that war weapon that's gonna work.
They just love killing people, baby.
Yeah, man.
And in the best ways possible.
There's a million movies about creating the perfect war weapon out there. And I mean, this is a pretty good one. It's pretty good, but I just like it takes it one step further. It's like, whoever's got the highest bid, that's where it's going to. No fucks given. But again, the effects are really cool in this, man. I think the funniest thing about this movie is like they have this beatnik dude like kind of show up out of the blue.
Yeah.
Out of like, you have to remember.
The beatnik stuff is so funny because we had some beatnik shit in 59 as well, and it's still here.
Yeah. It's so funny, dude, because I just love the fact that like this guy shows up in the film just to die. it's like your typical slasher film where you'll be having like this this whole scene and all these people and stuff, and then random people will just show up just to die, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, but can't kill the main characters.
Exactly. But the funny thing about this film is that what JP said is basically about this group of people. They're taking a flight and they get basically downed from the weather. And so they're on this island, which you think is very secluded and shit, like in the middle of fucking nowhere. And then all of a sudden, some random dude just like floating by on this fucking little floaty. It's like absolutely ridiculous, but that's pretty fun though. And it has some pretty cool effects. JP talked about the scratching on even Tony talked about this actually on Sinbin, how they did the effects for the microbes and the little killer microbes and shit like that, scratching up the elements and shit, which is pretty cool. It works really well. I think it's a cheap way of doing an effect, but it actually is pretty effective in this. It's an awesome film, man. So, it's got a very small cast. It's very kind of, I wouldn't say it's overly atmospheric, but it's kind of tense in what's happening and shit, because if you step into the water, some shit's going to fucking get you kind of thing. But I don't know. All in all, very, very fun film. Surprisingly, doesn't really go the way you think it's going to go. It's kind of interesting, and it gets a little bit batshit by the end of it, because you think you're dealing with these like small little microbes, and all of a sudden it goes a little bit bigger than that, It's kind of funny actually where it goes, but I love it though. I think it's really cool, and how they resolve the issues and stuff like that, and like who dies and who doesn't die, and shit's pretty interesting too. But all in all, very very fun film. The Flesh Eaters. I think it's more the reason why I had this as a gem, because I just feel like it's one of those films that it exists and not a lot of people have seen it, and I feel like it's still the same way. Not a lot of people have seen this film. So we've talked about this one multiple times on here. Hopefully more people go and seek it out. I think the Blu-ray is still in print from Screen Factory. I have no idea. I think it's still readily available, but it's out there. Check it out. It might be on streaming. I always forget about the whole streaming thing because I try not to promote it as much as physical media, but all in all. But yeah, so The Flesh Eaters, 9 out of 10. Such a fun movie.
One thing I really like about that movie is the way it was shot, because like they were really inspired by comic books, and that's pretty much like how every shot was almost like what you would see in a comic.
Right.
And what's interesting about that is that it almost gave it more of a modern look, just because they were like trying new things when they were shooting it. So it's really cool to look in that aspect too.
Yeah. Cinematography definitely really good. For 100%.
All right, so my number 8 is another Japanese film, and this one is by Kaneto Shindo, who also did Kuro Niko, which is another like super famous Japanese horror movie from the 60s. This one is Onibaba. This was a first time watch, and this movie like really surprised me in a few different ways. So the story is like super bleak, and I really liked it. Like your two main characters is a mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law. They live alone, like in a swamp. They live in squalor, and the only way they can survive basically is stealing things off of like dead bodies, basically luring people to their death in a hole, basically, which is I think is that's the Japanese word for hole is onibaba, right?
I think the pit.
The pit. Okay.
Yeah, it's the pit.
So it's like the Onibaba and the pendulum. Is that what we're getting?
Yeah, right. In a sense.
But yeah, it almost feels like post-apocalyptic. It's in like war-torn, like feudal Japan, and the old lady, her son, who is married to her daughter-in-law, who's living with her, is out in war, and they have no idea what's going on with him. They don't know if he's alive, dead, or what. And he's been gone for a really long time. And one day, a neighbor basically, who was in the same like army group as their son/husband, comes by and tells them that their son/husband is dead. And after that, he starts putting the moves on the daughter, and that is not a good thing to the mom, because she needs her to survive, basically, because she can't survive on her own.
Well, she can't kill on her own.
She can't kill on her own, yeah, so she needs that, like, out of necessity. So she does whatever she can to basically sabotage this budding relationship between these two people.
Isn't it kind of funny how like they're just like in survival mode, but it feels like very much like they're crackheads. Like crackheads will be out there fucking like robbing people and selling the shit off. That's exactly what they're doing. They're just like killing people and selling up all their samurai swords and all their gear and shit for food.
And they look like crackheads too. They just literally wearing rags or nothing at all, which is also really cool about this movie, is that these girls have their titties out almost like 75% of the movie. So thank you.
They're like mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Like they're family, and they're just like titties.
When you watch this year, there's movies with more titties, but this was always something I noticed, that like the three big Japanese movies all have titties in them all, and that was like the earliest I felt like I'd ever seen titties in a movie.
And it's very typical too, because the mom in the film, she's only maybe 40 years old, and like she's not old enough really to be,
oh yeah, like
it's
for
funny how
me, I'm
like
38. I
such
think
an old hag. Old hag.
No, she's just like way younger than she's playing, for sure.
Me, I'm like looking at the mom more than the daughter, who's like in her 20s.
I thought the daughter was pretty hot.
I mean, they're both hot. So yeah, they're both hot. They're both naked throughout the movie. But yeah, she's trying to sabotage the relationship. And one day, she lures a certain samurai who's got an interesting mask to his death, and she takes the mask and uses it as a way to scare her daughter-in-law from going to the guy. And I'm just going to leave it there. And that mask may be cursed. But yeah, I really like this movie. I really loved the bleak just feel of everything. It just feels hopeless the entire time. I like the characters. I like the desperation in them. I thought the guy was hilarious. Like, all he is there to do is just like fucking like cause chaos. So I really liked his character. The cinematography I thought was amazing. Like with the really tall grass, which is also like Blade like.
Yeah.
You
This
just
guy
see
was
it
good at
blowing.
making movies. I've seen a bunch of things. Not a bunch, but I've seen a couple of movies from this guy. This guy was fucking real good at making movies.
I just know if I walk through that grass, I'd just be covered in ticks.
Ticks, and you're getting cut if you're running through it because it's like razor sharp blades almost. The soundtrack I thought was fantastic. A lot of like deep like drums and shit. It just like really like driving, and it really like ups the tension for like honestly a really slow movie.
It is absolutely unreal how hard that drum score goes.
Right, like that was like maybe the biggest surprise.
All day in my head, I just was like, oh, it's just so I love that drum. So I literally listen to that shit in my car. It's so good.
Yeah, but yeah, huge fan. Watching it just made me wonder. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like, how many curses are in Japan? It's like you just walk down the street and just a curse can just hit you in the face just like that, and you don't even expect it.
Yep. Gotta watch out for those.
But yeah, Onibamba, loved it. I'm gonna give it 8.5 out of 10. First time watch. Probably gonna go up on a second.
I'm surprised that was the first time watch for you. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't know why I haven't. I don't own the Criterion for some reason, so I'm definitely gonna get that.
I never picked it up. I picked up the Eureka one years ago. Good release. Probably the same transfer, but all right, Tyler.
All right. Get it into number 7, the thick of it. All right. We're going to stay right here in America. In fact, we have another film directed by William Castle. It's his film. They walk at the Night Walk. Oh my God, the Night Walker. The Night
Walker walks at night.
The Night Walker certainly does walk at night. So the Night Walker, it's a very different story, but it actually like has a lot of textural similarities to his other film, Straight Jacket, where it is also a film about a person questioning their sanity, and it also stars a Golden Age star. But the Golden Age star in this movie is none other than Barbara Stanwyck. And Barbara Stanwyck, if you didn't know, is actually my favorite actress to ever live. I'm wearing my double indemnity shirt to represent Barbara Stanwyck.
Oh, that's what that is. Fuck, wasn't even thinking that.
I adore Barbara Stanwyck. She can play like the cute funny girl. She was in a lot of westerns, so she also can play like the tough girl. And it really her performance just makes this movie. You really buy her as like this tough chick that's like kind of actually like trying to like fight for her life, but she also like is able to play these delicate sensibilities. She's able to be like do the sultry thing. Like she kind of like plays this game with this with the lawyer of her husband. And I really enjoyed seeing her on screen at this age. I've seen her all different phases of her career, but this is the oldest I've seen her. She had a film she made in the 50s, a few years before this, where she does this scene like in this like fucking raining room with this pane glass window, like with like this like tear-filled eyes in her speech about like giving up on what she had and like her life going by, and it's just like the way this woman's able to command like a scene, like it worked. It made this movie for me. But aside from just her in it, because obviously I fucking love Barbara Stanwyck, I also have a huge crush on her and like everything before like me in the 50s or earlier. But I think
what about this version?
I mean, she can still get it. Like she's pretty attractive for a woman that's pushing 60 in this film.
You know, it's funny, like on this subject, I was looking at Moodz' 2-word reviews on this movie. He has 2 different ones. and under both of them, Tyler mentions 50-year-old Barbara Stanwyck can get it. He had to comment on both. You comment on both fucking reviews. Basically
I had to make sure he knew. That's so funny.
He had to make sure he knew, dude.
I had to make sure you know. You know, it's so fucking funny. I'm such a creature of habit. Oh my god. But yeah, so obviously I'm a Stanwyck stan. I think this is a really clever written movie. I think this got one of the best reveals of the year, and not even just like in the quality of what it is, but the way it's done. It's like you got this fucking the score in this was great too. It had this cool little like building string score to it that kind of reminded me of Deep Red a little, and it kept like peppering it in through the movie. The reveal, just like the pacing of it, like the music, the cues, it was just amazing. There's also like I liked a lot of the nightmare sequences. The wedding one with the wax figures, I think, was actually kind of nightmare fuel.
Yeah,
she plays it perfectly in that. I really enjoyed this movie. This is the one I went back to and watched twice, and I guess this would probably be like my biggest gem of the year, where I'd never heard of this movie at all. And liked it a lot. I guess I didn't really talk about what actually happens in this movie. But yeah, you have Barbara Stanwyck, who's this older woman married to this real bastard of a rich husband that is blind. Who's in this, he's like some sort of scientist, and he's got like a lab in his room, and he fucking has a big lab explosion, and cuts to like a couple weeks later, and he died in this lab explosion after a fight with his wife who ran out. But before he died, he was accusing her of having an affair with someone because he was spying on her, recording her in her sleep, where she was like speaking these like fantasies in the man of her dreams out loud, where she'd see this man she never met, this young man she never met in her dream. That was like her fantasy, and her husband was recording that, and he was convinced that she was having an affair. He had a private detective on her that couldn't find anything. He's like, nah, dude, your wife like never leaves the house. But then this accident happens, and it's one of those things again where her husband, who is presumed dead, is not necessarily showing up and popping up places when she can't, starts to not be able to differentiate if these are dreams or if this is reality. And like I was saying before, there's this real like nightmarish wedding scene and this man of her dreams that got the plot of the movie rolling. Starts to circle back, and you learn about all these things. And it's got some good twists in it. It's like Straight Jacket. It's a William Castle film, so it's got a bit of a gimmick. And having someone like Barbara Stanwyck in a movie like Joan Crawford is a bit of a novelty in itself. And yeah, just having those performances in this movie really elevated these movies that otherwise could have probably been movies that weren't as memorable to me. But I really enjoyed this movie. I would definitely watch this movie, and I think this one is like it's like a real gem that I've never heard anyone ever mention, and I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it a lot. William Castle's a pretty notable director, and if it's that alone as filmography, I definitely consider it's one of the real hidden gem. So yeah, the Night Stalker or the Night Walker, Jesus Christ, from William Castle,
different movie,
7.5 out of 10.
Nice. All right. So my number 7.
Skipping me, dog.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
JP, you're up, man.
All right. My number 7 is a movie. I don't think that this has been picked yet as a title, but I'm sure it'll be on people's list because it's pretty good. It is directed by Robert Aldrich, and it is Hush, Hush, Sweet Charlotte, starring Bette Davis, Olivia de Havilland. This movie is pretty good. Like you guys said, it was like a spiritual sequel to whatever happened to Baby Jane. Joan Crawford was actually supposed to play the Miriam character and was actually cast in the film. And was actually like, the film was shooting. She got sick. She went to checked herself into the hospital with pneumonia or whatever, and they were getting further and further behind production schedules, shooting schedules and stuff. So they ended up basically replacing her with Olivia, and I believe they were also considering replacing her with Barbara Stanwyck.
Really?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Awesome.
That's crazy.
And
Barbie would have been great.
Basically, I had read while Tyler was talking, when I was just looking up stuff about this movie, that actually Joan Crawford had heard about her firing from a news like radio station while in the hospital. So she was like very humiliated and pissed about that. So she wasn't just replaced, she actually got like fired.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that. The way I got that information, when I saw this in theaters, it was a Fathom event, and they mentioned this movie afterwards. That was the first I'd ever heard of this movie, and they had said something about like Joan Crawford. Well, I thought they said she didn't want to be in it, but yeah, that's the scope of where I knew that part about the movie. But that's interesting that she got sick and got canned. That's fucking wild.
Yeah. So it sounded like she was actually like in the movie. Like, I don't know if they filmed stuff with her yet or whatever, but
do you know what she was sick with? Because man, that's crazy.
She said pneumonia. But you know, but yeah, it's the movie. Betty Davis is wild in this one too. So it opens up with this like party going on and stuff, and there's basically like Betty Davis's father like doesn't want this dude marrying her or whatever. He gets killed, and Betty Davis' character has a bunch of blood on her and stuff, and they all kind of think it's her, but she never was like convicted of it. Takes place years and years and years later. Like, her dad died, she owns the plantation. They're trying to put like interstate through it, and she's all like not having that, and she's like shooting at them with guns and shit like that. And she calls her cousin Miriam to come down because it's like her only family left.
George Kennedy in that scene.
Successful. George Kennedy. But yeah, the movie itself has like a lot of like twists and turns and stuff, good performances. It's a great companion piece with Straight Jacket, in my opinion. They both feel like so similar. Both have like aging Hollywood actresses who are very popular. It's the psycho biddy genre, right? We haven't really talked about that, but the psycho biddy subgenre of which I primarily was like kicked off with Baby Jane, but it's you guys familiar with that like term, psycho biddy?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Well, another film that falls into that is Nightmare from this year.
Yeah, and it's really
same
neat.
movie.
I haven't really like dug deep into like the psycho biddy subgenre or whatever, but it is a really nifty, like cool subgenre. It's so awesome. I know Tyler mentioned it and stuff, but it is truly awesome to see these like, huge stars of yesteryear coming and doing the like later in their career doing these horror films.
It's funny how this is a lot more respected like back in the day when people do this shit now. Like now I feel like in modern horrors, if you had, some old school people showing up, people would be like, the fuck, who cares?
I don't think it was that respected back in the day. I think in hindsight,
no, how we see it, like how we see it though. Like I just feel like the new generation will like, I don't know, man. It's weird.
Did you recognize that two of the big cast members from Citizen Kane were also in this?
Yes. This cast is
Citizen Kane. This cast is actually stacked.
It's kind of crazy though, man. There's a lot of films in this era where there's classic actors appearing in this film. I can't believe it wasn't well received in the.
It's got Joseph Kahn. It's got Agnes Moorehead. It's got Mary Astor, who is like super underrated. She's one of my favorite actresses in this era.
All the women in this film are great.
Yeah, like the one that plays
the housekeeper, or not the housekeeper.
That's Agnes Moorehead. The one that plays Jewel Mayhew. That woman, she's like another one like Betty Davis, where she's like, this one's not terribly attractive, but this woman could fucking act. There's some 30s and 40s movies I've seen her in that she's amazing in the film, and she seems like someone who was overlooked in that era a little bit to me.
The acting is like so insane in this movie. Like it's essentially, you know, like a lot of these horror was not looked at like positively at this era. You know what I mean? It was just like slop, and to see like these amazing actors in these films is like truly incredible. I love the Psycho Biddy like films. Like they are so cool, and every one that I've ever seen I've liked. So it's really cool little subgenre that is lost. It doesn't exist really anymore. So, you know, pretty cool. I really like this movie. It was the first time watch for me. I'd never seen it before. I had seen Straight Jacket before. Of course, whatever happened to Baby Jane. But this one was a really good watch, and it potentially could be higher on my list had I been more familiar with it, because not a lot of first time watches tend to make my top 10 list, but this one did, so I give it an 8 out of 10.
All right, well, speaking of being honey dunked,
oh baby,
number 7, Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte.
Wow. We're twinsies.
I love this film, man. Betty Davis. I mean, JP broke down the narrative of the story for it, but Betty Davis is absolutely amazing. My favorite thing about this movie, man, is the cinematography and the way it's lit. The lighting in this movie is so fucking good. I don't know if it's a transfer on this. Okay, so I'm going to tell a little history with this. So I'm a big fan of Eureka releases and stuff. And I know that this one was released by Twilight Times in Region 1 here. And, you know, of course, you know, those things, they went out of print like super fast, blah, blah, blah. And then I remember seeing this one on the Eureka site for years, and it was always on sale and shit. Now it's out of print. Didn't know anything really about it. Yeah. You didn't know anything about it. You can't fucking find this movie anymore.
This was out of print by the time I heard about it a couple of years
me too.
ago.
So I never actually knew about this film until I was doing prep for this. And I was like, oh shit, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, how in the fuck did I not know about this? Like, I'd seen the film, but I didn't know what it was. I just never even looked into what it was. And I was like, oh fuck, I remember that being on the sale on the Eureka site all the time. And now I regret not grabbing it and shit. If I had to look into it, I would have been like, oh shit, it's got Betty Davis. It's, you know, it's a kind of a sequel to Baby Jane, blah, blah, blah. Damn, bro, I missed the boat on this fucker, because when I watched this, I was like, shit, this is really, really good. Performances all around. So many classic actors. I'm not sure if JP mentioned, but Bruce Dern's in the film, plays the boyfriend of Betty Davis in the beginning of the film, which is really interesting. Joseph Cotton was brought up, man. Like, just Victor Bruno. Or Bruno.
I was going to say Victor Buono. Victor Buono's so good in this movie.
Buono. I always call him Bruno. I don't know why I always say Bruno.
He's so memorable.
It looks like it says Bruno, but it's Buono.
Victor Buono.
Buono. Fucking George Kennedy. Like, this thing just is chock full of fucking crazy actors and stuff. But yeah, like I said, I was rewatching this thing a couple nights ago, and I was like, man, the cinematography in the house, the way the panning shots are, and the way the lighting completely moves with them and shit, like, it is so good. This is what makes black and white films so beautiful, man, when you light them properly. Oh man, it's absolutely amazing, man. Absolutely amazing. But I still think
it was at its peak in the 60s too.
Oh fuck, dude, I don't know if it's a transfer. It's probably the way it's actually shot, but it's really, really good. But you know, it's a perfect companion piece with, like, you know, The Night Walker, and of course, you know, Straight Jacket, and, you know, Nightmare. Like, all these type of films kind of fall into the same kind of category, like JP was talking about. There's
Psycho Biddy, Hagsploitation.
Yeah, man. Like, they're all very, very similar. Like, there's always like these little bit of conspiracies, and, you know, all this type of craziness, things happening and stuff, twists and turns,
melodrama.
Like, there's all these type of things that are happening in all these films. They're done a lot different. Like, all 4 of those films are done differently in this year, but they all, you know, they all have their own moment there, and all kind of have their own, you know, separate pieces and stuff. But yeah, this one right here, man, I don't know what it is about it, but I absolutely love this movie, because it's crazy too, because it runs 2 hours and 15 minutes. I think it's a long fucker.
Yeah, no,
it never gets old, though. It really never gets old, because I really like the narrative.
I didn't even realize it was that fucking long.
Yeah.
how Betty Davis's character is basically condemned by society that, she did this murder and stuff, but, her rich father, kind of got her off and stuff. And she kind of, and I think in the storyline, he dies like right after the fact, like a year later, and she inherits the house and everything. So she lives in this house as a recluse and everyone's just like, fuck her, man. She killed some people, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, there's a bunch of reveals and twists and turns in this that I think are pretty interesting and stuff. But dude, I gotta say, man, I'm just gonna throw it out there for you guys. The Planter, I laughed both times I watched this movie. It fucking made me laugh because if you watch Betty Davis, the smirk on her face is like, it's fucking hilarious, dude. It's so good. It's so good.
Shit. So one of the reasons too why it's considered like a spiritual sequel too is Whatever Happened to Baby Jane is based on a novel, and the writer wrote a short story called Whatever Happened to Cousin Charlotte.
Oh shit.
So it's sort of like,
I kind of figured it was something like that. I kind of suspected that it was like just another novel from the guy, because I knew that one was a novel. And it was same director too. It was Robert Aldrich.
It should have been called Whatever Happened to Cousin Charlotte. I would have liked that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they do have that creepy song, like "Hush Hush, Sweet Charlotte." Like it's fucking creepy.
This has got the best song about chopping up someone with an axe as a nursery rhyme. This has got a better song than Straight Jacket. It's funnier.
Well, the Straight Jacket one is just the Lizzie Borden song.
Yeah, it's like
chop.
But yeah, this one goes fucking completely batshit insane. Like the lengths that we're dealing with here and like what happens like with all the twists and turns and shit, it's wild. Like for a 1964 film, man, this shit is out of control, man. I think it's really good. But yeah, I mean, you can't really say a whole lot without ruining it. I feel like this is one of those films you do not want to ruin for people. So 9 out of 10 for me, number 7.
Cool.
Tony.
All right, so number 7. This is actually our first trip to Italy tonight. And we're going to be talking about Antonio Margheriti or Sergio Corbucci for like a week doing Castle of Blood. So yeah, this movie, it's a classic. Well, is it really a classic? Because it didn't really have like a good release until that 4K and that Danza Macabre set.
Is this like Danza Macabre?
What's that?
Well, it's funny because Severin actually released
the second one,
the latest one in the 4K.
I have the first one, so
it's in the 4 set. Okay. But yeah, no, Severin had actually released this before, and it was a bonus feature in I think Nightmare Castle or something like that. I think that
it was Nightmare Castle.
Yeah, and it was a bonus feature in here. So, but the cool thing about this Castle of Blood release is that you get both cuts of the film, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it's sweet too, because like one thing I really like about it is if you want to put like the English dub on there, which I did for obvious reasons. I'm not going to watch a movie that has fucking Edgar Allan Poe in a London pub speaking fucking Italian. I just can't do that.
So you watched the Dawn's like the longer cut, right?
I watched a longer cut in English, but like the Italian inserts was still in Italian.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because those are the cut scenes.
Yeah,
those are actually the cut scenes and stuff. Yeah, so I did that too because this film was actually filmed in English. I think the main actor, he's a French guy, but he speaks English too. He might have been speaking French in that, but even if you watch Barbara Steele in the film, she's speaking English.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was shot in English, so yeah.
And it's in London. Like, there's no reason to watch this movie in Italy, like for real. Like, it's gonna be dubbed anyways.
Right.
But yeah, the story is really interesting, and there's not much of a story, but you open with this.
It's a fucking bet.
Yeah, you have this journalist who's coming into a bar to literally just give an interview to Edgar Allan Poe. Like, that's the whole basis of the story. But there happens to be another gentleman at the table who happens to own a castle like 2.5 hours down the road. And he gives him a wage
by horse
and buggy. And he wages him, oh, you think you're a tough guy, huh? Can you take 100 pounds or whatever to spend the night in my castle without fucking dying? Like, if somebody said that to you, like, you have to live and you'll get the money. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to take
fuck
this
that.
cash.
No. I got a little more questions for you then, man.
Right, like those are some high stakes here.
Yeah.
So yeah, he takes him up on his offer because, of course, he wants to. And then Edgar Allan Poe has to stick around too, just because. So they make their trip, and he makes it to the castle. And for a while, he's just walking around with his candle. Nothing's going on. And then all of a sudden, a little spooky shit starts happening. Like a little thing starts blowing in the wind. And then just more things pop up and more things pop up. And then people start popping up. And then you realize this castle is haunted as fuck. Every single person in this is a ghost. And what's really interesting about this movie is I really like how the ghosts, you just see their demise. They like live their demise over and over and over. And I thought that was a really interesting thing. The story behind the ghosts, and like they have this weird little motive about like coming back to life, and that is by just taking like innocent people in and basically just making it part of them.
Well, they're almost like it's really interesting because they're almost like ghost vampires. They literally survive in the mortal world, like, you know, as you know, in the mortal world, quote unquote, by drinking blood from mortals. That's why he keeps kind of sending, like, it's almost like he's sending them food in a sense. That's what it kind of feels like at points. But that's how they survive, is by the blood. They even say that in the film. And I'm like, they're ghost vampires?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Does the guy that owned the castle, does he know that?
You know what? It's very debatable. I'm not 100%. It's hard to say, because if you look at the end of the film where, like, when he kind of collects his wager and shit like that, I'm like, he does it so nonchalantly. Like, yeah, man, I knew I was going to get my 10 pounds or whatever the fuck it was.
Right.
It's kind of fucked up, but I've always wondered that too. It's not definitely clear, but I feel like he knows he's going to win every time.
Yeah, I could see him as like a fucking like shady ass landlord too, who just so happens to own a castle, and he's like, this piece of shit property. I've had nothing but problems with this thing.
Right.
And he never actually goes in himself because he's too afraid.
I mean, if he doesn't know, then it's just like a foolproof thing. Like, he doesn't even realize how foolproof this bed is, you know, kind of thing. But it's like really interesting. Can you think of another movie that revolves around like kind of like ghost vampires?
No, not really at all.
It's weird, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a weird movie because our journalist guy, he's a skeptic, of course, and at first he doesn't believe that they're ghosts. He's like, oh, these are just people that live in this castle. And one of the first ghosts he runs into is Barbara Steele, and she's trying to fall in love with him because she's like, he's like her ticket out or something like that. I can't remember. But there's such crazy, random, like little mini subplots happening around in this movie that I thought was just a lot of fun to watch. So when you watch these people's demises, you start unlocking more like little nuggets in other people's stories. I thought was really cool. But obviously the best thing about this movie is the atmosphere. Like, the way it was shot is just unbelievable. The shadows, the lighting, the score, it's just some of the best Halloween atmosphere you'll get in any movie, period. And I can see why it wouldn't be for everybody, just for that aspect. Like, not much really happens in this movie. Like, nothing really exciting. But if you're into the moody, drippy atmosphere type movies, then I would really recommend Castle of Blood. I give it 8.5 out of 10.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Tyler.
All right. Getting into number 6, the first place loser of the back half. We're going to sail south to Brazil. I'll break the seal on this movie. What's this guy's name? I got Jose Mojica Marin's At Midnight, I'll Take Your Soul. This was actually a first time watch for me. This movie I know about for a long time, so it was one I was definitely excited to get to check off my list and get to go ahead and double team with Prep. It's essentially about this Coffin Joe character. In this movie, he was like the cow de Z. Everyone just called him Z in this movie, so I guess that's what they call him in English. But I wouldn't have known that outside of already knowing that. But anyways, yeah, it's about this Coffin Joe character that has disdain for. We talked about this a little bit earlier. Just rejects religion, has disdain for religion, only believes in the continuity of his blood. So he finds out his wife is infertile, and he needs to select a new perfect woman to bear his children so he continues his bloodline. And he decides to pull up on his friend Antonio's wife Tesarina, and basically tries to seduce her, and does anything to get out of the way, to get whoever out of the way. To get to her, and without just like blatantly spoiling the whole movie. Yeah, he does. This guy Coffin Joe is a piece of shit. He's a
big piece of shit.
And there's some like and this is the thing that pushes this movie like up to like the middle of the pack for me. This movie's got some really sleek editing. It's got some really experimental things. This movie's pushed. Like, this is the most fucked up movie of the year, I'd say. This movie just straight up has rape in it. This Coffin Joe guy, just like he's such a villain. He murders both these people. Essentially, that's how you get your plot of the movie going for various reasons. And then it's the same like the haunting of the people that are murdered in the back half. But
he makes them look like accidents.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, he's always under suspicion. So like you have this cop, you have this like noir storyline also going through, but they can't ever trace him to the crime, which makes it more like. It makes you hate him a little bit more. I didn't really like hate him. I guess that's not a way to put it. I like complicated characters like this.
You love to hate him.
I do. Like for example, like I'm sure a lot of people saw Marty Supreme in the last few months. Yeah, this motherfucker does nothing positive for anyone in the entire movie, but I'm just sitting here like rooting for him. It's like the same type of feeling with Coffin Joe, where he never does a nice thing for anyone.
Man, I really want him to have his kid.
But you kind of just like want to see but you get invested in him. So this movie does that thing where it takes a real complicated character, but somehow still gets you like in his corner, which is really incredible thing for a movie to do. It says way more about the direction. And just the production of the film than really the script. But yeah, I like this a lot. There's just like the makeup's in this good, the effects are good. It's like I think this movie's got some good scares in it, but the strength of it's really in the production, the editing, the cinematography, the black and whites. They're so spot on in this movie, and they make this story. They almost plays out like a folktale too, which is something obviously I'm a fan of. I'm definitely interested in way more of these Coffin Joe movies. This is like literally my exposure to Coffin Joe.
It's a good one to start with.
Yeah, so this is the first one, right?
Yeah, there's only actually like three actual ones.
But like, yeah, I'm definitely interested in like seeing more of these now. I thought this was great. This was definitely a movie I'm happy to check off my like horror staples bucket list, and had a good reason to do it. Yeah, I liked this movie a lot. I don't know where you can buy it, but I'm probably
it actually. So Synapse put out like DVD set with this and the first sequel, but Arrow released a box set with like all the Coffin Joe stuff a few years ago. The first two movies are really good.
Yeah, I heard the second one's really good too. Like Now I'll Take Your Soul or something. This Night I'll Possess Your Corpse. Now I'll Possess Your Corpse. Yeah, I looked into it a little bit. So I thought there was like 7 of these movies. I was like, man, this guy really kind of did it.
Like he's like a character. Like the Coffin Joe character does other movies too.
Oh, okay. He steps in. They're almost like crossover movies. He like steps in other worlds.
Kinda.
Yeah.
I've only seen.
I get what you're saying.
Like 4.
Yeah, no, he doesn't play the Coffin Joe character in every film.
Oh, okay. But yeah, there was like I noticed like on Letterboxd there's like 6 related films, so I was like kind of clicking through those.
Does he not appear as Coffin Joe in other ones?
There's some that said himself / Coffin Joe.
He does, but yeah, it's like not as like the character from this movie.
Yeah.
It's like it's really weird because it's like as himself, but also like in the likeness of Coffin Joe.
I think it's
really
we just
strange.
associate him as Coffin Joe. So it just seems like he's playing
those
that character.
fingernails too are like his actual fingernails. Like he just fucking grew up.
Oh,
Like,
that's
there's
gnarly.
pictures of him when he's
it's fucking.
like 70,
Yeah, I love the look of this guy
long-ass
too.
fingernails.
Just like he's got this nice beard going on with his top hat. He just looks like a fucking grind ball. And he the way he just like he has that energy too that just like carries himself that makes you just I don't know. It's weird just like I like the character. I like the design of the character, but
it's great. It's
yeah,
great.
it's
Said people said that this was like the Brazilian version of Freddy Krueger for people.
yeah, it's like it's fun to be a villain
Yeah.
sometimes. That's how it goes. But yeah, this was a really good first time watch. I liked it a lot. I guess like 6 like almost seems like low for this movie, but it just you got some movies above this that are pretty hard to pass through for me. But I will give this one an 8 out of 10.
All right. Awesome. Glad to hear you like Coffin Joe because I was curious. I wanted you to watch that one. I knew that going into this year, that was one of the films that I had seen that you had not seen. I was curious what your take would be on it, but sounds like it's pretty similar to how I feel about the movie. All right. My number 6 film is like the opposite of that situation because it's a movie that you really like that I had never seen before. And it is going to the country of Japan with the hour and 47-minute Woman in the Dunes.
2 hours and 47 minutes. You said
147.
I meant 147.
Oh,
minutes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, a little bit long, but yeah. This movie is really good and it's really cool. It's actually kind of up my alley because I love movies that take place in like one location where a character, a small group of characters need to like figure out what the hell's going on. But basically this vacationing entomologist / teacher is out there looking at bugs and shit and basically ends up going to this little village for the night, which some locals like kind of tell him he could stay here. And it's really a house at the bottom of like a sand pit, like, and she this woman there basically lives in this little like shack basically.
Yeah.
And he spends the night there. He's like, all right, you know, like he wakes up and it's actually kind of an interesting scene where she's like naked sleeping covered in sand and shit. But he's like, all right, I'm gonna be real quiet here and get the fuck out of here. You know, it was nice and stuff, but I'm kind of done with the whole sand thing. Yeah. And then he goes to leave and how he got there was a ladder down from like the top of the pit or the top of the Onibaba, and he
The Onibaba, yeah, all right.
and he's like, yeah, where the fuck's the ladder, bros? And it's gone and shit. So he's like, what the fuck? And then slowly you realize, like, okay, like he was set up, he was hoodwinked into coming down here, and now he's stuck.
Hoodwinked.
And it's pretty much like him and this chick whose family has died in like a sand fucking avalanche.
Tells them after their trip, it's like, oh yeah, my
sandstorm.
husband's daughter,
It's like a
sandstorm swallowed him up.
Yeah. And it's a really interesting film because it's like this guy, he's very like resilient, wants to get out of here, thinking of plans, trying to get out of here and stuff. And as the film goes on, that sort of gets stripped away from him. And I think it has a very like satisfying like ending. Overall, like really good. The only thing that I thought was kind of stupid with this movie is I didn't really buy the idea that like the villagers want them to collect sand to sell to the black market or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck is this nonsense? Like, I feel like they could have
gotta hustle any way they can, baby.
I feel like they could have like came up with a better reason. Like maybe they're sifting through the sand for gold or something like that. Something, you know.
I think it had something to do with what they thought was
they were
like,
sold to
like,
the government. They were sold to the government at like way undervalue.
Yeah, it was
like off the books
for concrete.
For concrete,
it wasn't
it
wasn't just like your standard sand. It was like a different type, right?
Yeah, it was too salty.
Okay.
It was too salty.
But it was bad sand. The guy said
it was bad sand. That's why it was like they were buying it dirt cheap under the table.
Dirt cheap, no pun intended.
Yeah, so
sand cheap, bro. This sand is cheap.
It's like it's just more of a commentary.
It is fucking dirt.
How grimy the government is. They're like, okay, well, we're not allowed to use this sand because it's not safe, but we're going to use it anyway. But not only are we going to use it, we're going to do it in secret, and we're going to pay way less for it and charge you the same.
I also got like a similar vibe to that of Wake and Fright, where it's just sort of this person like trapped in this like different like culture and situation. I really liked it. It was really good. I think that, you know, the horror aspect of it is the psychological, like being trapped and held against your will type thing. Like
it's almost torture.
Yeah.
It's mental torture.
I love the location and how they filmed it, and like they don't show you a ton like of the area where they're trapped, but you definitely get the idea that they're like at the bottom of this pit, and that's like a hard thing to really like showcase in film, like location wise, because it's like, you know, you essentially either have to have a giant pit or be creative with your filmmaking. So it's pretty cool. Just like it's actually kind of funny at times too, just like where he's like trying to get up out of the sand, and he's like just keeps digging like these little like footholes and shit, and he just falls back down. It's like, dude, it's like real funny because it's like,
well, the first time they like honey dick him, and he's like, pull me up, where he tries to trick him, where he like ties up the girl, and they like pull him up like 10 feet and just drop him.
Yeah. And it's just like shitty villagers that you just like want to kill, you know.
They just looked at
like
you
feel like you're the type of like, yeah, like you're putting yourself in this situation. You're like, dude, I would want to fucking murder these people. Like seriously, like like you get frustrated because you know, you're putting yourself there, and it's like there's nothing worse than being like held against your will in some place where it's like completely undeserving, like you're just fucked.
Miserable existence.
I hate being fucked. Like the feeling of like I'm fucked here is horrible, right? Because it's like you just know you're like screwed, and it's like it's helpless, and it's like infuriating. But I particularly loved how like the newspaper thing at the end. I liked that little final thing. But yeah, overall really solid movie. Tyler was right about this one. So that's 2 gem films that have showed up on lists that ended up on our hidden gem past shows, because this was a gem for you, right, Tyler?
Yep. So it's Quiden.
Was Quiden?
Yeah, so we got Quiden
3 total gems.
3. Yeah.
And everybody was stripping shit about all of our 1964 picks, right?
Dude, it was so weird. We like that first episode, it was like there were so many 60s movies. It was insane. And then like 3 were like from 4 were, I think
this movie's gotten really popular since then. Yeah,
Devil Doll was on there too. Yeah.
This movie's gotten a lot more popular since then too. It's like more than doubled the amount of people on Letterboxd views than when I used it as a hidden gem.
Yeah.
Well, that's because you did it on the show.
It's got like over like 90K watches now. I was like, holy shit. A lot of people watch
pretty cool.
Dunes.
Yeah. Well, I think definitely like shows like us that kind of highlight this stuff is definitely helpful. I mean, we get comments all the time of people like, oh, check this out, or oh, I bought this because you guys. I mean, I think we sold a couple copies of Reviver.
Probably. Someone definitely commented that like, all right, you guys sold it.
Yeah, somebody definitely did. They were like, I was never going to check it out because the first one sucked.
And somebody said, someone else said it made me go back and buy the first one just because I wanted to complete the line.
Yeah, and they even said, they were like, well, you guys were right about it. It sucked.
But yeah, Women in the Dunes, go ahead and give it an 8 out of 10 as well for a first time watch. Pretty good.
All right,
man.
All right. Crushing it. Women in the Dunes.
I think my list is fucking awesome. I have the best.
This is a good year. It really is.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're such a fucking dick. You're such a
What
dick.
did I do?
Oh, I think my list is he's at number fucking 6, and he's like, oh,
you guys have almost the same list besides one until you say what yours is.
Okay, seriously, this is getting fucking annoying as fuck. But my number 6 is the woman, woman and the dude.
You guys do have the same list besides one movie.
This is so fucking stupid. Like it's
dude. Wait, hold on. We have 4 out of 5 the same movie.
This is so fucked. This never happens.
Have a repeat so far.
It like literally never happens. It's so crazy. Yeah, man. This movie is fucking scary to me, man, because I mean, I couldn't imagine being put in a situation like this where you just feel like you feel like it's so hopeless. And I think that's kind of the major point of this movie is to examine the mentality of human beings and like how much they can really, kind of withstand a little bit. Like, I mean, at first he's like so hell bent on escaping the situation. Like, who wouldn't be? Like, you've been put into a situation where you didn't want to be. And everybody's going to try and escape this thing. And he actually does at one point and he gets put back into it. But what ends up happening in the film is like he essentially kind of almost conforms to the idea of like, this is how it's going to be. And it's almost like an examination on the human mind of like how much people are willing to like, kind of not really conform, but like kind of change to like a surrounding and kind of accept what the reality really is going to be for them. The main focus of the film is like, you dig or die. You dig or die, right? You're stuck in a pit. If you don't sift the sand out, you're eventually just going to fucking, kind of sink and die kind of thing. It's a really interesting premise. There's so many different ways you can look at this. But I think it's really interesting how, he's this respected person. He's totally hell bent on getting the fuck out of there. Like who wouldn't be, like I said, but over time, and a little bit has to do with the woman though, too. But he's also kind of realized that maybe this is the way it is. Like, it's such a fucking interesting premise for a film because, it's like a deep dive into the mentality of, how much, people can really, I wouldn't say, kind of take, but, how much they can actually, I don't even really know how to explain it, man. It's almost, it's kind of hard to explain a little bit, but I get it though. I really actually get it, but, it's a freaky ass film, man. I mean, could you imagine being put into a pit? And
I don't even like
to work
the beach because of sand, and I don't like manual labor. I'm
just
sorry,
like a prequel to Holes.
Just imagine like being like put down here and just forced like your existence is just manual labor. You shovel sand to exist. And what is your existence?
Yeah. Would you rather do that or would you rather die?
I think that's what's challenging about the film. It's like I said, it's a challenge on the human mentality. It's like, how much can you really endure and how much can you actually fucking kind of like I keep wanting to say conform, but he, in a sense he kind of does, but I think he just accepts his reality. It's more of him just accepting the fact that like, his old life doesn't exist anymore. And this is what it is now. I mean, it showcases by the end of it, like he has a chance to probably get the fuck out of there and he doesn't really do it. And, he just kind of accepts the reality of this is what it is. And it's kind of a fucked up revelation for the viewer to watch that. But if you put yourself in a situation, what would you do?
He just found like a means to exist with his little like bucket, like experiment. Like once he like figured that out, then he like basically like started like, okay, now I can start like trying to figure my shit out.
But there is a point. There is a point in the film. Like I said,
is it's the same thing like when you're in prison or jail or whatever.
Yeah.
Like you find a niche, you find something that like.
Well, I think you find the point of ceasing to exist,
I
right?
think
within
really
your
what it's
surrounding,
saying
right?
Too is that like this guy is like this society he lives in, is it really different from the other society where he's metaphorically just like he's just shoveling to survive?
He's a worker in his other life
but he also becomes
different, like
acceptance of that though. Like at
well,
first
it's like, and I think you get it's like that's a good thing. That's exactly what I think about it too. Earlier, you brought up that like you have people that like spend a lot of time in jail, and it's the fear of acclimating to reintegrating yourself back into society. So you have an element to that, and then you have an element, I think, where it's like now he's found purpose, and there's not and it's the same thing if he were to leave this, but he has to go back to all those hardships that were in his life before that like he's not attached to anymore. And when he knows he's in this, like now this is existing, he accepts that he'd rather have this. And I think there's a fear of like going back to that life because maybe what he has here is better.
And he has his science to make him happy.
I think people do forget, like, there is a time period here. Like, it goes over a long period of time, right? Like, what we see.
Yeah, it cuts like 3 months after a while.
Well, it kind of gives you a general time
like 7
frame.
years.
Yeah, well, it gives you a general time frame, and then like it gives you like this thing at the end where you just kind of like your eyes kind of open wide and you like realize like the scope of the film. And you're like, holy shit.
To me, it's like a real examination of like the will to live, though, too, right? I mean, a lot of people that are put into a situation that seems very hopeless and very endless. And very, just pointless. I mean,
it's
like,
and
I
really
think
about acceptance. Like,
well, it is about acceptance,
accepting your fate.
But it's about being, just fighting the hopelessness, like in finding the good in a situation though too, and just kind of surviving from there. It's like an examination on the human psyche and the human soul of like pure survival. It's like you put into the situation, you adapt to it, and you make the best of it. Like a lot of people will be put into a situation like this, and what will they do? They'll fucking give up. They'll be like, fuck this, like just stop digging and die. Like, I mean, there's people that will literally do that, but there's other people that will not do that and do the polar opposite, which will dig and survive and also adapt to it and be the best person they can be, because that's the human psyche. That's the human soul. That's the human coming out of.
I think the film is saying that this man was defeated.
Yeah. Like he reached a point where like he's broken, or he just accepts.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a little bit of a commentary. I mean, based on Japan. I mean, I don't know exactly what.
But it's also not
means.
Like being defeated is in this person's eyes isn't necessarily like the worst thing.
Yeah,
because
you can see it as being defeated. I also see it as
like you even look at
he also triumphs though too, because he just become like he just accepts. I mean. Because he lives and he just accepts what he has become, because it's like 7 years later, right? He's been doing this for 7 years.
And then like in his mind at this point too, it's like it's not even just accepting, it's maybe he's happy with it. Maybe he's like he's content.
But he found acceptance in finding the water. The whole water thing is a big allegory.
That's a huge thing. Yeah, that's huge.
It's a big thing. I think that's the biggest thing about his acceptance to be what he's been put into the situation.
It's nobody even cares to look for the guy, and like he's someone here. He's the water pump guy.
Exactly. It's multi-layered.
He found
like on the surface level, like he is defeated, as in he accepts his fate. He gets like institutionalized. He gets sort of like beat down and brainwashed into accepting it. But on his personal level, he finds success in his own happiness in his discovery of that and things like that. So it really is a multi-layered like onion of different things.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's what makes the movie so cool, is there is so much to like discuss and think about. And it's I love movies that make me think deep about things. It's why It Ends made my
there's a whole
last year.
I mean, it relates to even North American too. Like, I don't know how it was in Japan and stuff, but like there's a whole hierarchy thing though here too, right? You have guys up here, like literally, it's quite literal that they're up here and you're down here. Like we see a lot of that stuff from face value in films where you see the hierarchy, but we're on the same playing field, right? But this is literal. They're up here and you're down here.
Yeah, he's literal. Oh man,
like it's actually quite compelling how you look at things. There's so, like JP said, you said the onion effect, man. And there's so many layers to this. It's insane, but. I think one of the crucial moments for me in the film is when he finds the whole water thing, and he finds means to be down there. He's like, this is crazy, because he's an entomologist. He's about investigating insects and doing all those type of things. He's all into that type of shit. But when he finds his niche, he finds a different niche. He finds the water where it shouldn't be. He figures out a way to do this shit, and he's like accepting. It's just the human psyche is interesting. How you can really kind of just adapt to your situation. Really, at this point, it's like adaption. It's kind of fucking scary, but I mean, again, it's
probably more so nature than like humans.
But I mean, we're all built differently. There's definitely people that would be put down there and they would quit after 3 days and be like, "Fuck this, I'm dead."
Yeah, like I might be one of those people.
Exactly, nature takes care of them.
Yeah,
And
like I'm not playing your game. Like I don't know. Like it's like you never know if you're actually there, what your will to live is. But like I can see myself being one.
I love the aspect of this film where he's down there and you have the male and the female, and it doesn't turn into this massive love story kind of thing. Like there's definitely things that are going on there, but it doesn't focus
it's like a
on
level
that.
of companionship.
It's a companionship, exactly. It's about, just being equals. They're fucking equals at this point, which is another part of the allegory, like the metaphor. They're saying they're equals at this point too. Did you just show his ass? What the fuck is he doing? Why are you mooning me, bro? Like, why am I seeing your butthole? Is it butthole o'clock? Because apparently it's butthole o'clock. I don't think he realized he just showed his asshole to us. Everyone's probably thinking, what the fuck are you talking about? Why is he showing his asshole?
Texted me and asked me if I owned Mildred Pierce because she wants to watch it. So I have to go get it.
Oh, so she's really into the Joan Crawford right now.
Yeah, keep going.
That's all good, man. Go give your wife some Joan Crawford.
What do you rate this bitch?
9 out of 10, man. Good film.
All right. Go ahead, Tony.
What are your sixes? Okay, so this is a repeat. This is a first time watch. I was actually saving this for the last watch of my entire prep just because I had a good feeling it was going to make my list. And it is The Night Walker from William Castle, who's probably one of my favorite, like, old school directors of the era. Man, this movie kicks so much fucking ass. Like, that little jingle, like, score, like, it's only, like, maybe a minute long, and they repeat it, like, 100 times, but, man, it is, like, it's already, like, iconic in my mind. I thought about that little jingle all fucking day. I love the opening of them, like, explaining the dreams and shit, and just, like, all the animation, all the different kinds of animation in it was just so cool to watch. It was so neat. All the nightmare sequences are really, really cool, especially the chapel scene that Tyler was talking about, where, like, they're all wax figures, including, like, the people in the pews and the pastor, whatever you call the guy.
Yeah.
It gave me, like, almost like Tourist Trap vibes.
Dude, I thought I have that in my notes, man. It feels like Tourist Trap.
Yeah, because it's like when he's, like, talking to the people, and then they would do, like, a nice little Dutch angle on their face with, like, a stupid smile on their face. Their mouth would not move, but there's words coming out of somewhere.
Dude, it's fucking shot so creepy, too, because there's a great scene where the camera pans over and all you see is the back of something. You're like, what the fuck is that? But you don't even realize it's just like a mannequin at first, because that's before you really kind of realize. You're like, oh, what the fuck? And then you realize what the scene is. It's not real. And you're like, oh, goddamn, that's creepy as fuck, man. That's my favorite. One of my favorite scenes of 1964, hands down, is that wedding chapel scene.
Agree. And love that scene.
Fuck, man. It's so creepy, dude.
And then just, like, in general, her husband, after he explodes and he's just basically haunting her dreams, he almost looks like a Freddy Krueger himself, because he's got these, like, wide eyes and, like, half his face is burnt. He just looks fucked up, and he's just, like, a slow, like, creeping menace in this movie.
It is really interesting how the husband is burnt up and it's supposed to be in her dreams and stuff. And, like, that's really interesting. I never really put the whole Nightmare on Elm Street thing together, but that's interesting.
He was creepy before he died too.
Yeah, he was.
Because like the movie, like, once after the nightmare or the dream sequences are, like, explained and the opening credits are finished, like, it opens with Barbara Stanwyck, like, in mid dream talking about, or, like, going on about, like, the young hunk or whatever, and he's just, like, standing over the bed like a fucking creep, and he's not even watching her, he's listening to her, which is even, like, almost creepier.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love the convoluted plot, and I love where this movie goes. And I love that William Castle was a huge fan of, like, Scooby-Doo masks in 1964.
I know, it's so crazy, like, how it becomes so Scooby-Doo, and it's, like, way before Scooby-Doo. Like, it's hilarious to me, man. I'm like, some people watch these movies and, like, took pieces and elements from Scooby-Doo. I mean, we got fucking 1969, 69, I think it's debuted. Or is this, yeah,
late 60s?
Yeah, Well, I mean, it's still got that fucking whole 60s hippie thing going on, right? So I'm pretty sure it's 68. But
yeah, 69.
69, yeah.
But yeah, huge fan. First time watch. Huge surprise. Tyler's right. This is probably one of the biggest, like, underseen gems of 1964. And to me, where's my list at? After Night Must Fall. I mean, honestly, I would say Curse of the Living Corpse is a gem too that nobody talks
I
about.
agree.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Like those three or those two plus Nightwalker, like those are three already on my list as gems. I need to get that too. 8.5.
Oh, yeah.
What is that criterion?
Yeah,
Yep.
Women of the Dunes. Yeah,
All right,
I've
so you all had
got my
Women-
entire top 10 list here.
You all
except
had Woman in the Dunes as 6.
No.
No,
Or Tony. I was away when Tony went up.
I had Nightwalker.
Oh yeah, Nightwalker. Oh, nice.
yeah, yeah.
All right.
Nightwalker. You give it 8.5.
Yep.
Dude, I was
And
not
what did-
expecting Nightwalker to get this much love. This is fucking, I don't know. It's
Dude,
like
Nightwalker
crazy.
rules.
Yeah.
Would you
this is-
give Woman in the Dunes Moodz 9 out of 10?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Back
Yeah.
up to me.
Good stuff.
Top 5.
All right. Breaking the seal on the top 5.
Top 5!
This is a movie that like basically in every other year we've done would have contended for my number 1 spot. And it's just like insane that it's number 5. And I'm breaking the ice on this one. We're going to Italy. It's Mario Bava's Blood and Black Lace. Blood and Black Lace is fucking great. This movie, I think we've all just talked about a ton on here. Like it was on my top 100. It was on my like very high on my Italian list. I expect like it's going to come up again tonight. Like this is a great movie. It's your first, to me, this is really the first Giallo, which sets it's got like that Bava lighting that like Argento like also adopted after. It's got these sleazy, beautiful models just getting murdered and like set in the most like particular ways to create these like violent, beautiful images. And that's really, to me, is like, well, that's the thing about Giallos that like really gets my motor going that I love. And this to me like really set like this set the aesthetic of the Giallo, in my opinion, and then Bird set the standard of what the Giallo was. And that's really what you got out. So that's what I've always felt about things. This is obviously very Hitchcock inspired, so that just that shows you the influence that I had and how he influenced horror as well. But yeah, this is a movie I love. I love this movie. I watched this movie a bunch of times. I think what's really it's almost probably a disservice to it that I've watched this movie so many times. This is a movie over like any 5-year period I've watched like 4 times that like opened up some other movies to just be more to be movies I liked more this watch. But yeah, like I said, this is something that would contend for like a top spot in any list I'd had, and it's like crazy that's down here at number 5. I'm sure it's going to come up again, so we'll wait till that comes around. But what it's not to say about Blood and Black Lace that everyone else hasn't said over the years. So Bava's Blood and Black Lace, 8.5 out of 10.
All right. So coming in at number 5 for me, this is kind of interesting. At this point, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6th movie. And it is my 3rd foreign film, which tends to not happen with my list. I'm usually very more American than foreign, but I have another one here. And that is the 1964 Lee Man-hee directed South Korean film, The Devil's Stairway.
You guys.
This one was actually, it was one that I couldn't find at first, so I kind of skipped it when I was going through my list, and then I asked for gems, and Tyler said this one, so I was like, okay, let me find this fucking bitch. So I ended up just searching it on Google, found it on YouTube, watched it on YouTube, and it actually had like good subtitles and shit, and really fucking liked this movie. So
what is it?
The Devil's
Stairway.
Oh, nice. What'd you give Blood and Black Lace?
8.5.
Cool.
So it follows a chief surgeon at a hospital who is dating the hospital director's daughter, but he has a side piece on the side, as you do with your side pieces. And she gets pregnant, and he's all like, "Fuck, what do I do? Like, I need to be like he's looking to get this promotion into like basically running the hospital." And he's like, "What do I do?" And he ends up fucking killing the side piece, and then he gets basically tormented by that, and he gets like really squirmy and paranoid, and there's just like a lot of stuff that happens where it's like very suspenseful, and this character, like, it's very entertaining to watch this guy sort of freak out and like be super paranoid. Also very similar like vibes to Psycho in a way, with like the paranoia and stuff like that. There's also like a swamp. There's a lot of swamps in 1964. I've noticed as well.
Oh yeah.
Drain the swamp. But overall, like, and it gets very like haunting at times in the movie. Like there's a scene where he like walks into a room, and there's like this ceiling light that's swaying, and like doors and shit moving and stuff, and very good. I really enjoyed this movie, and then like it has a cool finale and stuff. So yeah, kind of stupid that Moodz didn't watch this one, considering it was on fucking YouTube.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Well, at least he won't be Honey Dick this time.
Yeah, right. Exactly. We finally broke apart on our list. But yeah, the Devil's Stairway, definitely a little bit of a gem. Only has 823 logs on Letterboxd, and 3 of those people are us. So, yeah. I give it an 8 out of 10.
I was too busy watching like the face of the screaming werewolf and death on the 4 poster and all that other shit on fucking YouTube.
Yeah, face of the screaming werewolf is so fucking bad.
Oh god.
So right
bad,
now
bro.
I'm 3 American, 3 foreign, which doesn't happen to me a lot.
That is a little bit odd for sure.
Not 2 and 4. That sounds about average.
2 and 4. Well, 2 and 3 right now.
I think I might. Where am I? 1.
Number 5.
Well, 3 out of the top 5 for me were foreign films. Yeah. All right. So number 5 here, we're going to go back to the USA with a film that's been talked about multiple times already. Of course, I've been honey dick like a motherfucker tonight. And that is from the homeboy William Castle, and that is The Night Walker.
Hell yeah.
I fucking love this movie, dude, man. Man, you know who is really fucking good in this film? And I swear I've never seen him in another film. I know he died shortly after this too. Is Robert Taylor, who plays Barry in the film. He's really
I
good.
haven't seen him in much, but I definitely see him in other movies.
I was looking at his filmography. He did a lot of shit that I've just never seen, man. Like a lot of kind of American westerns and stuff. And I'm like, whatever. But yeah, Barbara Stanwyck. I think the script is really good. I mean, Tyler, you said it was kind of like, was it you? I think you said a little bit messy or whatever, a little bit convoluted.
I think it's good. I think the script's good on this.
Yeah, I think it's really good too, man. I think it's really fucking good, man. There's a scene in the beginning of the film, you know, the explosion scene when they go in there and stuff. It totally reminds me of A Nightmare on Elm Street. If you had the Nightmare on Elm, like I would love to edit out this scene and put the Nightmare on Elm Street score in that scene. You would think it was a Nightmare film. It's crazy. It totally reminds me of Nightmare on Elm Street. It's fucking awesome. We did bring that up about how, like, you know, the burnt face and stuff like that, but there's a scene that completely reminds me of that. I think this one is just full of twists and turns. It's kind of crazy. It's such a fucking gem. It's such a gem. I don't really know what else to say about the film, but without giving everything away, it's definitely one of those films I feel like a lot of people have not seen. So going too far on this one is probably going to ruin it. But I mean, honestly, dude, there's a lot of creepy moments in this, right from the husband's eyes to, you know, I think the creepiest scene in the in the entire year is the wedding chapel scene. I mean, for fuck's sakes, the way it's shot, the way the music is, you know, the voiceovers. When you see the pastor, he's just like not moving his lips. You're like, fuck, man, come on, bro. This is ridiculous.
It's done so well. It's so simple. Like, that's the kind of filmmaking I love. That like, this is so simple.
It's all nightmare fuel.
It's somebody like just looked at this and fucking like went brain blast and thought, all right, we're gonna like let these things just fucking be here creepy. We're gonna cue this music. We're gonna do this voiceover. It just fucking works. It's amazing.
It is amazing, man. It's just pure nightmare fuel through the whole film. And that's really what it's all about, is nightmares. Right. The whole film is about nightmares, and it just fuels the nightmare through the entire thing. There's so many twists and turns. There's so many players involved in this and shit. It's like, it's kind of crazy. But it all works out. I think it all works in the end quite well. It's really good shit, man. Great release from actually Scream Factory is the ones that fucking brought this one to the table, which is pretty awesome. So
I got to pick this up. There's another one that Scream Factory.
Great artwork. Look at the artwork.
Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, I gotta pick that one up.
Fucking
There's another
amazing,
one
dude.
they put out with Barbara Stanwyck, and that's another that she got nominated for an Oscar for. It's like it must be at least close to a horror movie, because Scream Factory put it out called Sorry Wrong Number. So I gotta pick that one up now.
Yeah, I've got that one. But yeah, The Nightwalker, 9 out of 10 for myself. It's an absolute banger, man. It's a great film. Tony.
All right, my number 5 has been mentioned multiple times. It's probably going to be a running trend in this top 5. It is Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte from Robert Aldrich.
Wow.
I mean, I'm just going to echo literally everything you guys said. It looks amazing. The performances are amazing.
I am out on Tony's number 2.
Oh, I forgot to check those.
Is that their first loser of the night?
It might be. I'm
Moodz
okay.
was
Yeah,
out on my number 10.
No.
I'm
I was out on JP's number 2 on his number 10. Because I'm fucking terrible.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Last Man on Earth.
I'm still alive.
I'm fucking terrible.
One thing I love about this movie is like when you finally found out what's going on, it is some of the most like evil, reprehensible shit that like you can think of, and it's like literally like I don't want to like talk about like the details of it, but I'm just like, holy shit. It's like I'm almost speechless, like how cruel a person could be.
It's just so disposable, right?
Right. I loved that. So evil.
Yeah.
And for a movie that's like not even like the most horror movie of 1964, it's got some of the most evil things in it.
I was worried that people weren't even going to watch this because I think the horror tag, is it even tagged horror on both Letterboxd and IMDb?
I don't know about IMDb, but it's tagged horror on Letterboxd.
I think IMDb doesn't list it as horror.
Right. And I don't think it is either. So I'm glad that you guys checked it out because
Night Must Fall, that's not listed as horror on IMDb either.
What's not listed as horror?
Night Must Fall.
No, it's not. It's not. It is on Letterboxd though.
Yeah. But yeah, great setting. The plantation I thought was great. My boy George Kennedy's in it, of course. Less prominent role than Straight Jacket, but you know, he's still there and he's still rocking it.
Yeah, he's not chopping heads in this one though, but
right. And he's not just like a sleazy like farmhand. He's a very respectable like construction like foreman in this movie.
Just getting shot at like a fucking
getting shot at, getting fucking planters thrown at him.
You can't shoot
the
at
balcony.
my man.
God damn it.
And George Kennedy is such an underrated actor. He's so underrated, man. He's so underrated.
Yeah, he's awesome.
You know, he's really good in Airport. That's a good role for him, man. Actually, in fact, he's in all 4 Airport films. You guys, little tidbit.
I need to watch those. I think the only one I've seen is 75.
Yeah, the first one's really good though. Yeah.
But yeah, there's not much else that we can talk about with this movie. I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10. Great shit. And yeah, like the over 2-hour runtime just flies by. You don't even realize it.
It really does, man, because you get into it with Betty Davis, man, and she's just so fucking entertaining in every scene and shit. Like, I mean,
it is so dramatic, this movie. Like, it is like maybe the most dramatic horror movie I've ever seen.
I think it's really interesting though, too, like how everyone's kind of like, they've made her out to be the villain so much that she's almost like went back to being a child.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that's such an interesting premise of the film. It's like such a psychological thing where she's been made out to be the villain and she just kind of like revert like right back to it being a child and stuff, where she has this like temper tantrums and shit like that. And those performances are really, really good, man. Like,
yeah, she was probably trapped after that like first murder, like the murder trauma. That just probably just like completely just like killed like any sort of development.
When an entire town is, you know, fucking calling you the murderer and, you know, fucking putting you out there as that shit. It's like, I mean, who would not become a recluse? Like, I would trap myself in there too. Like, you can't go out, man. You can't do shit, man. You're the villain. But it's kind of weird. Like, it's a weird situation because she was the villain within the city, but then she was also super popular in the masses. Hence the whole investigative part with the guy from the London and stuff. Like, he was like, you know, he was infatuated with her and kind of thing. It's a really interesting film. Really, really interesting film. So,
right. I would have bounced the first chance I get.
Yeah.
All right. Back up to the top. Number 4. I guess this was the first repeat, the first honey dick for me. We're going to go back to Japan. And it is Masaka Kobayashi's Kwiden. I'm pretty sure everyone knew this film would be on my list. We kind of already had a group discussion on it. My favorite segment, funny enough, is Hoichi the Earless. But I think they're all good. Masaka Kobayashi is just like one of the best directors of all time. This is like his 6th best movie that I've seen. And what I think is his best movie, Harakiri, is something I'd put in contention for the best movie I've ever seen in my life. Period.
Did Takashi Miike, did he not remake that film?
I have no idea, but I'd be interested to see it. Like, Harakiri is basically 12 Angry Men with samurais.
I'm pretty sure that Miike
is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kwiden, you know, visually stunning film. Like, the art direction of the movie is insane. Like I said, this was like the first official horror movie to get nominated for an Oscar. Not that Oscars really mean anything too much, but I think like a Japanese movie being able to get highlighted like this in the 60s is kind of insane. I believe it was art direction and international picture. It was production things, and I think there was international picture. But this filmmaker did have some gas behind him, so he definitely had visibility compared to some other people. But yeah, this is a historical film for that. If you haven't seen it, it's like, I think it's the best anthology, but I think by most people, it's probably a top 5 anthology. This movie is just an amazing, stunning Japanese movie from the 60s, like right in the prime of their golden era. So there's nothing really else to say about Quiet that has been said. I'm going at 9 out of 10 on it.
Sweet.
Which one was it?
Kwiden.
Oh, motherfucker. I think I'm out on your number 2. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my number 2 for him also, so I'm out on that.
Fucking bitch. You're a bitch, dude. Fucking liar. All right. My number 4 is a movie that I think has been mentioned a bunch of times. And that is 1964's. We're going back to the US on this one. William Castle directed Straight Jacket. Yeah.
I'm out on JP's number 1, actually. I had that for you.
What the fuck? You suck, bro.
Hey, it's your 4.
So easy, dude.
You're not easy.
I am easy as fuck. So Straight Jacket, yeah. It's Psycho 2. Like, it really is. It's so funny how much similarities there are with Psycho 2 in this one. And I love it. Like, I love the story in this one. I love Joan Crawford's character. There's some like really awkward moments with her and like the love interest family, and there's some twists and turns and stuff in there that are pretty cool. This one is more of a familiarity to me because I've watched this movie a handful of times, where Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte, arguably better written, but I'm more familiar with Straight Jacket, but they are a really good companion piece to each other. Another one of the psycho biddy or hagsploitation films. I just love these type of movies. They just work so well for me. And I love the questioning of like, is this person okay or are they not? Like you almost kind of you feel bad. It's like in Psycho 2 where you feel bad and like you root for the recovery. You know what I mean? And that happens in this one as well. But overall, really solid movie. I give it an 8 out of 10 as well. So Straight Jacket, 8 out of 10.
Nice.
That was my number 2 for you.
You guys suck.
I felt good about that one too.
I didn't even think of that for him.
Well, yeah, the Tinglers is one last time, so I thought like maybe it's Straight Jacket this time.
It's like William Castle. It's got the Psycho like vibes going. I'm like, this.
But that was my thing.
I was like, JP's number one.
And that was my thing, though. I was like, it could be, but I don't think Straight Jacket is actually like good enough compared to this year to be his number 1.
Right.
But it could be you too.
All right. So coming in number 4, we're going to stay in the US actually, which is fucking crazy in the top 5, all these US films. That's weird. And we're going to go to Roger Corman, man. My boy, Roger Corman, with a film that we've talked about on this show before. And I've always been a big fan of this one. I think it's fantastic. And that is The Mask of Red Death.
I was wondering if we were going to see this.
So it's unique. It's unique to the list because nobody fucking has this film. And I'm absolutely a little bit shocked that no one has this because I think this film is fucking brilliant.
This is a popular film.
I don't know.
Too.
They spelled mask wrong, so it really bothered me. I didn't put it on.
So it's really interesting because Roger Corman wanted to make this film years before, but of course the Seventh Seal came out and they're like, well, we can't do that right away. That's going to look like a fucking total ripoff.
Dude, it's so funny because like later on in his career, he made a career out of ripping off shit.
Yeah, but it's
Piranha.
This is part of the whole Corman fucking Vincent Price, Poe things and stuff, right? So they kind of prolong this a little bit. When did the Seventh Seal come out? With 1957? Was it 57? Tyler? You probably know better than me.
Seventh Seal was
57, 58, something like that.
It was 57 or 50. I don't remember.
Yeah, you should know this, Tyler.
Yeah, so it's a few years after, so they waited a few years and did their own kind of thing. But basically, this one is about it's setting. It takes place during like the Black Plague and stuff like that. And Vincent Price plays Prince Prospero, and he's this fucking total fucking satanic lunatic, right?
By the way, it's got to be 58 because Wild Strawberries was 57.
Yeah, so it probably is 58. Yeah. So Vincent Price plays Prospero, and he's a complete fucking lunatic. And the funny thing, man, about Vincent Price is I think this is one of his most insane roles that he's ever done. Like he is such a fucking
he's a douchebag in this movie.
Dude, he is such an asshole, man. But so it's taking place during the plague and, things happen and shit, like the plague is going on and stuff. But anyways, he invites like a bunch of his, his people into his castle to like go and survive the plague and stuff like that. And everyone else can just kind of fuck off and, die in the plague and stuff like that. And the cool thing about this film, it's kind of an allegory for life and death itself. And, they use color. They use the color scheme to like kind of accentuate the whole different levels of life and stuff. And throughout the film, it kind of showcases these people going through all these different type of rooms and, they end up at this ball and stuff like that. But every room has a different color and it signifies a different level of life and stuff like that. So the film is in color and it's very like technicolor, like it's very popping and it's very fucking beautiful and shit like that. But that's kind of the irony of it though. It's very beautiful, but the film is really kind of signifying, death itself and stuff like that. But fuck, man, Vincent Price, there's a scene in this film where these kind of peasants show up at the castle and they're pleading to Prospero, like, we need to get in there, man. We're not infected by the plague. We're all good and stuff like that. Because the storyline with the plague is like these people, they get infected with it and they start bleeding out and they fucking die within like minutes and shit like that. And he doesn't really believe, he doesn't want anything to do with these peasants and stuff like that aren't part of his, his regime, his people and stuff. But there's this crazy ass fucking scene where these people show up at the castle and they're pleading with Prospero and he's like, what's that?
Is this a collider?
Yeah, that's Frank.
That is fucking creepy. That's actually creepy as shit. But anyways, these people show up at the castle and shit like that, and he's like, and they're pleading to get in. He's like, no,
Speaking
you're not
of Frank,
getting in. Oh my God, dude. The
I
fuck?
got my own Frank over here.
That fucking Spinell right there. That's pretty awesome. And you got the Exorcist koozie. That's awesome, man. Everyone's fucking representing some shit tonight. Shit that people cannot see because we're not going to release the video of this. But,
I'm representing Chili's.
Anyways, if you guys obviously know the film, but you know the scene I'm talking about where
chicken wings on the show.
Yeah,
the fuck,
Chili's.
bro?
Okay, so it's a unique film here. Nobody wants to fucking listen. The fuck, man? Come on. But you guys know the scene I'm talking about where the peasants show up and they're like pleading to get in there. And Prospero's like, nah, man, you guys ain't getting in. Fuck you guys. And he kills everybody, but he leaves the kid. Dude,
you saw kid.
You're like, and the guy even says to him, he's like, you can't leave the kid. He'll die. He's like, just leave the kid. I'm like, oh my God, bro.
He's
this
like,
thing-
yeah.
I love all the robes of the different colors and shit like that.
That's what I said, man. It plays through the stages of life. Every color has a different distinction of like, you know, the stages of life and stuff like that. And it's really cool.
Which color is the oldest one? Because that's what you would be.
I would be the old. I have no idea. I don't think there's an oldest color. I don't think it has anything to do with that. But it's really cool because it does have like that whole kind of Seven Seal vibe to it because it has like this death character and stuff which represent the plague and, you know, death and stuff like that. I really like the end scene. I'm not going to give that shit away, but it's really cool. But this is one of those films where, you know, I feel like The Witchfinder General, like a lot of people always say that that's Vincent Price's like most sadistic and brutal role. This one to me outdoes that, man. This one is brutal. He's literally a Satanist, man. He talks about it. And that's where the whole like life and death and religious and Satan thing kind of comes into effect in this one. There's a lot of different layers. Again, the onion effect in this one. It's honestly like a college piece to talk about. It's really interesting how they do this movie. It might even be Roger Corman's best film that he ever made. I think the Tomb of Lygia is really great, but this one right here, man, just steals the fucking show for me, man. I think this one is absolutely amazing. Great performances. Vincent Price is almost to the point where he's almost comical in his performance because he's so sadistic in it. Like it's actually funny to watch because I think he's an amazing actor and I knew exactly what he was doing with this. He was taking the material serious, but he was putting his little bit of comedic spin on it. Some people call it a little over the top, maybe a little bit comedic, but I think he's absolutely brilliant in this. But it's a beautiful film. I mean, set pieces. It's Roger Corman's, like, I think magnum opus, in my opinion. I don't think he ever really did anything at this level ever again. It's absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, 9 out of 10 for myself. Do you guys is anyone else? Well, maybe it might get brought up again. I don't know.
Maybe it will.
Maybe it will. But
Yeah, maybe it will. Maybe it won't.
Maybe it's
yeah, I don't want to ruin that, but you guys know my feelings. I've always been a big fan of this film, man. I think it's amazing, amazing stuff. Layered to shit.
Well, I'll tell you this. It's not going to be my number 4 because my number 4 is Mario Bava's Blood and Black Lace.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out on Tony completely.
Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. I think I am
bitch.
too, actually.
how am I doing on Tony? I'm alive.
Tony's a little fuck boy.
I'm alive, but I couldn't.
Oh, I'm out on his number 1. I still have number 2, though.
That's what I picked for your number.
Oh, hold on. I'm not out on JP at all. I didn't pick that. I picked something else.
So I'm out on Tyler's number 2, JP's number 2, and
I'm
Tony's
live
number
on
1.
everyone.
I'm stuck at this.
I don't feel good about my picks, but I'm live on everyone.
I'm dead on Tony completely, and I'm down on Tyler's number 2.
I'm just out on JP's number 1. But yeah, Blood and Black Lace, completely foundational in every aspect you can think of. One thing I really like about this movie, and something that like Giallo movies took after, is just like the brutality of the kills. And one like major aspect of that is the fact like the women in the movie like really fight the killer back. And that's like not a thing that you see in a lot of movies that came before this. It's usually just the person just and then they die. Like this one, the girls are like kicking and fighting and scratching.
That's because they're fighting they're fighting the invisible man. at this point.
Yeah. And he just looks so cool with that like giant like white stocking on his head with the fucking black hat. Like it's such a badass fucking look. I love it. But yeah, such brutal kills, especially like the one with like the fucking like burning. Like that one, and like specifically has like stuck with me like so much throughout the years.
Oh, on the bell. Yeah.
Yes, so nasty.
Yeah, that one's fucking brutal, man.
But yeah, everything about it's iconic. Everything that like the lighting is insane. Like a lot of it doesn't make sense. Like sometimes you'll just be in a scene and a person will be walking through a hallway and then there'll be an open door with like this crazy bright purple light shining through, and then they open the door and walk in and there's no purple light after that.
But you know,
like,
honestly, dude, that choice of just lighting is so unique. It doesn't really need to make sense because it's absolutely beautiful to look at.
Exactly. And that's just the thing. Like there's no other movie like it. In that aspect, like it's just so beautiful to look at. Like almost every
honestly, the Blood
looks like a
Drinkers
painting.
kind of had some unique lighting and stuff.
Oh yeah, agreed. The way they like tinted the black and white footage in random scenes.
Yeah,
that was.
I guess
so
it wouldn't
cool.
be lighting as much as tape.
Yeah, it's more done post production.
But it's clearly for like atmospheric reasons.
Yeah. But it's actually truly amazing because when you really think about it, a lot of films were being shot in black and white in 1964, and there was obviously color films. But who the fuck came up with the idea to like have red, green, and blue in the same scene and light it like that? Like, why did Bava decide to do that? Like, what the fuck was the mentality behind that? Like,
Dude,
it's so unique to the point where it's like, holy shit, dude, you kind of reinvented crazy lighting for the sake of like the lighting is part of the genre. At that
everything feels so intentional. Like even when she grabs
super intentional.
phone,
Yeah,
and she's on the
absolutely.
phone, it's a bright fucking red as fuck phone.
Yeah. Like,
and it's cool because
it's
the
incredible.
backdrop. It's at a fashion house, so
Well,
like
you
you can
can
make these
see-
excuses.
Exactly,
Yes.
Tony. I was
Yeah.
going to say given the setting, basically you're dealing with fashion, you're dealing with colors, you're dealing with exposure, dealing with beauty and stuff like that. The lighting makes complete sense to the film and the setting, right? I mean, it could have
You
been
can
lightning in a
even
bottle,
see,
but it
too-
turned out that everyone mimicked this. Hence, a very famous
You
director
can even
in
see him
Argento.
like use lighting like this all the way back in Planet of the Vampires. So it's not like this is like the first time. Like he's like
No.
That's
I'm not saying
a
this the first time.
65 movie, Tyler.
Oh, it
It
is?
hasn't even,
All
it hasn't
right,
even
I'll
come
shut-
out yet.
No,
So
because
stupid.
Bava,
I thought that was 50, so I'm just gonna shut up.
No. Planet of the Vampires is fucking next year. But I mean, at this point, I think Bava. What did he, I'm trying to think of what he did.
I don't
earlier
even know
in
that.
color and stuff like
I
that.
thought-
So this
I
is probably
swear-
the
I
first
thought
big one
Planet of
in
the Vampires
color,
was
like
like
in this
late
kind of
50s.
Technicolor. Kind of, it's not even Technicolor. It's just I don't even know what the fuck it is.
It's pretty.
I think you're right. I can't think of another one that was like. What about the Hercules in the Haunted World? Was that in color?
Yeah.
So maybe that was the first one.
Yeah, and he actually, man, it's, Bava's lighting, man, like it's like a different level, dude. It really is on a different playing field, man, for sure.
And then, like, even like in 1959, we watched Cal Tiki, the Immortal Monster, and he directed like all the special effects scenes in that.
Yeah.
And like even back then, on like his first like real good project, like he was just already a fucking master
Incredible.
without even trying.
Incredible. But you just like you really put in perspective how far ahead of his time he really was. Like he influenced like an entire genre. Like so many people with lighting, like nothing like this was being done before. I mean,
And what's crazy about this too, it's like since this movie came out, like yeah, movies have gotten more nudity, more gore, more sleaze, and like better plots. Let's say this, but what's crazy is that like, is there another Giallo that's shot better than this one?
no.
Maybe not. Like that might be like the hallmark of this movie, and it was like the first mainstream Giallo. I mean, we're besides like The Evil Eye that came out the year before that.
Yeah, like he'd done, The Girl That Knew Too Much, like just before that, but that was black and white, totally different type of thing. This is like, it's like a step up from that in like a totally different, like light, like, obviously in color, even story wise, but like, I mean, this really is like the standard prototype for the Black Love killer. Even though like it's funny too, because when a lot of people criticize this film are like, oh, it's, you know, it doesn't really have that giallo thing. I'm like, you got to remember, this is so early in the giallo genre. It wasn't just straight POV. We got to see, you know, the person from, you know, a little bit of, you know, forward shots and stuff like that. Which I don't mind at all. I think it's fantastic. I think it's great. I have no problems.
It
with
looks
that.
fine.
I think it looks
like
the mask.
He's in disguise, so who cares?
Exactly. Totally in disguise. Still has the gloves. Like all the things are there. It's the early stages, man. It's the early stages of giallos, man.
But yeah, it's a great movie. It's got my boy Cameron Mitchell in it, who was young enough to act and actually walk around in scenes, because we're all used to him like acting out of a fucking chair in the 80s and the 90s.
And he's such a fucking dick in this movie too.
And he was in another movie too, Dog Eat Dog, a Crimmy movie from 1964 with Jane Mansfield in it. And he was kind of a sleazy asshole in that movie too.
I didn't watch that one actually.
I watched one because Jane Mansfield was in that. I was like, ooh, James Mansfield.
Oh shit! I missed
yeah, that was actually pretty decent. But yeah, Blood and Black Lace, 9 out of 10. Incredible movie.
Nice.
9 out of 10.
Tyler.
Okay, getting into the top 3. We're going to go back to the USA. It's going to be our first film to hit for the cycle tonight. It's Robert Aldrich's Hush Hush, Sweet Charlotte. I probably got a little bit more love for the 2 movies I had before this, but I just had such a good time with this watch. And it was a fucking blast for me. I've seen this movie once before. And really the thing I remembered about it, that the lighting was excellent. And yeah, I had a really long day the day I watched this, and coming home and hearing Betty Davis scream at Olivia de Havilland, "You vile, sorry little bitch!" was the antidote I didn't know I needed. And it just this movie was just such a blast. Like, we're pretty much dogpiled on this one already, but yeah, it's a great flick. Definitely a really underseen flick. Check this one out if you can. This movie is awesome. All these golden age actors. It's a beast. 9 out of 10.
It's criminal that this movie doesn't have like an active disc release out there.
Yeah, by the time I learned about this movie, it was already out of print.
Feels like it should have came out on Kino, because they did it.
I think it did. I think it was an old Kino.
No, it was a Twilight Time.
Oh, we were totally fucked then.
And when those came out, they were like $40 in bare bones, and like nobody was trying to buy that shit.
One of the worst companies of all time.
Yeah,
for real.
Legit. They were the original villain. I remember early in my collecting, everyone's like, "Fuck Twilight Time."
Fuck Twilight Time.
Glad they're dead.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier, man. They were the fucking dicks that released it in Region 1.
Yeah, I remember early on the show we fucking hated Twilight Time. I don't have a single one of their releases.
I have a couple, but I got them like, you know, for normal fucking price, whatever the fuck it was. But I can't believe I missed this Eureka one, man. Fuck me on this one. We need another release.
We all missed it.
So all the big wigs that are listening from all the, you know, the major show or the major boutique labels, man, hush hush, man. We need a fucking release of that again. Yeah. But I wonder, like, you know, with Twilight Times having it, because a lot of their titles that they released, well, at least some of them, have never been re-released.
Yeah,
that's kind of scary, actually. So, but a lot of them have.
Some of them have.
Oh yeah, lots of them have.
I know At Close Range was on Twilight Time, and that just got put out by Cinematograph.
Yeah, I feel like this movie's too good to not get released again.
Yeah, it'll come out.
Too good, yeah.
It will for sure.
It's not like it's some random Yahoo. Like, this guy made the fucking Dirty Dozen, whatever happened to Baby Jane, a million fucking good movies. Charlie Vareg, Veracruz.
Oh, absolutely. I'm fucking amazed that everyone liked this movie as much as I did, because I watched it and I hadn't seen anyone log it yet, and I was like, oh fuck, I love this movie. And then holy shit, trifecta.
Best nursery rhyme of the year about chopping someone up with an axe.
Yeah.
All right.
Head rolling down the stairs and shit. Come on.
So coming in at number 3 for me, I am evening it up again with the foreign versus US. We're going traveling abroad again. We are going to Japan for Kanado Shindo's Onibaba, which you fuckers lied to me. I was going to call it the pit, but apparently Onibaba translates into old hag.
Oh,
shit.
Whoops.
Bummer.
Not the pit. You fucking lied.
That's what they said on the movie.
I mean, to be honest,
Yeah, in
that
the
was-
movie, it says the hole or the pit, like when it shows Onibaba.
Yeah, that's right.
So they
It
lied
does.
to us.
I don't know, bro. Maybe
That was my number 2 for you.
I was
so I'm
disagreeing
That was
completely
also
out
my
on
number 2 for
JP.
you.
I don't speak Japanese, so I was
Yeah, that was also my number 2.
I was just
so that's
agreeing.
my first hit.
I actually thought it was the pit though, because it
You
makes
guys
sense.
are
right?
like horrible at this.
horrible at what?
To
You're
picking
the
my
one that was given
films,
misinformation
dude.
in the first place.
I mean, I don't understand. It's so obvious. Like, you guys are dumb. Like, you guys are actually stupid people, I think.
I mean, it's debatable. It's debatable.
Yeah, I probably overthought
I'm not really going to argue
I'll
with you
admit
there,
that.
but you know, it is what
I
it
mean,
is.
if I had it as number 2 and this was number 3, that's pretty fucking close.
True. That is true. Yeah, but Onibaba, I think this was a Patreon title back when we were doing like the Patreon reviews and stuff like that. And I think we did it as a featured review, and we all kind of loved it, and I hadn't seen it since then. I actually watched it on my way home from Cinema Wasteland this year back in April. Like, Carly drove home and I just was like watching Onibaba on my phone, all hungover and stuff. So
You should watch it on a big fucking screen, bro.
I have watched it on a big fucking screen, bro. It's just,
How big is your phone, bro?
It's it's normal size.
That's not a big fucking screen, bro.
That's the biggest screen you can get for the for the model.
Yeah, no, this is actually like a bigger phone, actually. But I always get the biggest screen I can on a phone because I like to watch things on my phone.
Yeah,
But not all the time. But I was just like, I've seen this film before. It's not like it's like a first time watch or anything. And I know I loved it, so it's not like gonna be like take away from the experience. But it's a great movie.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
love
not
the
gonna say I've
atmosphere.
never grinded through a prep movie at 1.25 speed on my phone.
Yeah, but yeah, it's one of those movies that has like great atmosphere. Like, I like the samurai stuff. The mask is creepy. The idea that these two are so poor and everything, and it's like war torn Japan, where nobody has any money or food or anything, so they're like literally killing soldiers and robbing their belongings and selling them and shit. It's kind of cool. And yeah, it's I like the dynamic between like this older woman who is sort of jealous of the daughter-in-law and stuff, but overall, like, a really solid, great movie. The music, like you guys said, the pounding score,
So
and
good.
the visuals, and like some of the night stuff at the nighttime is great. It's honestly, like, I remember when we reviewed this, I was just like kind of blown away by it because it was just such a cool movie. But yeah, go ahead and give this one an 8.5 out of 10.
Sweet. All right, number 3. We're going to travel from the US of A to the boot.
Italy.
And we're going to talk about 1964's Castle of Blood.
That was my number 2 for you.
I thought I was out on Moodz, but he fucking came
That's
around
my
and
2 for
picked a
you too.
different-
God damn it, motherfucker.
Of course, directed by Antonio Margheriti. And of course, Tony mentioned earlier Sergio Corbucci for 1 week
He
before he's
prefers to
replaced.
go by Tony Margheriti. I don't know why you guys keep calling him.
So
Yeah.
what is the deal with
Tony.
the Corbucci thing? Like, he left or he got kicked off after a week, or like, what the fuck is that?
I didn't even look into it. I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, that's interesting, and then moved on.
It's interesting. It's Corbucci
I'll
doing
look
a film like
into
this
it.
is so bizarre. It's so weird.
He's like, you guys are boring. I'm gonna go get some pussy or something. Bye.
Absolutely bizarre that he was the original director for this. I mean, it makes sense that Margheriti would be doing it, but yeah.
Oh, the alternate title for this is literally Dance Macabre.
So there's 2 different versions on the 4K here. So here's the 4K, which is fucking absolutely stunning. It's amazing. So it has both versions. It's got the Castle Blood version and the Danse Macabre, which is the longer cut, which is 91 minutes. The standard cut, I believe, is 83, so it's about 70 minutes long. If you watch this with the English dub, which is actually the way to go. It's most of it's in English anyways. It cuts back to the cut scenes that are in Italian, so it kind of gives you a perspective of what it is. And I'm pretty sure, Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, but the scene, the lesbian scene that's in this film, that's cut out of the theatrical, right?
Oh yeah, that was in Italian in this one,
right? So that whole because I remember watching the Danze Macabre for the first time, I think a few months ago or whatever, when I watched it for the first time. And I was like, that scene's not in the other film for sure.
Pretty much all the sleaze was cut out.
Yeah.
Like anything sleazy, you'll get Italian language.
Right. But yeah, Castle Blood, man. Fuck, come on, man. I mean, you know what this movie kind of reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of A Christmas Carol. Does it not? Like it's literally somebody being shown the past. And it's like the macabre version of A Christmas Carol, of Dickens' Christmas Carol. Every time I watch this, I just think of Christmas Carol. It's like he's being kind of forced to watch like the past deaths and shit like that. I'm like, this is fucking awesome, man. It's like, and you know me, man, I love the Christmas Carol so much. Like all the versions of it. Like I'm a big fucking fan of that. Probably why I resonate to Castle Blood so much, because every time I watch this, I think this is Dickens' Christmas Carol. But I mean, like Tony said, the atmosphere to this film is unmatched. The castle setting's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I love the setup with Edgar Allan Poe and making the bet and stuff like that. And you know, it's funny because there's different versions of this film. There is a version, I think it's in the theatrical version, I'm pretty sure, where Barbara Steele's character is actually in that bar scene. She's actually at the table with that. I don't know.
Shit.
Yeah. Like she's actually in that scene, which is crazy. I haven't watched it in a while because I've watched this last couple of times. So the Danze Macabre cut, but I love this movie, man. It's actually a little bit more violent than you think it would, man. There's some pretty decent deaths in the film. The atmosphere is fucking outstanding in this, but it's like this whole nightmare logic. It literally feels like a whole nightmare the entire time, but it's like all ghostly. It's got ghost vampires and it's got this whole
people dancing. It's like all different kinds of ghosts.
Teens
it's really
dancing
cool.
at the soda fountain.
Yeah, dude. Like, there's like so much going on here, man. I think it's just a fantastic film, man. Barbara Steele is fucking beautiful in this one too, man. She's absolutely stunning in this movie.
Trying to say she's not beautiful in the other ones?
No, but I don't understand about this film, man. I just, you know, I love her in this movie. She's great. But my favorite thing about Castle Blood, though, is the ending to this film. Like, dude, you don't really see this coming. You think it might be a different ending, but I just want to say, man, for the people that know, The Wager. Like, come on, bro. The way that shit goes down at the end is so fucking funny to me, man. I think it's absolutely brilliant. But it might play into the fact where, Tony, you asked if like he knew about it. And I'm like, the ending to the film, to me, says that he does, because he does it so nonchalantly.
Yeah, and also,
you know what I mean? I just don't want to give it away for the people, but you know what I'm talking about.
And he had relatives there, like a couple of his relatives were there, like there for their honeymoon, and they're like the honeymoon couple in the movie. So he's got to know something, right?
Absolutely. Yeah,
I got a little bit of info too. So Corbucci, he had to leave due to scheduling conflicts, but they say he is credited with directing one specific scene, and that was the death scene of Barbara Steele's character before she became a ghost. So yeah.
Wow. Why that? It's so funny when you shoot films like that.
It's like, well, I got other shit to do. Here, you take this.
Wow, crazy.
See ya.
Yeah, really great film, man. But yeah, I think it's the Italian macabre version of a Christmas Carol. It really is to me. But I highly recommend if anybody get their hands on the 4K version. You guys have this? Tony, did you watch this one?
Yep.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's a Halloween Carol.
Again, this movie completely reminded me of like Hush Hush. The way it's lit, there's so many good fucking scenes because it's shot like, I mean, it's in a castle, right? We're talking about a period piece here, and like there's no actual lights, so it's all candlelit. But the way it's lit, man, it almost feels like it's monochrome, and it's fucking beautiful, man. It just looks so amazing. I can't get behind when people are saying that black and white films don't look good on 4K. Are you fucking kidding me?
Especially on an OLED screen. Like, that's some of the best shit you'll even watch on a TV.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Looks like really, really good. So, Castle Blood, 9.5 out of 10 for myself. Absolutely love it.
All right.
All right. Speaking of beautiful movies, for my number 3, it is my turn to talk about Woman in the Dunes.
All right.
Man, this movie kicked my fucking ass. Like, on a first time watch, man, it gave me the fucking creeps. Like, it gave me like chills watching it the entire time. I thought it was so cool, the fact that like we have an entomologist here, like a guy who like studies bugs and like bug behavior and all this shit, becomes the bug himself, like stuck in a little petri dish.
That was good.
That was,
and it's
actually
really
brilliant.
And it's really funny.
I kind of said that earlier when I said
there's a line in the movie I said about this when we did Hidden Gems about like, I can't remember off the top of my head now, about like where he describes a certain bug and he's like, and then he catches them in their trap, and I was like, oh brother, you don't know
an antlion maybe.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, it's such a cool little nugget.
They actually show an antlion earlier in the movie, and an antlion basically like creates a pit, and it literally like throws ant bodies at other things to like make them fall down into the pit. They're a really cool bug.
Right.
Wow, damn, that's crazy. But yeah,
that's why they keep showing the fucking bug. That makes sense now. Shit.
I love how he's a prick at the beginning of the movie, and how like he goes to this town with all these like poor people and everything, and like how we were talking about earlier, like the whole class thing, like he's just looking down on them because like, ooh, I came from Tokyo, I came from the big city and shit. And then yeah, they definitely humbled him really fucking quick. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting, just like the fact that he studies bugs and they're basically, he is their case study. And I thought that was such an interesting thing, like them looking down in the hole at like basically like his behavioral like experiments. Like the rape scene, I thought was really fucked up and really insane. Like how they're all just like down there looking, cheering. And it's like just like another like experiment, like studying behavior, which
playing
is
the drums.
What human experiment, man. Human psyche, man. How much can it take?
And that's what etymology is like studying behavior with insects. And I thought that was such like a brilliant little like nugget to put.
Dude, this is really good, man. This is really good right now. I really enjoy this. That's it. That's a good breakdown. I never actually put that together, but like it makes complete fucking sense to me.
Yeah, like brilliant. There's just so much about this movie that we're not even talking about. And like on a first time watch, just getting this much out of this movie is just incredible.
Yeah.
But yeah, we haven't even really like, have we even talked about like how well it's even shot? Like the footage of like the sand. Like it's almost like hypnotizing.
Yeah.
Like watching.
That's like my real argument for like this movie shot like a horror movie. It uses the sand as a character of this like menacing presence that like will kill you.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter that that's even shot like that. It's the whole premise of the film is scary as fuck.
And
you're in a pit. You're in a pit.
The score in this movie too. Oh my god.
It's a horror film.
Yeah, the score is amazing. Just the fact that you can't stop. If you stop, you will die.
That's
like you can't even chill for a day.
No.
Not even one day. Not to me, one day off.
Like you said, you're claustrophobic, man. I couldn't even imagine being claustrophobic and watching a film like this because that is the ultimate fear. You're like, dude, that's so brutal, bro. Like, I'm watching this. I'm not even claustrophobic, and I'm like, holy fuck, dude. I wasn't sure if this, because this is not labeled as horror anywhere. And I'm like, okay, is Tyler fucking doing another Tyler bullshit where he's fucking pulling some horror shit out of some shit that's not even fucking horror? So I'm watching this film going, and I'm about you know, as soon as he gets down in the pit, I'm like, oh my God, this shit is scary as fuck. And I know where this is going. I'm like, oh fuck, this is so scary. Dude, this is such a horror film. It doesn't even, at this point, you don't even need the score. It doesn't even need to be shot. Like it's a frightening situation. It's horrific. You know, there's definitely situational horror that can be, doesn't need to be shot, doesn't have the score. But this one definitely falls into that category. But I feel like the score does actually fall into it. And this is a horror film at its peak, man. Scary.
Oh, for sure. To me, it's the scariest movie of 1964. And what's another thing that's interesting is like I was completely oblivious to the whole like trap aspect of it. Like he went down, he stayed in the hotel. Like that night he was helping her, like, well, he wasn't helping her, but he was with her when she was shoveling the sand. She's like, "Oh yeah, this is just what we do. We do it at night because it's wetter and it's easier to pack." And she's like, "It's just she talks about how they're like a community, this town, like almost like a hive mindset, basically, if we want to even bring it back to like insects." So I'm like, "Oh, that's cool. It's just like a town looking out for each other." I'm like, whatever. But when he woke up the next morning and went outside and that fucking ladder was gone.
It's gone, yeah.
I swear, I lost like the breath in my lungs. I'm like, oh my God. Like, there's no way he's getting out of this fucking hole. But yeah.
It's so tragic to watch him fucking try to get out of there. And that's the irony of the whole thing, because the walls are so dry. Every time you dig into it, it just falls. You can't get anywhere.
And then when it is time to get out, guess who's there to survey the area?
Yeah.
The townspeople, because it's time to fucking dig.
Yeah.
Playtime is over.
Yeah.
And just like the tenacity of our main character to like try and survive the situation and just how far it goes. And then like where it ends is just so bleak and so sad and such an amazing ending. Right. But I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10 on a first time watch, and it's probably going to go way up after that.
Yeah, I'm at the same boat, dude. Like I gave it a 9 too, because like it was one time watch. I only watched it once. And I was like, dude, I love this movie.
The fact that on a first time watch, I rank this above Blood and Black Lace really means something.
Yeah. Yeah, this movie is definitely, it feels like it's a total like, you know, film school piece to talk about. Like there's so much to talk about this. Like you could attack this from so many different angles. There's so many things that are going on. Like, I mean, we briefly talked about even the townspeople and the hierarchy and like all that type of shit, but you brought up like the whole, you know, the contrast between him and the insects and shit. Like this is like, there's a lot of shit going on here, bro. It's crazy. But like, it's a study on human psyche though too, right? So insanely good film. That's a really good one, Tyler. That was a good hidden gem.
I did it. I found the hidden gem.
You definitely did, because this one is it's actually mind blowing to me. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
To talk about, but
might not even make my list. Who knows?
Shut up.
All right, cover number 2. We're going to Japan, and it's one that came up. This is clearly the last couple picks now. Like I was all fun and games at front, but now I'm just like getting the honey dick gravy train. So yeah, number 2 is Onababa for me from Kanito Shindo. This is the third list that's made. And yeah, Onababa just fucking rips. Like you know, there's not a whole lot to Onababa. It's a fucking just like hard knuckle horror movie, and that fucking drum score is the thing of dreams. It's so fucking sick. It's like unreal. Just the way they utilize it in this film is just like so masterful. The imagery in this was insane. There's like this fucking insane shot of like her coming out of the mat, like the first time like the fucking soldiers come up with the mask, like through the cornfields with their arms. It's just fucking amazing. But yeah, Kanito Shindo was a really talented guy. I'm pretty sure he actually died. No, never mind. That was a different Japanese guy. Just kidding. Forget I said that. But Kanito Shindo is a really talented director. I've seen a bunch of his movies, not just horror films. And this is my favorite of his. It's fucking just awesome horror film. I was going to wear that shirt tonight, but we went with Barbara Stanley instead. So yeah, Onababa, 9 out of 10.
good shit.
All right. My number 2 is the we're going away from America once again for Jose Mexico Marin's At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul.
That was my one for you.
Brazil, yeah. And this is a movie that I love pretty much. Like, I remember, like, this was a really fun year for us on 22 Shots. We did like I don't know if it was like our 5-year anniversary or something, but I remember we did like a special October where we just did like a bunch of cool shit. Like, we did the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise, the Child's Play franchise.
Yeah.
And I think the Saw franchise, but we kicked it off with the Coffin Joe trilogy,
right?
Which was At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul, This Night I'll Possess Your Corpse, and Embodiment of Evil. And
I remember making that intro, and I really liked that intro because I think I did it. I kept the Brazilian or the Portuguese language in there, and somebody commented and they were like, told me what it was, and I was like, it was cool.
Yeah, so I know that like that was a really. It's so funny. We've been doing this fucking podcast so long that I actually get like nostalgic for eras of the podcast and like time periods where we did like a streak of episodes or something like that. It's so bizarre that it's been going on that long. I was thinking the other day, I'm like, could you imagine if we went 20 years, like what that would be like? Like, looking at, like, oh shit, we've been doing this 20 years. Like,
just wait till you guys do it for 30 fucking years.
I don't think I've done anything for 20 years.
20 years isn't that far off. We've been doing this for what, 14 years now?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like not even that crazy.
Like, it's 6 years away. Like, 6 years is fuck all, man.
I know, right?
I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for over 20 years.
I know, but it's like it's At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul. I love just the vibe of it. Tyler was saying about like there's some interesting like editing and stuff like that in the movie. Coffin Joe is diabolical, bro. Like, this guy is a menace to society, dude. Like, he is just a fucking piece of garbage, but you love watching him, and he has such screen presence, and the director, plays the character. And he just like nailed it perfectly. Like, he basically created this guy that just is absolutely perfect and is so great on the screen to like watch him do these atrocities. And I love the like depictions of like hell and stuff. The second film is really good too. Both of them came out pretty close together, so they have a similar vibe. But yeah, At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul. When we drew this year, I was like, I know this is going to be somewhere near the top of my list because I love that movie. And I was like kind of naysaying them when Moodz suggested we do them back in the day. I was like, I don't want to do fucking Coffin Joe. But I ended up really liking Coffin Joe, so big ups to Moodz on that one. Sometimes he forces us to do stuff I don't want to do, and then I like it. So
I do remember that, actually.
He did that with Jean Roland as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't got into those years. Maybe some of those films will make some top tens. Who knows? We're not there yet. We're too early. All right. Coming in at number 2 for myself, and that is a straight HD. And I'm not talking about high definition. I'm talking about straight honey dick, motherfucker. We've got some At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul.
What'd you give that, JP?
8.5 out of 10.
Word.
At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul. My number 2.
What's there to say about this movie?
I know, man.
At Midnight I'll Take Your Whole.
Dude, I think this is one of the most insanely. It's like,
dude, I'm actually got Moodz is right. Okay,
dude. So going back to the beginning when I couldn't quite remember, I think they talk about like there's a scene where he says when they ask him like how can he not be a believer? That's what it is. Can't be a believer. And he's like, how can I be a believer when I never believed in anything? And I'm like, it kind of sums up the whole fucking film. And it's like a super pessimistic type film. like the whole time his character is like trying to denounce like religion and stuff like that, and you know it doesn't really work out too well for him in the end and stuff, which I think is a brilliant thing that he really does. But yeah, this is like one of those films where you watch a character that's such a raging piece of shit. He's a fucking dick. This guy's he literally kills his wife because he's on a mission to like, you know, have a child with someone else, blah, blah, blah. Like he's just a fucking asshole. And the way he kills his wife too is like so insane. But yeah, man, this movie just to me feels like it feels so foreign in such the best way. You know what I mean? Like it's everything that North American filmmaking wasn't at the time. It was experimental, like we said. It was taking chances. It was really throwing shots at certain people. It was doing all this type of stuff. It's violent. It's gruesome. It's very vile. Very nihilistic too. And I love this type of shit, man, because this is the type of shit that we really wasn't getting back in the day. 1964, I mean, there definitely is some nihilistic films that are happening in the time here, but you got to remember, man, this film was made in, you know, almost like a fascist regime, like very censored times and stuff like that. To do something like this and you actually get it out is pretty crazy. Absolutely love this movie, man. I think it's absolute gem, man. Big ups to Coffin Joe, man. So much. I love that dude so much that I actually dressed up as Coffin Joe one year.
I remember that.
And I thought my costume was actually pretty fucking banging. It was pretty awesome.
The worst thing about
the costume was having the fingernails and knowing that that's his real fingernails. I'm like, what the fuck? How do you do this? Because me drinking beer all night, I got to piss all the time. I couldn't do it my fucking pants. I could not do it my shit all night. It was ridiculous, man.
You probably just wore a diaper everywhere.
I'm thinking so, man. I don't know how the fuck you can even operate with fingernails like that, but this movie is amazing. It's shot beautifully. It's actually edited amazingly. Someone brought up the fourth wall, which, you know, it does that a little bit. I think it's
it's just a kiss of it.
Yeah, it's like the beginning of the film and stuff like that. But I think it kind of sets the stage for what you're doing. It kind of gets you involved right away with the Coffin Joe character. Yeah, dude, this one right here, man, every time I watch it, I love it more and more. I think it's it's like honestly turning into one of my all-time favorite films, man. Yeah. So this one right here, I am going to give it a 9.5 out of 10. Also.
Nice.
Love it.
For my number 2, I'm surprised that this hasn't been brought up before.
Damn.
It is At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul.
This guy got jokes. I got fucking jokes.
I got fucking triple dicked over here.
Holy shit, I got it. Yes.
You got me?
I got you.
I don't believe you. You're cheating.
I got you. The only thing I'm out on is JP's 2.
Damn.
Oh, and JP's 1. I had Midnight as your 1.
Dude, I had At Midnight as his number 2.
Oh, and I'm out on Moodz too. So actually, I only have 3 left.
Oh shit,
I suck.
So right now, it like number 2s are half points, 1s are 1 point.
Yeah, so all I have is left.
I have Onibaba for Tyler. That's the only 2 I have.
Yeah, this is my first point on the board.
I'm fucking out, man. I had Tony. His number 1. I was out at number 4, so I'm done here. I'm fucked.
But yeah, At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul. What's there to say about this movie? One thing I always think about when I watch this movie is I like to think about like what took place before the movie. Like how the fuck did this woman date Coffin Joe and marry his ass? Like what was like the line that drew to where this guy, like, was he always a reprehensible piece of shit? Because it's like, how does he also have a best friend? You know what I mean? Like Antonio, like that guy must really have a fucking like loner problem to be friends with Coffin Joe.
He's got self-esteem problems, probably.
Right. I'm like, damn. But yeah, Coffin Joe, like what an iconic dude. Like, I love that he, like, in his leisure time, he just, like, sits outside of a church during service and just laughs as loud as he can, just so everybody can hear it. Like, it's so stupid, but I love it. But one of my favorite, honestly, my favorite scene in the entire movie is when he kills the doctor who's, like, been skeptical of him, like, the entire time. It's so fucked and brutal.
Yeah,
and, like,
it's fucking brutal.
He just, like, it gouges his eyes out with his fucking fingernails, and the dude's just like writhing on the ground, just like crying in pain. And what does Coffin Joe do? He just lights his ass on fire and walks away. Like, that's like about the most brutal thing.
Coffin Ass Joe is crazy.
Like, what a fucking G this guy was. But yeah, love it too. Like, I love the whole Coffin Joe trilogy.
Yeah.
The first one I saw actually was Embodiment of Evil. I saw it at a theater when it came out in like 2008. I saw it on a double bill because my local theater was doing like something called Independent Shadow Cinema, where they would do an independent movie of like the current time, and then they would double bill it with something from like a cult classic or whatever. So I saw a double bill of Embodiment of Evil and Destroyer, the Lyle Alzado slasher from 1988, in the same night. How fucking random is that?
That is super random.
That was the first time I saw that movie too, and that has become one of my favorite slashers.
Who the fuck paired those together?
A genius. Like, it makes no sense, but it works for me.
That's kind of fucked up,
Genius.
Man. That's hilarious.
But yeah, 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
Awesome.
Okay. Back up. Let me just make sure I'm in line here before I go.
All right. We already know what your number one is. So
okay, yeah,
whatever.
number one. All right, we're going to Japan. It's the most anticlimactic number one I've had probably ever. Yeah, it's Hiroshi Takeshi's Woman in the Dunes. Woman in the Dunes is straight up one of my favorite movies.
Wait a minute. Did anybody get that wrong?
Nope. I almost did though. Like I thought it was gonna be Quiet In. I was way wrong on his.
I'm not joking. That's literally the only thing I got right all night.
What's
Was that
The layup.
Yeah.
So I aced Tyler. I got his one and his two.
Yeah, Woman in the Dunes is one of my favorite movies ever made. Just period. Yeah. This is like the best vindication ever that I brought this to Hidden Gems 2 years ago. No one knew about it, and here it is making all 4 lists.
It sounded like shit on your Hidden Gems, though, man. Come on, bro.
Oh, it did it. Come on. Shout out to Caleb who watched all my Hidden Gems.
You made it sound like it was a fucking straight up drama film. I was like, fuck this film. I'm never watching this piece of shit.
Movie fucking rules. I genuinely think this is one of the best movies ever made. This is actually the first Japanese movie ever nominated for Best Director at the Oscars, which is also a cool fact. So if you're gonna trust our opinion, it's a horror movie. Like, this is a horror movie. They got nominated for an Oscar from Japan.
Hey,
in
so
1964.
That's bullshit. That Quiet In can be listed as a horror, and this one isn't.
Yeah. So
they both deserve that.
It's because Quiet is based on ghost stories, right? So immediately it's
and this director didn't have the same gas as Quiet In. So like, this is just an amazing movie that survived. I think this movie is completely timeless. I genuinely think it's one of the best movies ever made. I love Woman in the Dunes. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
It'll probably be there on a second watch for me.
JP,
I think I gave it a 9.5 my first watch. I've seen it 4 times now.
this guy's fucking eating the fucking pizza cheeseburger again.
What?
Just replied with what?
Yeah, I'm not eating anything.
What the hell is
I know.
JP's number one?
No, you keep bending down like you're trying to suck your own
Blood
dick.
Black.
I'm fucking trying to like deal with an issue right now at work. It's pissed me off.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Put your fucking phone down, bro.
I can't. Like, it literally needs handled.
Dude, are you on call?
I'm always on call. What do you mean?
Yeah, he's always on call.
I'm on call.
Fuck.
There's not a day, a minute of my life where I'm not on call.
Man, you guys need a fucking delivering mail job like I do.
I'm about to.
It's amazing.
Whose turn is it?
Yours.
Your turn.
Yours. Yeah.
That's why I said JP.
All right. Well, so you guys seriously don't know my number one?
That's Blood
Hell
and Black
no.
Lace.
Yeah, it's Blood and Black Lace.
Oh yeah, duh.
Dude,
Yeah.
I fucking thought that, but I was like, there's no way.
Why? Okay, why is there no way?
Well, because first, it's not an American film.
Fair point, but I mean, like, okay, so that's kind of interesting. I actually had 6 foreign films to 4 American films. Maybe the first time ever I've had more foreign films than American films on my top 10. But this year particularly had great foreign films. So Blood and Black Lace, I mean, it's a movie that I think the first time I saw it, I thought it was really good. But as I've watched more giallos, more Italian films, and placed them in time periods, it even showcases why Blood and Black Lace is even more awesome, because it was ahead of its time.
That's a good
point.
It
would, like, when you first watch it and you've seen some stuff, it might not seem that impressive, but after you watch tons, like dozens of giallos and different Italian films, and they all came out in like the 70s, it makes you really fucking appreciate like what Mario Bava was doing in 1963, 64. Like, it's pretty incredible. And I got a chance to watch this at the drive-in on the big screen, all the beauty. I also just like love that it's set with these models and stuff like that. It lends itself to like a perfect set piece for the film. The killer, that Moodz' Invisible Man, is really cool. The lighting, the colors, like everything feels so intentional. And I think that you can see the Hitchcock influences, because if there's one thing about Hitchcock that I've learned over the years, is it's similar to like those of like Tarantino's and Stanley Kubrick's and stuff. These filmmakers are such intentional filmmakers where they're looking at minute details in every little framing and what's in the background, what's in the foreground. Like, there's so much effort that goes into those films. And this film like screams that. So yeah, absolutely love Blood and Black Lace. Over the years, it's become a film that I really gravitate towards. And yeah, I give it a 8.5 out of 10.
Your number one from 1964 is an 8.5.
Yeah. Like, I have unfortunately that is where I'm at. 8s and 8.5s on this list.
Tyler just smashed a 10 on his number one.
I'm just like fucking flabbergasted by it. That's crazy to me, bro. I started my list with an 8.5. That's fucking insane. Anyways, my number one is we're gonna leave Brazil and we're gonna go to Canada,
and then we're gonna go to Italy.
Yeah, so we're gonna stop over.
We're gonna go take a piss real quick.
It's really weird because they got rerouted to Canada and then they had to fucking take a connection and down to Italy. So yeah, so my number one is of course the master, the one and only Mario Bava's Blood and Black Lace.
So I got you. I got you complete.
I feel like mine and yours were very anticlimactic. JP just kind of blew my mind, but
I got your
maybe
one.
Twice with Blood and Black Lace being number one, but an 8.5. Like I would said, ratings are for dummies, but what the fuck, bro? I think 1964 is definitely worthy of having a 9 in there. Come on, bro. But
all right,
anyways.
9.
Oh, I give him enough shit. He's like, fuck it, man. I'm giving it a 9, man. I'm like, give it a 9.
Have it your way. 9.
Cool. 9 on it. All right, I'll change my rating on Letterboxd. 9 it is.
But Blood and Black Lace, man, for me, man, like I said, like,
we have the same number 1 and 2, and you didn't even mention that.
Yeah, I know. This is so
Is that not
weird.
cool?
We usually always, like, my number 1 is always JP's number 10. So bizarre.
Yeah, is that the first time that's ever happened?
Absolutely.
Be shocked at
We have done probably, 25 top 10, more than that, probably. This is the first time we've ever had the same number 1 and 2. I do not think it's happened before.
It might be.
Yeah, 100%. We've talked about this film a million times, but I mean, I'm a visual person. The color scheme, like JP said, it's super intentional and it's amazing to do this. It's ahead of its time and it really shows. You know, the one thing about Blood and Black Lace that actually I really love when I watch this film is that it makes sense. Like the reveal actually makes sense. Like it's not one of those like left field things where like, oh fuck, you know, this is the killer and you know, this is why they're doing it. You're like, what the fuck is that? When you get the reveal, you're like, okay, you know, that makes sense. And I like that about it. So, you know, the narrative makes sense along with the visuals. So it's pretty cool. But picking off models and shit, man, come on, man. It's amazing. I mean, I give this movie a 10 out of 10 because I think it's absolutely amazing. It's super influential. It does everything it needs to do for the genre and stuff. You created the genre, you know, essentially. I mean, it's not the first thing you've done, but you know, it's probably the most influential one, you know, in the genre. But you know, it's fucking crazy when you watch this film because it being around models and stuff like that, it's not as sleazy as you think it might be. It really doesn't have that sleaze factor, which, you know, could it make it better? I don't know. Maybe some gore in the kills could it make it better? I don't know. You guys be the judge. I think it's perfect. I think it's perfect the way it is. I'm only saying that shit, man, because I read reviews and I'm like, oh, you know, it could be a little bit more sleazier. It could be this and that. I'm like, fuck, whatever.
You can't even really like criticize it on that because it's the foundation.
Exactly.
Like all that shit comes later.
That's what I'm saying. But, you know, just going back to like 1964 when we were talking about, you know, going from 59 to 64 and like how much sleazier films got. It's surprising. It just wasn't like, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter. It wasn't about that. It wasn't about that. It was about the story and it made sense. And that's what the beauty of Blood and Black Lace is for me, is that when you get the reveal, you're like, oh, fuck. Totally. That makes sense. And that's the biggest thing that we've always had a problem with, you know, giallos is that sometimes they throw the reveal straight out of left field and doesn't make sense. This one does. So
true.
10 out of 10 for myself.
I think this film's already in our Hall of Fame, honestly.
It is.
I think it is. Are you still keeping track of that?
No, but I need to. Even if I'm not going to do it on the website, which the website has gotten so
because we've had some Hall of Painters and we've had some Hall of Famers recently that are
Dude, Tony used to send me the ratings and he stopped.
I know it fucking sucks, bro. I think it sucks so bad that this shit's not updated because I used to reference that thing I still do for past ratings and stuff. I'm like, oh, what did I do? And like, I know if it's older than like 2022 or 21, I'm like, it's not on there.
Yeah. I would like to do some work on there.
I think the Hall of Pain and the Hall of Fame were brilliant things.
Yeah, they are. I'm smart. What can I say? Tony.
All right, so my number one is the most Tony movie of 1964. It is from the King, William Castle. It is none other than Straight Jacket.
I got it.
Oh,
hell yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Really?
I got it. Dude, I got his last one. His last one was Bucket of Blood. I was like, what is most like Bucket of Blood? And I go on Straight Jacket.
You did nail Bucket of Blood. Good job. But yeah, I fucking love this movie. Like, it's such a fucking blast. Like, this is like comfort 101 for me. A slasher movie. Joan Crawford is insanely good in this. My fucking boy, George Kennedy. So sleazy and disgusting. Like that scene of him like with the chicken and her is just so gross. Of him just like almost like licking his fucking teeth, like watching her like handle the axe and shit, and then him just looking her dead in the eye and like chopping the chicken without even like breaking eye contact is so nasty. And then like him like painting like the doctor's car literally the next morning out in plain sight. She's like, what you doing? Painting my car. What's it to you? Like, he's such a great character. Watching him get his head cut off was really awesome in 1964 because you didn't see a lot of like actual on-screen decapitations. So that's something I really appreciate about this. The killer disguise I thought was like a stroke of genius. Like using like the dress, the wig, and the bracelets I thought was probably like one of my favorite things because it's really cool to play with like the sound design and shit. Like hearing like a jingle jangle from like the other room or like from outside and being like, what the hell was that? Did you hear that shit? I thought that was it's such a cool little iconic sound for a killer.
Dude, when you get that fucking reveal, man, like, dude, that is one of the creepiest moments of 64. When you see that face that isn't the face, you're like, what the fuck is that? Dude, it's like so fucking creepy, bro.
Yeah, it's creepy as shit.
Yeah, it really is, man. Yeah.
But yeah, I can watch this movie like any day of the week, and it's been probably my favorite 1964 movie for a really long time.
There's no way in future shows I'm getting your shit wrong. I'm referencing everything now. Like, and now I understand your pattern and I understand where you go. So like,
oh yeah, Tyler,
I'm starting to get this now.
Me out.
Yeah, like Tyler, he's way smarter than I am, but I've got to know.
But yeah, 9 out of 10 for that movie. Fantastic slasher. And William Castle, man, I fucking love that guy. He does nothing but just direct banger ass movies.
You said 9 out of 10?
Isn't it crazy that William Castle was probably like the biggest director of 1964 for us?
Yeah.
Like the dude was represented a fuck ton on this show.
Yeah, 2 movies in this list, 2 movies in 1959 list.
It's funny because these 2 films are not even the films that he's known for.
Right.
That's fun.
And especially The Nightwalker. Like that movie's got to be like obscure.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Like how many people logged that?
No.
I
had a little bit more after the Scream Factory came out because it didn't really have much release from what I remember anyways. I'm not like 100% sure, but
4.1 thousand.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
That's not a lot. No.
Straight Jacket is 18,000, which is also not a lot.
Yeah.
So, who won?
I got 2 number ones right.
I got 2 ones and 1 2.
So you get 1 point for a 1.5 point for a 2.
Well, if anybody got 2, I'm definitely out of the run-ins.
I have 2.5 points.
I also have 2.5 points.
I got Tyler's number 1, and I got nothing. Oh no!
What was your number 2, Tony?
No, I got Tony's number 2 also, so I got 2.
Coffin Joe.
Okay, so we have a 3-way tie between me, Tony, and Tyler. I've never actually won one of these things. I've only tied, so I still haven't won one.
So you guys got more than 2?
I have 2.5 points.
Yeah, 2.5.
What's a half point?
2.5.
A half point
number
is
2.
If getting a number 2 right. Number 1s are worth 1 point. Getting a number 2 are worth half a point.
Oh, so I got 1.5 then. Yeah, I suck.
Yeah, you suck.
Dude,
so
I've never won anything.
Guys, I guess typically what we do here though is honorable mentions and shit bombs, which we kind of talked about the shit bombs at the beginning of the show. So I guess we'll just go in the order of how we've been going. So Tyler, honorable mentions and any shit bombs you'd like to mention.
All right, cool. So we literally went through my bomb 5 shit bombs, so I'll just reiterate those. The bomb 5 shit bombs were Teenage Strangler, Face of the Screaming Werewolf, Honeymoon of Horror, what's this movie called? Hyena of London, and The Creeping Terror. The movies that just missed my list. I had Dogura, and I had Ghidorah as my 11 and 12, so we could have had some kaiju fun. Then I had The Strangler, Devil Doll, and Lady in a Cage.
All right, for me, like the shit bombs were The Creeping Terror. Absolutely, just I don't like that movie. The music is annoying. The narration's annoying. The documentary that came on the Synapse release is better than the movie.
Oh, absolutely.
It's just a shitty movie. Like it's not even fun for me in terms of like so bad it's good. Like I said earlier in the show, The Beautiful, the Bloody, and the Bear is absolutely horrible. It's 55 minutes of a guy drawing different women naked and taking photos of them, and then 2 murders in the last 5 minutes of the movie. It's horrible. And then also Honeymoon of Horror was really weak. The Monster at Camp Sunshine was really weak. The Monster of the Opera was pretty weak. For the honorable mentions, there was actually like quite a lot of movies that could have made my list. These were all 7.5s here to 7s. But we have Night Must Fall. That was just off my list. Tony had that one. 2000 Maniacs. We didn't talk much about Herschel Gordon Lewis, but I think it's one of his strongest films he's ever done. The Gorgon. I love that movie. Moodz had it on his list. Devil Doll. That was a gem for Moodz. Mask of Red Death, which is a really solid one. The Curse of the Living Corpse was on my list for a long time. I really liked that movie. The two Godzilla films were also very high on my list, and then Castle of Blood, which I feel like I probably didn't love as much as, well, I know I didn't love it as much as you guys, but it made me, hearing you guys, that maybe I underappreciated it when you guys were talking about it. So yep, those are my honorable mentions and Shitbombs.
All right, you want some stats?
I think Moodz and Tony need to go for.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, Tyler.
I'm trying to cut the line.
All right. Shitbombs here, man. Yeah, Honeymoon of Horror, fucking terrible. Kiss Me Quick, fucking terrible. Creeping Terror is fucking terrible. Like JP said,
they have all the same shit bombs.
I know. The Monster of Camp Sunshine, Teenage Strangler, Death on a Four Poster, man. Face of the Screaming Werewolf, fucking terrible. But as for honorable mentions, man, Onababa was in my top 10 pretty much the entire prep. So this is crazy. So Onababa, Straight Jacket are two films I went back and forth. They kept getting cut out. So I eventually just went on with the Gorgon. Because replay value for myself, man. I think Onababa is great, but I'm going to watch the Gorgon more. Another film I absolutely love that no one mentioned tonight, which is interesting because I think this film is fantastic. I actually reviewed this a bunch of years ago, I think on 31 Days, and The Ghost of Sierra de Cobra. I think it's fantastic. And I think it gets better with multiple watches too. Did anybody watch this? Because yeah, I think it's great. I think it's a really good film.
I liked it.
Yeah, I think it's a good one. And the Tumor Ligeia, man, those are the four films that were like in my top 10 that kept getting fucking kind of rearranged a little bit. Another one that really wasn't brought up was Nightmare. I think Nightmare is really good. You know, it falls into the same thing as Hush Hush and Straight Jacket and stuff like that. It's similar vibes and shit like that. And Nightwalker, right? So pretty cool. Of course, the Devil Doll, the Earth Dies Screaming, which I don't think has been brought up. But I think that movie's really fucking fun also. And I think I might be the biggest fan of The Evil of Frankenstein here because there's not one Hammer Frankenstein film I don't like. So I'm a really big fan of that one. So
I think the Gorgon was the only movie to make a list.
Yeah.
Wow.
From Hammer.
Hammer getting hammered.
Yeah.
That's crazy, actually, man. That's crazy. I'm actually quite surprised the Gorgon only made my list. But so I had Mosque and Gorgon, I guess, were the only like two films that on my list that no one had, right?
Yeah, we didn't have the most unique list this time. We'll just put it that way.
I was really shocked that everyone had Hush Hush, man, to be honest. Like, I didn't think that was going to happen.
Hey, shit's quality.
Yeah, man. I kept thinking to myself, like, JP's never going to find this horror. It's up on his list. I'm like, fuck me, man, whatever. But it is about just making your own list, right? So, it would have been interesting if I had Ghost this year. I mean, it was hard, man. I mean, Onababa was in my list the entire fucking year. Like, literally changed this. I want to say maybe 2 nights ago. I put the Gorgon and I was like, because I rewatched it, and I was like, oh man, this Gorgon's my shit, man. But so.
All right, so my top 5 shit bombs. I have Hyena of London, like Tyler had, absolute dog shit. I have a movie called The Big Scare. It's like a horror comedy from France. I watched it with AI translated subtitles, so of course the jokes did not translate. So I had a horrible time with that movie. Face of the Screaming Werewolf, fucking ass. Mm-hmm. The Inn of Dartmoor. Probably one of the most boring Crimmy movies I've ever seen in my life. And then The Mighty Jungle, a movie of literally just nature stock footage in the jungle. For some reason has a horror tag on IMDb, but it is fucking awful. Gave a 1 star. Now for honorable mentions, like my list was so hard to make because my number 9 through my number 20 are all 8s.
Yeah, I get
So I had 12 movies competing for 2 spots, and it was fucking brutal. So my number 11 was The Devil's Stairway. And then I had The Devil Doll, Last Man on Earth, Witchcraft, which I watched early on, and I really like that movie.
Yeah, I think it's good too.
The Phantom of Soho, which was my favorite Crimmy of the year. The Flesh Eaters, The Mask of the Red Death, The Long Hair of Death, which no one talked about, from Tony Margheriti.
It's actually sitting at my ranked to be my number 15 or 16, I think, or whatever. So, yeah.
And then 19 is The Gorgon. And then at number 20 with my last 8 is Kwaidan.
I mean, I thought that we were going to line up a little bit more, and then all of a sudden me and JP have like the exact same list. Like, what the fuck just happened here?
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
It is so wild.
You guys are honestly going to be surprised. All right, so who do you think had whose list do you think had the most in common?
I think me and JP.
Moodz and JP.
I'm not like.
Yeah, I think we had like 8, 7.
We never have the same shit, dude. It's crazy, bro. How does that happen?
I'm just double checking that I have these numbers right. But
like, I'm actually confused right now. I don't even understand how this happens because.
Okay, no, I'm right. Okay, so I'll give you some stats. So I'll do the broad. All right, we'll start with the individual stats. So, the list that have the lists have the most in common was me and JP with 8 films.
Wait, really? Holy shit!
Wow.
What? I mean, you had 8 fucking films. So
That's got to be the fucking the highest I've ever heard of.
Were not on your list. Flesh Eaters and Last Man.
Dude, has anyone ever had 8 in common before?
That's insane.
That's insane.
Yeah, I think me and Parker had 8 once.
But okay, but here's the thing though: the least amount of films anybody had in common was 6. So these are not very unique lists.
Yeah.
Me and Moodz had 6 in common. Me and Tony had 7. Me and JP had 8. JP and Moodz had 6. Me and JP had 8, and JP and Tony had 7. Moodz had 6 in common with everyone, and then Tony had 6 with Moodz, 6 with 7 with JP, and 7 with me.
So I had the most unique list then.
You and Tony both had 2 unique films, and me and JP only had 1 apiece.
Okay, yeah.
So it's like none of the lists were that unique. By film, so the 6 films to make one list were Mothra vs. Godzilla, Last Man on Earth, The Gorgon, Curse of the Living Corpse, Night Must Fall, Mask of Red Death. 2 films made 2 lists. Castle of Blood and the Flesh Eaters, 5 films made 3 lists. Nightwalker, Kwaidan, Onababa, The Devil's Stairway. Oh, Devil's Stairway only made 2 lists. That's in the wrong spot. So 3 films made 2 lists, and 4 films made 3 lists. Devil's Stairway made 2. And 4 films made all 4 lists. Hush Hush, Sweet Charlotte, Woman in the Dunes, At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul, and Blood and Black. I don't know if I said the 3. So the 4 films made 3 lists were Nightwalker, Kwaidan, Onababa, and Strait Jacket. Then our collective top 10, where you get 10 points for a number 1, 1 point for a number 10. In 10th place, we got The Devil's Stairway with 8 points. In 9th place, we got Castle of Blood with 12 points. In 7th place, we have Nightwalker with 15 points. I'm sorry, I missed one. 8th place, we have Kwaidan with 12 points. That gets them both above Castle of Blood, because it was on more lists. 7th place, Nightwalker, 15 points. 6th place, Strait Jacket, 19 points. 5th place, Onababa, 20 points. 4th place, Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte with 22 points. 3rd place, Woman in the Dunes with 28 points. 2nd place, At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul with 32 points. And the winner, our number 1, was a Blood and Black Lace with 33 points. So pretty close race. 17 total films.
That's the way you could always figure out my number 1 and 2, because it almost always is the movies that are number 2 and 1 in the combined lists. It's crazy.
Which is funny because mine usually aren't, and they are this time.
Yeah, Midnight came out really strong with the top twos because
I'm fucking so happy that you like that movie so much. That's crazy because
I was the lowest on it at 6.
I've always been a fan.
I was the lowest on it at 6, and like I love everything above it. Like those are like immovable objects.
I think one thing we need to stress to like the audience is that we don't sit here and talk about our prep and our watches and stuff. We don't we don't do anything. We just watch films. Like we don't have lists that we pass around and stuff. Like, like the way we watch and the way we make our lists and stuff is pretty unique. Actually, we just kind of do it on ourselves, right? So, the way they matched up this time just kind of, it's just kind of by chance, really, right?
Yeah. I just realized I didn't give you the score, so I got everyone's average score too. The lowest score was JP's with 8.2. I was at 8.35 with the third lowest. The second lowest was Tony with 8.65, and Moodz had a 9.15 average. Our overall average was 8.6.
It's pretty fucking high, man. Crazy. Yeah, I did start with an 8.5, so
that's all the stats.
Okay, so now we need to discuss what we're doing for the drawing.
This is what I want to talk about before the fucking show, but
we never had a 3-way tie. That's nuts.
So we all win.
So are we
we
just
all
doing
get to
retro
choose.
year again?
Yeah, I think we could either. I think because there's so many. There's 27 possible years. I think it's fine for us to either choose. Each of us could either double a year or remove a year.
What do you think is a higher percentage, to remove a year that just doesn't exist, or double a good year or a real year?
So we're only talking 30s, 40s, and 50s here, though, man.
Yeah, because that's the thing is like, there's no outside of the 60s. There's no year I feel like really strong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man.
But like, I don't want like a nothing year. Like, there's some years that just like literally don't have movies.
Honestly, I don't really care.
Can we throw in? Is it possible to throw in the entire 20s decade as one show at some point?
All right, let me look.
Yeah, I think that's possible. I think we will do that eventually.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
Once it gets whittled down a little further. I'm what I want to do is remove the year 1950. That's
okay.
I think I don't even think
that was one of my considerations, honestly.
So as my pick, I'm going to remove 1950. So you guys could either remove a year or double up on a year.
Okay.
I'm going to remove 1958 just to keep us as far away from 59 and 64 as possible.
Okay.
I was thinking about doubling it.
And 58 is actually
doubling 58.
I think 58 is actually a decent year.
Yeah, it's got horror.
I want to watch a different time period. Fuck that shit.
58 is actually a great year.
I mean, I would love to watch 58, but not next.
So if Tyler doubles it and you remove it, it just is there.
I'm just gonna.
You just bring it back into play.
Oh yeah.
So Tony's removing.
No, 58. I think I'd rather at this point just remove a fake year then. Which year looks really bad? Probably it's the 50s that are actually the worst.
Yeah, the 50s are rough. Like 51's bad too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of 51.
52 is worse than 1, actually.
Is it? All right, let's look at 2.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they're both just like not real years.
Which one are you removing?
Let's see. We'll look at any genre real quick. Okay. What do we got that's close up at the top? 52. Yeah, 52 doesn't even have anything that looks close. I think it's gonna be
52 might be to play.
Yeah, it's gonna be 52 because at least 51 has strangers on a train and it has the day the Earth stood still.
Yeah. All right. So 52 it is.
Yeah.
All right. So that leaves us with 24 selections. We have 1930, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 51, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. So 50s are the least amount. So it's more likely we will get a 30s or a 40s. But are you guys ready?
Let's do it.
Ready,
Yes.
Freddy, man.
Let's roll. We draw the year 1948.
48. Okay, what we got?
Which is going to be a really fucking easy year, boys.
Dude,
Abbott and
1948 has nothing, dude.
Costello.
So we have Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. We have The Amazing Mr. X, Unknown Island, The Creeper, Night Comes Too Soon, The Greed of William Hart. Like, this is going to be a really easy year. Oh,
Dude, there's only 16 films even coming up on.
All right, so I have an idea. You know, this is what we could do. So since we've talked about like doing something other than a year in this slot, what if we plan this as like a half season show since the prep is like nothing?
No, we're going to do this like this summer probably.
Yeah, or we could get this out of the way like it's nothing, and then we could
this
also
is yeah. So we'll do this year and then we'll draw another one. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I like that idea better.
Yeah. So yeah, that we've had this planned for a while. If we drew one of these years that had, like,
there's literally 16
there might be
films
10
on this
movies.
list.
We might be able to get 10 on this. Let's see if there's anything that's not like that's outside of horror, like sci-fi. Rope.
Yeah, Rope. You know
what's kind of fucked up, man?
If we're counting Rope, we got Key Largo. Key Largo definitely counts if Rope counts.
Yeah, we have Rope. I think we could probably turn it into 10 movies.
Oh
10
my
genre
God,
films.
this is insane, bro. Like,
If
this
our
is the
version
least
got
amount
a
of
movie.
films that the 16 are coming up as horror.
Yeah, no, we know there's a lot of years like there's like 7 or 8 years like this.
I mean,
They have-
literally the top 3 are all great films, and like I can't imagine that not being everyone's top 3. Like,
Yeah. We also have
Hey, we got Key Largo.
I don't even Daughter of Darkness. I don't even know what the fuck that is, but
Key Largo, baby. Macbeth? Huh? Sorry, wrong number with Barbara. Oh, sorry, wrong number with Barbara Crampton. Or Barbara. Oh my God, not Barbara Crampton. I'm retarded. Barbara Stanwyck. I'm sorry.
1940.
My girl's back.
there's actually a lot of titles listed as
Bro, I'm hyped.
It's so dead around this time because of the war. That's what happened.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, we got for the non-horror, we got Sorry Wrong Number. I mean, I guess we got Rope. So if we got Rope, that means we got Key Largo. Honestly, the Red Shoes might count in this year. The Red Shoes is Black Swan, before Black Swan.
This will be a nice, easy year. Maybe we actually do it this summer.
We
Maybe
might
it'll
have
be a
to
summer
share some
one.
titles here, man, because holy shit, dude. Like,
I think counting Rope and some other things, there's probably enough for a 10 film ranking.
Yeah.
We might be starting at 4s.
did Rope come out in 48?
48, yep.
Wow.
I mean,
I'm already one down on prep. I've watched Rope this week.
This guy's going to make his fucking playlist and Letterboxd. He's like, I already watched one.
bro, I'm about to pull the Red Shoes off the shelf.
But yeah, so this is really fucking funny because it's like
Force of
there's
Evil.
like
What's
nothing
this?
there.
Oh, yeah, I guess he's going to Rope is there.
This is gonna be more of a like. It's so funny. Like it's a top 10 that literally might start with under 5s.
Me and Moodz are gonna have Red River on our list.
I was just going to fucking say that, bro. I'm going to say Red River. I love Red River.
Hey, you got the Treasure Sierra Madre. You know,
Are you guys down to make this one of the summer shows just to get it out of the way?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? We'll do.
You cool with that, Tony?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right.
This is going to be the most anything close list show.
It might be the quickest top 10 show ever recorded.
Yeah. Yep. But that is.
You want to talk about honey dicking?
Oh yeah, it's like, it might be the first show in history that has, everybody has the same movies.
We might even have somebody with the exact same top 10 list.
Yeah,
which has obviously never happened, but
yeah, I think I'm just gonna say we're doing horror/thrillers here.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with doing this one.
Let's just do that.
This is not a lot of prep.
Honestly, that'll be fun. Just say horror/thrillers.
That's always been that. That's what the show is.
Oh man, I'm about to show you. It's about to be thriller /
The problem is we just don't have the exploitation films from this time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, that is that. 1948 will be the next one.
But I see sorry wrong numbers on here.
That's what I was saying. I was all hyped. Sorry, wrong number.
I actually haven't. I haven't watched the movie. I have the Blu-ray. I haven't watched it yet, so it's pretty cool.
Burt Lancaster's in this too. Hell yeah, I love that guy.
What a fucking weird year. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna run into this more times. Like, there's literally like maybe 10 years that have like 3 films in them.
What's this? The Snake Pit.
I just that's so weird. I just clicked on that one right when you said it. That is so fucking weird.
It's the same guy that made Sorry Wrong Number.
Force of Evil's on here.
This actually sounds like a horror movie.
That's a fucking film noir.
Yeah, there's definitely some mystery.
I have
and Olivia de Havilland's in it. What a fucking throwback! This is cool. Now we get to see these golden age actors from 60.
Some of these retro years might turn into like just best of years.
Yeah, dude, I'm down with it.
But Force of Evil's on here, man.
Dude, I'm like, this gives me an excuse to rewatch some awesome shit like Red River, Key Largo, Red Shoes, Treasure.
Y'all need to watch Force of Evil because it's a good movie.
Drunken Angel. Yeah, I was looking at that one. I actually clicked on it like, oh, that sounds like a noir.
It's good. It's good, man. It was put out by Arrow.
They Drive by Night. That movie's really good. Moonrise is good. Foreign Affair. That's a Marlene movie I just talked about a couple shows ago.
Holy fuck, dude. It's like nothing but film noirs and shit in here. Nothing but. I'm going to have some of these.
I'm about to just say like horror/noir. Just give it a noir.
Damn.
We'll see.
I mean, it's mystery. It's thriller. It's, it's like, it's not horror, but but
fuck it. We're going horror. Fuck it.
Dude, I love this fucking.
That Pitfall movie I just watched is this year too. Oh, this prostitute movie. I watched this movie, Women of the Night, this year too. This movie's fucking crazy. Some like prostitute movie from the 40s.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess that's probably it, right?
Yeah. We're just running through the year, so.
I know. Now I'm just like looking at 1948 and like being so sad.
I know there's like it doesn't feel like there's anything to watch, man. I feel like
have Tyler make me a list of thrillers that are capable.
It's gonna be half film noirs. I swear to God.
Oh yeah,
I definitely own a bunch of those film noirs from 48 for sure. I do.
Like if I'm just gonna not counting westerns. You have Rope. You have the Red Shoes. You have Drunken Angel. You have Key Largo. You have They Live by Night. You have Naked City.
Naked City. Yeah.
Brighton Rock. Foreign Affairs is more of a spy thing. Moonrise.
We might need an actual master list here.
Yeah. I mean, Foreign Affairs is like a spy thriller. It's not like really even like a noir. I wouldn't even like really count that, even though I did like it. That was one of the Marlene movies.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's some cool shit in here. It was an Ingmar Bergman movie. Yeah, it was just, I was looking at random ones. This one, like Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Like, this sounds like a horror movie. And Edward G. Robins is in it, so can't be that bad.
Oh, it's a good film, man. I own it.
It's listed as supernatural horror on fucking IMDb.
Yeah, no,
Night Has 1,000 Eyes.
It's actually a good film.
Yeah, so maybe there's more because, like,
it'll be making some lists. Trust me, it will.
Thriller mystery. It's got my man Eddie G in it. When Anthony Mann's got a movie, that's a nice excuse to watch it.
Really?
Yeah, because it looks like a noir raw deal. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. If it's gonna be fun. Oh my man, this guy's got a movie too. Oh, what's his name? Chino Visconti. I love this guy, but this sounds like a straight drama. This ain't a horror movie. And it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, no, thank you.
Really? 2 hours? 3 hours? Are you fucking kidding me?
Like, I'll watch it eventually because it's a Lucino Visconti movie, but I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to rush to watch it for F1. It just sounds like a drama. It's that long. Like, yeah, no thanks. No thanks, Lucino. I'll watch one of your better movies first.
Oh, Tony, I was going to ask you, man, did you watch a death ray of Dr. Maboose for 64?
I don't think so. That doesn't sound familiar.
It's fucking part of that Crimmy set that Eureka released, man. Oh my God.
Yeah, I can't believe they were still making those in the 60s. I've only seen the Testament of Dr. Maboose.
I think there's 5 or 6 in the set. It's all of it. It's like the last one, and it's like it doesn't even have Dr. Maboose in it. It's so fucking James Bond. It's ridiculous. It's actually not good though because it's not James Bond. It's kind of funny.
It's probably like one of the only ones on that set I didn't watch.
Yeah, it's not great, dude. It's trying to be Bond, but it's not Bond. I mean, it's fucked.
Dr. Caboose.
Did you watch the Racetrack Murders?
No.
I think I did.
That one was hilarious. Like the horse was called Satan, so everybody's just saying like "Go Satan, go!" like during all like the horse races and shit.
Let's see.
But like one lady gets like fucking point blank shot in the face like at the end of that movie, and it's like one of the most shocking things I saw all year. It was so out of left field, and it's just like this like whimsical like fat lady who's been like the comedic relief throughout the entire movie. At the end of the movie, somebody just walks up and shoots her dead. It's like what? And then it's like roll credits. The end.
Oh shit!
Maybe I didn't get to that one. It was on my list.
Cool. I gave that one a 7.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one.
Well, I mean, I was trying to wait for JP to get back here, but apparently he's not coming back.
He's taking a dump.
He's taking a dump, yeah. Oh, he's masturbating now.
He's turtle heading it.
Fucking warmed up a burrito and he's like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
That shit,
He's like,
man.
oh,
literally
fuck.
fuck that beat.
It's like this stuff is coming out of my bum bum.
All right, guys, should we wrap this up or what?
I suppose.
All right, guys. All right, that's going to conclude episode 322 here on the 22 Shots of Horror. Thank you, Tony, for stopping in. Basically, it was a sin-in episode.
Oh, there he is.
He's
back.
Oh, we're wrapping up here, bro.
All right, cool.
So, man, we're out of here, man. Check you guys next episode, which is going to be a surprise. Well, it's not a surprise. We might
they know what it is. It's a live franchise.
It's a live franchise. It's going to be in a couple weeks, man. So we're on summer break. So we're pretty much only going to be doing maybe a show a month kind of thing if we get to that. So,
and one of them might be the top 10 of 1948.
Yeah, pretty much.
Definitely.
Yeah. Top 10 thrillers and horrors.
But I definitely want to do a summer related type of show. I wouldn't mind actually doing like maybe talks to Avenger or something like that franchise.
How is
I don't
that
know.
summer?
I don't know.
Weren't you talking Anaconda franchise?
Oh yeah. Anaconda. Yeah. So now
we did a couple
JP
summer
language.
themed ones last year. Summer Vacation, summer horror. So yeah.
I think we should do the Anaconda. I picked it up, so let's do it.
Blood Orchid is a
Anaconda.
2004 movie, so it works out.
Yep.
Mhm.
It does. It
I
does.
saw that one in the movie theater.
2 birds with one stone.
I've never seen it. I've only seen the first one.
I've actually only ever watched the first 2 Anaconda films. I've never seen those sequels. The 3 and 4.
I watched the Jack Black one.
2004 is the
I've seen
third
the
one?
Jack Black one. And I love that one. So
2004
I've seen
is
2
the
of them.
second one.
It's the second one? Okay, yeah, I know. I've seen that one then. Okay.
Mhm. All right. Well, thanks for listening, guys. We appreciate it. Hopefully you guys had fun. This was definitely one of the funner retro ones we've done. So it was a good time.
It's nice
A lot of
when
good
you get a
films,
good
man.
year.
Yeah. All right, looking forward to 1948. I can't even say it without laughing. It's ridiculous. But all right, dudes, we're out of here, man.
Deuces.
Peace.
See ya.
That's all, folks.